family. I mean that, family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that, family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that, family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Give thanks.
Blessed Lord, I'm the Honorable Priest Isaac, founder of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. I welcome you to Evolution, creating the best version of yourself. Now, this is an innovative and inspirational course designed to bring the best out of any, I repeat, any individual. Whether you need the skills to stay motivated or the strategies to promote, market, and to effectively close your sales, this course promises to teach you the techniques to do so and more. Do you have a startup business? Do you have business partners? Are you the CEO, manager, or do you own the company? Well, the contents of Evolution was prepared specifically for you. It is a fact that once applied correctly, you will see an improvement in the standard and quality of your business, your team, and yourself in 21 days. Guaranteed. Evolution, creating the best version of yourself.
Evolution is an online business course training. To purchase this program, go to the website priestisaacinstitute.com for pricing and availability, or email courseadmin@priestisaacinstitute.com.
Of course, you know, you're here in the nest, the tiger's nest, talking about the Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. What a joy just to come and touch base once again. Listen, man, we had a wonderful session previous evening in the Tiger's Temple. As you can see, we're still in the temple to some degree, but it was a joy. We went into from Kente Amente to Marcus Garvey. What a wonderful reason, man. I think I lectured for about 1 hour and 45 minutes, but definitely it was real in depth. We may be showing you a few clips from time to time, but for sure, remember, even though you were not there, you could get a copy of the full session, question and answer, everything of the Tiger's Temple. So you could definitely contact us, you know how to do that, and ask us for a copy of the Tiger's Temple from previous evening.
Kente Amente to Marcus Garvey. Very beautiful, you know. But for sure, my family, this evening in the Tiger's Nest, I want to address a subject area. Basically, what you see us highlighting here, you know, about as it relates to Rastafari, Empress Menen, and as I have been made aware of, there are some elders really. I wouldn't say they're speaking against Empress Menen. Let me not put it that way. I don't want to say that they're dissing Empress Menen. That may not be the right thing to say at all. You know, all respect to the elders. But for sure, the elders are putting an argument on the table that Empress Menen is not really worthy to be praised. In fact, it seems like this new thing with Rastaman hailing the king and then hailing the Empress has gone too far, you know, totally taking it out of perspective. So I want to address that idea specifically on the Tiger's Nest tonight. Of course, that is radio, and you don't know Empress Menen if she's worthy of praise, Empress Menen if she should be hailed as the Godhead. I want to talk about that and specifically what the elders are saying. But before I go into a little more of that, let me just highlight again, family. Remember the international homeschool classes, definitely available. But keep in mind that when you order for a very limited time, I'll tell you when the limit is up. You can order, when you order the international homeschool program, yourself or the little one who will be taking the classes will get a free I Am the Best shirt. You know, these beautiful shirts that we have in our shop section there on our website. You know our website, don't you? PriestIsaacInstitute.com, PriestIsaacInstitute.com for sure. Once you visit the website and you go into the area marked shop, you scroll through, you'll see all the beautiful shirts and all the other things that we have to offer. Or when you go on the website, just go to the area marked homeschool, and you will see the shirts that the young ones will receive for free. Even the shipping is free. Can you imagine that? As it relates to the international homeschool program, once you order the homeschool program, you will definitely get the free shirt in the mail. I am the best and I deserve the best, and only the best is coming to me now. That's what you see on the shirt. So for sure, family, make sure you enroll the young ones in their African history and heritage. Beautiful. That is necessary in this time. And make sure they're enrolled in their astronomy, definitely carrying them to another level. And don't forget that we are offering biology as well. And in fact, you know, once you contact us and say, listen, priest, I would like to not just get some more information. I think I have it all. I want to see something before I even, you know, consider even going on the program. We will send you a totally free sample of the program. You and your little ones can sit down and watch it together. I mean, you can at least give them that. Let them see it for themselves. Because you know for sure once they see it, they're going to say, hey, father, mother, I want some more of this. You know, where are we going tomorrow? You know, yeah, because we take them places. We take them to Lalibela. We take them to the Great Walls of Zimbabwe. We take them to Venus and we take them to Mars. We take them all going down the digestive tract. We take them all over the place. Yeah, man, definitely. So it is something that you surely would want to invest in. I'm talking about the International Homeschool Program for the young ones. And of course, you don't know, as I said, you can email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and you can even call or WhatsApp us, even as it relates to that subject area as well. But, you know, as I was saying, this evening in the Tiger's Nest, I really want to address the subject there as it relates to the Empress Menen, you know, and I myself, let me be clear, I don't really look at it as how I hear most people are trying to put it together. And that's me for sure, you know, but what my thing is this, you know, I was listening to the elders speak, and with all due respect to the elders again, and I'm not really calling no names here. I would call the names on the tiger's nest, because I'm going to actually run for you the reasoning, so you will hear the elders speaking for themselves, so we can be clear there. But you know, there is this strong thing about the Honorable Empress Menen giving her crown away to a church in Jerusalem after the war with Mussolini. And, you know, one of the elders were even going as far as to say, check that out. You know, mean that even though the emperor made another crown for her, she never wore the crown. And that should stand for something, that should show something. But that's interesting. But the emperor himself, Haile Selassie, after the emperor get crowned, the emperor don't put on them crown there again. You check it, all the pictures you see of Haile Selassie, the most photographed Haile Selassie, after the coronation of Emperor Haile Selassie I. If he put on the crown again, that's a picture I would like to see. This is what I'm saying. You understand? Even the pictures, because the celebration wasn't just one day. I think it was like 7 days. Even the pictures that were taken during the celebration within the 7 days, you see the emperor without the headgear, you see the emperor without the crown. And interestingly, even at the anniversary of his coronation, you don't see the emperor clad in his crown. You know, the emperor usually wears suits, I think we know that, or his military garb, or some official military, naval, some sort of mystic uniform the king will have on. Or he may have on the Orthodox robe, his white robe, etc. But to say he has on that imperial garb and the crown on his head that he was crowned with in 1930, I don't see the emperor moving that way. And in fact, I consider that a serious level of humility. And that is just my perspective on it. You know, so to somehow use that and say, well, the Empress Menen is not really worthy of the praise that apparently she's getting, you know, from races in this time. And you know, you never see her with it. She wrap up on whatever else that they were saying. As I said, I would balance that with the emperor himself as well. And then now there is this other aspect to what the good brothers were saying, as it relates to apparently the hailing of Empress Menen comes from Rastafari infatuation with Egypt, and then Osiris and Isis. And of course, you know, when I hear that, my antennas definitely go up. I didn't know Rastafari was infatuated with Egypt. Straight up, you know, ones even would be telling you that they have some races that mix in Egypt up with the culture, with Rastafari culture. Now, family, listen, in all due respect, let's be honest. If you were me, wouldn't you believe that, hey, okay, let me put it this way. Wouldn't you at least wonder, hey, is me they're talking about? I think I have all the right to think that. Listen, honestly, you know, I hardly, if I can think, know any race that mixing up Egypt, as they call it, with the Rastafari culture. I know some races that speak strongly about ancient Kemet, but they ain't mixing it with the Rastafari culture, to the point that enough races think that they can't leave Rastafari. And I'm not saying this to sound no way, but when I started to uncrack the mysteries of the Medunetta and Asar, Osiris, and Haile Selassie, when we stopped and looked around, nobody was making not even close of a link like that. Good brother Muta Baruka, who speaks about Egypt from time to time, but I never really hear Muta Baruka, you know, connecting it with Rastafari as such. Is just another ancient way that we Rastafari shouldn't turn our back on. That's how I was looking at it. So when I hear one saying they have some races taking Egypt and try to mix it up, and because what the brethren was saying is that the story of Isis and Osiris and the Egyptian philosophy of balance is what has infiltrated Rastafari. And some other things they said infiltrated Rastafari, which I wouldn't even call the terms that were used here. When we get into the tiger's nest tonight, and those who don't know what the tiger's nest is, well, you're in the tiger's nest now, and to some degree, you're still in the temple. As you can see, I'm in the temple still from previous night. But the tiger's nest is a radio program on Radio Anu. Radio Anu International comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 7 p.m. sharp. If you're gonna miss it, well, for sure, you can be a subscriber. It's a very simple thing to do. Just contact us and let us know, hey, I would like to be a subscriber to this radio program here, so I don't miss another episode, because we're on every night. If you miss it, it comes straight to your inbox via your email, obviously, specifically, and on a daily level after the program is done, you know. So the idea that the ancient Egyptian philosophy highlights the man and the woman balance, which was admitted. Apparently, somehow Rastafari has taken that up now, and I guess gone haywire with it. You know, when the prophecy is not about Empress Menen, the prophecy is about the king, you know, Haile Selassie the first. Okay, so I want to address a lot of these little different things this evening. As I said, it's all love to the elder ones. You know, we have to really show respect to our elders in all doings and saying. The elders know the way for sure, you know. But I mean, it's just a level of reasoning, and I know a lot of ones be keeping their ears out, and I have to make sure. That's why I'm doing it in the tiger's nest too. I have to make sure those who are sincere to the truth will definitely get a clarity on some of these issues and not be misled and confused with a lot of one's personal outlooks on things, even at this time, you know. I have to remember, you know, even Empress Menen, as we have showed before, and I will highlight it again tonight. Remember, even Empress Menen specifically officiated the opening of an Ethiopian Orthodox, an Ethiopian monastery in the same Jerusalem. She officiated it. This is a bit after the coronation. A monastery, you know, not a church. A monastery, a place where only monks, men are supposed to go. I tell you, when in Ethiopia, they're so dread when it comes to the monks and the male aspect, that the monks that live in the other place where you have to climb up the snake, Deborah Libanos, give thanks. Deborah Damos, give thanks. Deborah Damos, go give thanks, princess. That's a lot. Deborah Damos, yes, give thanks. Yeah, them fellas there, we can't send no female sheep and up there. You have to be a male sheep. I guess they don't eat hens, they have to be a rooster. I don't know how they do the thing, you know. But the thing is, they not even a female pussycat they can have around there. Gotta be a male cat, I guess. They keep cats anyway. Some gotta keep the rats out, the female rats specifically. But the point is, I'm not making light of it. The point is that them brethren serious about their monkhood. That no female can come around. You get it. All right. I don't know about insects, mosquito or whatever, but as far as they can handle it, they don't want no female coming in the territory. So when you see Empress Menen was charged with officiating the ceremony of consecrating the monastery, the Ethiopian monastery, a monk house in Jerusalem, as a woman. She carried out the service then as a woman. That's a very, very, very serious, very serious vibration that we cannot underlook, not overlook. If we overlooked it, we would see it properly, but we underlook it. So, you know, in all due respect again, we're going to look upon that this evening in the Tiger's Nest. Of course, that is 7 p.m. sharp Eastern Caribbean time. It's the same as the Eastern Standard Time for those who don't know. That's Radio Anu. If you have any problems whatsoever, you can just go to the link in the description below, and you will see the link carrying you straight to Radio Anu, carrying you also to the international website as well. And for those again who are very much interested in the international homeschool classes and enrolling the young ones in the classes, for sure, definitely you can even make your payments using the Cash App or the PayPal, and we have other modes and means that can be done, and the link for all of that is in the description below. And for sure, you know, we are not a people, as you could see, we definitely believe in business. Nobody can deny that. And we don't come and be asking for no donation and press the Cash App button and all of them things here. As you could see, we bring our services and our products to the front line and trade and barter and sell and buy. That's how we are. But let me say, I'm showing enough appreciation. I appreciate love those who would have sent a contribution without us even asking of that. You know, as you see the Cash App and the PayPal in the description below, and you go and you hit it and you send a contribution. Some of you don't leave no name purposely. I give thanks still, and I appreciate love that to the fullest, you know, give thanks. But family, you can visit our website, you can visit our shop, you know, you can visit our holistic health food store, you can patronize our books. The children have books themselves. The Honorable Princess is working on her book about Thomas Sankara as we speak. You know, this afternoon at 4 p.m., you have Youth University right here on Radio Anu. Yes, so there's so many things that we have to offer. Go and visit Redemption Healing for sure. You can get your online yoga classes. You can get your doula training. You can get your doula assistance program set up as well. You can get consultations with the Honorable Empress Naya as it relates to the different courses of the pregnancy and the natural birth, you know, and you what else we have to offer? We are so many. You can get your shirts, you can get your jerseys, you can get your mugs. We do international lectures anywhere you are in the world, and you want the Honorable Priest Isaac to come and lecture, just give me a call and we can work it out. So we thrive on that, and we encourage our people to be Black so-called, as they call it, entrepreneurs. And we need to support each other. All of that is a part of the consciousness of buy Black, walk Black, and all of that Marcus Garvey said. We can't just be chatting it and not doing it. Eh? I definitely buy Black. I support for sure. Eh? I ain't got to come and say everything I do and wherever we donate and all of that. But that's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, one love and one unity and righteousness of salvation. So yes, family, as you can see, even the little ones having a joy. Looking forward to seeing your presence with us this evening. Radio Anu, 7 p.m. sharp. We're talking about the Tiger's Nest. And remember, 4 p.m. this afternoon, you definitely can get Youth University. Bring the little ones, let them sitting around the radio and learn a thing or 2 or 3 or 7 or 9 or 13. Give thanks, family. Going to be a tough Tiger's Nest tonight. You want to hear it. Eh? I really can't do that one here on the YouTube. You want to hear it tonight. Life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, Lord. Solar Day. Every 4 years. Remember today now, we have what is known as a leap year. Here, listen, man. We have what is known as a leap year. And that leap year keeps everything in order. In Kemet, we never leap the year. We never do nothing. We just go with the flow. And every 4 years, an extra day would be added. Because remember, it's 365. It really is. When you understand how the heavens work, it is kind of mystic to explain, but it is really 365 and a quarter days. It's no lie. But if you don't do nothing about it, every 4 years, you're going to have an extra day. So it's like we here in the Western world do nothing about it. The whole thing will crash and mash up. We change the time and so. daylight saving times, you could see we really mix up. Change the clock backwards, just take an hour out. Wow. What kind of life is that? You just take an hour out? Wow. You're not easy. You take an hour out of my life. Oh, we're going to give you back in October. Anyway, but hear this. No, listen. So what happens now? If you notice, so there's a drift of one solar day every 4 years. You understand? So if you take 4 and you multiply that by 365, that gives you 1,460 years. Follow this now. Let me explain it again. There is a drift because the Egyptian year has 365 days, not 365 and a quarter. All right. And because of such, at the end of 4 years, we would have drifted a whole day. Right. So I'm saying now, 4 times 365, which are the days times the year, or the years times the days, 365 times 4, will give you 1,460. So what does that mean? All right. What happens here is that the new year in the 27th century BC, the new year began on the summer solstice. We have done so many programs on the summer solstice and winter solstice, so I know most of you have an idea of what I'm talking about. So the new year began on the summer solstice. Please follow me good. So what happens now is that 700 years after, in the 20th century, that is the same time that the buildings of the Karnak monuments began. On the new year would fall on the winter solstice. I'm going to say this one more time. In 2700 years, or the 27th century BCE, I'm talking about the time specifically here, 27th BCE, 27th century BCE. The sun itself, the solar year. Remember, there's a difference. I really want you to catch this, Max, because it's very, very, very important. The new year would begin on the summer solstice. The summer solstice is in June. All right. 700 years approximately, specifically 730 years after that, the new year would begin on the winter solstice, which is in December. How that happened? See, our days don't do that, but that was a regular thing in Kemet. Every 4 years, everything would have changed a day. This deep, eh? So that means in 100, or I should say in 1,460 years, the new year would arise again in June on the summer solstice. I'm going to explain one more time why this happens. This happens because in Kemet, there are 3 seasons. Each season has 120 days each. And there's a 5 extra day added to make 365 days. But we do not take into account the quarter days. So every 4 years, our calendar drifts, as they say, 1 day. So the new year is the next day every 4 years. It's a mystic science. So in 730 years, the new year, which was at the summer solstice, has moved 6 months down the line to the winter solstice. which means in another 730 days or years, the new year will return back to the summer solstice, which is in June. So it's a cycle that continues. Now again, this is the Abu symbol. This is where you see the alignment that takes place every 21st, 22nd of February, and the same time, 20th and 22nd of October. This is in Abu Simbel Temple. Now again, this highlight is very mystic because this is happening at a mystic time. Remember, we just said Paret. See it here, Paret. Paret begins in this time on the 22nd day of October. Just follow me, family, please. Paret begins on the 22nd day of October. Shemu begins on the 20th day of February. This is during the time of the building of Abu Simbel of the time of Ramesu II. Now remember, the Paret and the Shemu changes. It goes down the line. But every 22nd of February and every 22nd of October, this happens every 22nd. But during the time of Ramesses, it was the time of the Shamu and the time of the Paret. This means that Ramesses, according to the dates, he came to the throne exactly 1,460 years after the calendar began. Remember that because the calendar does not take into account the quarter days, it will have a cycle where every 4 years, like how we leap a day, every 4 years, it gets an extra day shift. And it will take it 100, I keep saying 100, 1,460 years. 1,460 years to come a perfect cycle around. From the time they started that calendar to the time Ramesses II came to the throne is 100, I keep saying 100, is 1,460 years. So in other words, Ramesu II became king and started his rule exactly one full cycle of the Kemetic calendar. So when he became king of Egypt, the new year was the summer solstice. When the calendar began, the new year was the summer solstice. So the new year was never the summer solstice for a whole 1,460 years. And the new year returned to the summer solstice again when Ramesu II was king. Now I know it may have been a little lengthy to make a point, but this is a show and tell, you know. This is a class you're in here. This is a university style presentation. We're not doing this to entertain you and to try to, oh, let's hurry up and you have something to do. Press pause, man. This is an encyclopedia type of expression we're giving here. This is serious mathematics too, obviously. This is archaeoastronomy that we're laying on the table. This is some serious maths and some serious alignments, things we need to understand, things we need to know, so you wouldn't be watching the Discovery Channel and this channel and that channel and people telling you all sorts of lies about your great African ancestors and making you believe what they say and say that they were heretic and say that they were this and say that they were that when nothing goes up. Yeah, so yeah, as I said, it might sound as if Well, you know, it's a long way to make the point, but the point got to be clear. So again, we're talking about the great Ramesu here. So that obviously means that all of whoever came to the throne, all of the activities that happened in that 1,460-year period, you know, it did not align until the time of Ramesses. So it is prophetic. And the type of leader that he was, do you know when he passed on, you know, he left Kemet in peace, you know, in stability and in wealth. And that's why he's highlighted so much. So what we have here now, again, man, you're gonna go deeper, man. Just hold on with your brother here. Again, this hierophany that's taking place. You have 4 individuals here. You have, so even this, this is happening during the time of the Parrot season and the Shemu season. Remember, you know, the Shemu and the Parrot and the other season will move every day. Every 4 years, it moves an extra day. And so it will go all the way down the line. So obviously during the time of Ramesses, he ruled for a long time. So you could imagine during his reign, everything, the clock was coming into alignment. So I could imagine when everything hit the perfect alignment for that 4-year period, it was a period of celebration. Yes, you could consider Ramesu the king of the solar return. Ramesses II is the king of the solar return. That's why I'm saying, you know, you have to understand the maths. It's high maths, I'm telling you. So what is happening here now? The hierophany taking place. All right, give me 1 minute there, family. Give thanks. You know, I know I was just going to explain what is happening there, but let me tell you what is happening here. You're just getting an excerpt, really, just a clip from the 3rd part of that massive 3-part series that we did. Some of you would have observed that 3-part series. I'm talking about the living gods of Kemet. I'm not ashamed to say, you know, one of my more favorite online lecture production. And in fact, as I said, it was 3 parts. Remember, we touched upon Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. Semenkhare was part 2. And that was just a snippet of part 3, you know, talking about Ramesu, you know, the great Ramesu, or Ramesses, as some call him, the 2nd. Some of you I know definitely getting comfortable. But I wanted to share that whole aspect as it relates to the Kemetic New Year. Because ones have been asking, when does the Kemetic New Year begin? So I decided to just take a snippet out of that documentary that we did and present it so you get a, you know, better idea. But of course, if you are in search of such knowledge and such information, as I said, that was the 3rd part. Listen to me good. That was the 3rd part of a 3-part online lecture series that we did about 7 or 8 months ago, I believe. I'm talking about the living gods of Kemet. So it's a 3-part series. You have part 1, part 2, and part 3, and the 3 of them actually come together. So that was the 3rd part. In fact, you could just visit our website, which is priestIsaacInstitute.com. priestIsaacInstitute.com, but as always, the link is in the description below. And of course, it carries you straight to the area known as shop. When you press the button for shop, you see all our different products, services, etc. Our books, our DVD documentaries, our documentaries in general, and of course, our online lectures, which are a bit different than our documentaries. The online lectures are different than, you know, the Night of the Black Tiger, you know, the Master of Ceremonies. And of course, if you haven't received a copy of the Night of the Black Tiger, I must say, I don't know what you're doing. But for sure, you should check out Ramesu and you get the fullness of that lecture that you are looking at there. And let me just remind you for sure that we are highlighting our international homeschool, the biology edition. Definitely those of you who may be hearing this for the first time, because I know many ones are a part of the international homeschool as it relates to astronomy and African history and heritage. But of course, we have recently launched the biology aspect of the international homeschool program, so it is available for you. Just contact us, get your young ones enrolled right away. Trust me, they will be getting the courses from the beginning, so you have nothing at all to worry about. Just email us again, preciseinstitute@gmail.com, and of course, again, all the information is in the description. The PayPal information is in the description. The Cash App information is in the description as well. And of course, you know, when you visit us on the Tiger's Nest, which is every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, I'm talking about on Radio Anu, we will definitely give you more information. All right, listen, I have a little surprise for you. I'm going to give you a little more of that video that you were watching there a moment ago. A little more. I know those who don't like advertisements may have already been gone, but well, they lose out of that one. Not unless they have gone to purchase the full documentary. I'm talking about The Living Gods of Kemet. All 3 parts definitely available for you at a very wonderful and I would dare say attractive price. Blessed love until Rastafari. During the season of Peret and Shemu, October and February, this is Ramesu here in the middle. This is Ra Harokote, which is the same Ra. And this is Amun. And here you have Ptah. Now, interestingly, when the light comes in here, when it's Peret or Shem, the 20th, 21st, 22nd of February, the same thing with October. When the light comes in here, it does not touch Ptah. It will touch Amun and Ramesu and kind of graze Raharakate, and then eventually as the days go by, it engulfs the 3 of these gods. But it doesn't touch Ptah. So what's the Egyptologist's assessment of why it doesn't touch Ptah? Well, Ptah is the god of the underworld. So this is why he needs not to be seen. All right, interesting. I wouldn't argue with him being the god of the underworld at all. All right, fair enough. But what about Ramesses now? Is he a god? Because he definitely has some strong accolades thus far. So is he a god? Because he has himself between 2 gods. He has himself between the god Amun, and he has himself between Ra, which is Ra and Horus and Ra Harakate and Sokar. Let me just tell the family they are all the same being in different principles or different formations. I will show you that in a moment. But what I'm saying is that this is a king. Remember, Amun is not a king. Ra or Ra Herakote is not a king. You can't say, well, you know, Ra Herakote ruled from this date to that date. No, he's a god. You have a god story. You know what I mean? He was born from the moisture of the air and them kind of talking there. So he different. The same thing with Amun. Even Ptah. These are gods. None of these people here are people. You check it. They're gods. They're principles. They don't even really exist as such. Right. Ramesses is a person. That's Seti youth, man. We don't tell you when he was born and how old he lived too. Aman don't have no age. He'll tell you his age is, you know what I mean, times upon times and millions of times. See? So that's he on a different level. But what's his name? Ramesu lived for 91 years. Good. So Ramesu is a person. So he's different than these 3. He's a person. These are gods. but he's seated amongst the gods. So obviously you're getting the impression that he is amongst the gods. Yes, right. But I'm saying that it's more than that. This hierophany is telling you exactly which God he is.
Heritage Month Fridays. Our roots, our stories, our traditions, from Africa to the Caribbean. Before we came, the slave trade, colonization, and why reparations are so important for shaping our future. It's our time tonight as we celebrate our roots, our stories, our traditions. From Africa to the Caribbean, we're going to take you tonight back to the African continent. We're starting there to lay the foundation on where we came from. We'll touch on our kings, our queens, the land of abundance, which has attracted many superpowers seeking the physical, mental, and spiritual strength of a very, very resilient people. We are very resilient people. This melanin that we have is something else. The original DNA strand. Science has proven this, of which all humanity flows to help explore our roots, is Priest Isaac, a well-known educator, explorer of all things important. His energy is always off the chart, and he's actually living his African truth, born though and raised in Antigua. Welcome, Priest Isaac.
Yes, my sister, blessed love.
It's great to have you in our company today. The ancient African proverb says, "He who raises teaches," and I think that sums you up very well.
I appreciate that. Well, let me just say blessed love to, of course, the audience and yourself, and happy African History Month.
Absolutely.
It's an honor to be a part of this program, and to even be, a part of the first one, I think, of a series that you have. And I hope that whatever I could impart, being with you tonight, will be nourishing to the audience.
So you notice we changed the name, because usually it comes out of Black History Month from America. But we decided that, it's about us too. What was our heritage? How did we get here? And what happened before we got here? There was a whole continent before we got here.
Yes.
So we want to explore who our kings and our queens were, first and foremost, our kingdoms. I mean, Mali comes to mind right away. But there were several very powerful kingdoms in Africa. So take me on that journey.
Right. Okay, well, of course, we are looking at our audience as well. And as you say, as an educator, one thing I come to realize that sometimes when you're speaking, you may be speaking to the professors, you may be speaking to the scholars, and at the same time, you may be speaking to those who are just learning to speak.
Yes.
And at the same time, in one breath, you are hoping that they all can understand everything that you say. So it sometimes is a bit tedious. So we, at the same time, although we are coming with the facts and the knowledge and the information, sometimes we have to handle it with surgical gloves too. And what I would like to highlight maybe to the family is that, interestingly, Ethiopia stands out first and foremost. And you would notice that if we take, for example, the Bible, the first country that is mentioned in the Bible that's a recognized country today is the country of Ethiopia. It speaks about this great river that encompassed the whole land of Ethiopia. The Bible refers to the river as the Gihon. Now, of course, we know, although that's a scripture, we know that geographically, we're talking about Northeast Africa, and we're talking about the River Nile. Now, the reason why I highlighted that Ethiopia, was the first country mentioned in the Bible, in the Genesis, that is the genealogist of Isis, really, that's what it is to show the family that Ethiopia is the beginning of culture. It is the beginning of civilization in general. It is the beginning of language. It is in the beginning of script. I mean, so this is why when you go into the whole aspect of anthropology, you know, the oldest fossils of human beings are in Ethiopia. For example, the Ignish, who they refer to as Lucy, 3.2 million years old. You have older than that, you have Kadanumu, which is 5.7 years old, and these are fossils of those, the stage before, you know, the Homo sapiens as we know of today. But the point is now, when you search for the origin of mankind, I just showed you in the Bible, we're talking of the Garden of Eden and thereabouts, Ethiopia. When we go into the raw science, that is not necessarily connected to theology, but science itself, we still return back to Ethiopia. I mentioned that river, the River Nile, which of course, when you study astronomy, I don't know if you know also, you know, I am officially certified now in the field of archaeoastronomy. I love it. I got my certification. It's about a year now from the Politecnico di Milano in Italy. You know, I did a very rigorous course, but you know, but that's another story. But the point
that's all part of the story,
yes,
because that's part of our spiritual journey. I mean, we call it something else over here, but we have to remember that our ancestors were very much a part of air,
heavens, yeah,
sky, earth, the elements.
Yes.
They were very elemental.
Yes. And that is where I was going, because the Milky Way that we see in the evening, which is really the galaxy that we're in, the galaxy that we are in is the Milky Way galaxy. And it would appear like a flat disk. But from where you are or where we are from the planet, when we look out on a very dark night, you get this impression as if there's this cloud running across the heavens. It got to be a dark night though, when you see all of those stars and you see this mist like a cloud going across the heavens. That's the Milky Way from our vantage point. Right. You know, now what scientists has proven, this is not no, what they call it, fake news and what's the other stuff. This is not no conspiracy, nothing.
Alternate
and all of that. This is straight from NASA. Okay. The path that the Milky Way appears to take, because it's all apparent stuff, eh? That's one thing when you're dealing with astronomy, it's a lot of apparent. The sun appears to rise and it appears to set, but we know it's not rising and setting. It's the revolution and the earth revolving. So the River Nile now, the path that the River Nile takes in Africa is the same path that the River Nile, the Milky Way, pardon me, in the heavens appears to take. Again,
it's an unusual river because it flows up, not down.
Exactly.
From the equator.
From south to north.
Yes.
Right. And because, well, if you're going to deal with what you call topography and all of that, it's really coming out of the hills, you know, going down north.
Right.
You know, I know on the map we have north is up, and yes, but that's another story again too.
All by itself.
All by itself. So really, I'm just showing you how connected we are, how Africa, or the River Nile, because the River Nile is the source of knowledge, commerce. You were speaking about, you know, our wealth. You got to mention the River Nile. Once you're speaking of the wealth of Africa, the River Nile has to come in, not just because of the minerals, but the history of the River Nile.
And in context, when you talk about Asia and the Silk Road,
exactly,
that was our original Silk Road before the Asian Silk Road.
And then again, you know, you see, that's another thing too. In my study of history, I come not to separate our African heritage from a lot of these things. For example, the Silk Road, because when you take time into consideration, okay, let me just show you. For example, we would say Kung Fu and Karate is something that you would give to the Orientals. Fair enough, but the person that taught the Chinese the art of Shaolin Kung Fu is a black man by the name of Bodhidharma. Now here it is. He was from India. So you may jump up and say, oh, well, then he was an Indian. But yes, but at that time, India was referred to as Eastern Ethiopia. This is not dream or something I thought about. We have our scholars like Dr. Ivan van Sertima, Brother Ronoko Rashidi, who recently passed on, I'm sure you would have heard. And these are people that really, in that aspect of the work, has really, done extensive work and research. I don't think there's anyone that has traveled as extensively as Dr. Ronoko Rashidi to the Oriental world to uncover the African presence in Thailand, in India, in China, in Japan, etc. So the point I'm making is that when you go to Mount Song in China, in the Shaolin Temple, you see the pictures of the ancient monks sparring, and some of them are very pale skin, with no disrespect, of course, and some of them are very dark. You understand? Meaning that, that the African presence was there. When we come to the Shang-Li dynasty, which is the first dynasty of China, that is an African dynasty. You understand? So again, we have to look into anthropology. And when you go into anthropology, it gets very tricky for some people because it speaks about how the different so-called races, some people don't like the term, I'm just using it for conversation's sake, how the different races or different peoples filtrate from the original African specimen. You mentioned that in your introduction.
Yes. So let's talk about the
I'm not going too fast,
infiltration, because the interest is, how did from Ethiopia all these other kingdoms get formed? Because we had huge libraries.
Yes.
The Moors. We had huge libraries. Mali. We had the original guitar is made. When you go to Senegal, you see it. It's a piece of goat skin over like a huge calabash with the gut strings. Where did all of these things come about? How did we as African people travel throughout the continent to make all of these countries that now encompass this continent, this vast continent, by the way?
I like how you say that too, because even from Senegal, from Ethiopia, you have the string instrument. I think it's called the car, and it's very similar. But if you study the Akan culture, that is in West Africa, in Ghana. I know you have traveled in Africa. I don't know if I should say extensively, but I know you
not extensively, just West, Senegal and the Gambia.
All right. The Akan people, which are not only exclusive to the place we call Ghana today, because the Ghana Empire was even way beyond the Gold Coast.
Right.
But the Akan culture teaches that their origin was from Egypt, from Kemet, and they use a lot of the different words and show the similarity, because you do find that. And that's another thing when you study the etymology and these different things, the study of words, you see the connection with a lot of the different languages, again, that have sprung off of the original language. And this will go to your question too, Let us look at it from the language point of view. The most ancient language that we know is the Medu-Neter. Yes, I mean, it's not Hebrew, no offense to, the religious body. It's not, because Hebrew naturally, I mean, outside of belief, one may say, hey, God spoke to Moses in Hebrew. I'm not denying all of that. But if we go now and we do it on a scientific level, you see the script where Hebrew came from. If you look at Amharic, Aramic, and Amharic, these are all and Arabic as well. These are different languages, but if you notice, they sound the same. Most of them come from a similar script. The Syriac script, you have the Phoenician script, you have the Coptic script, but of course they all came from the ancient Medu-Neter, which is what people call hieroglyphs today. That is the first writing. So when you study hieroglyphs and you understand the pronunciation of words, then you will notice that many other African countries, even in their language, carries a lot of words similar to that which is coming from the hieroglyphs. And then, for example, Arabic that the Arabs speak comes from the Kara script, which is from a Bantu language, which is from the central area of Africa called the Congo. So you see, the African presence in many civilizations is definitely there, something that you cannot deny. So again, from ancient Ethiopia, and then it did not start in Kemet too, you know. Kemet, by the way, for the audience, is the area that we call Egypt today.
Right.
Kemet is a more ancient name. Egypt is the name given to it by the Greeks. Alexander the Great, he's called. Another story again. But anyway, he came in and he changed the name from ancient Kemet to Egypt, basically. But the same Egypt, as we call it today, if you notice, this is a place where you have all the great pyramids and the so-called Sphinx, which is a next Greek word that means the monster. The real name for it is Her-em-Aket, which means Horus of the horizon. You know, these ancient monuments have stood the test of time. The Great Pyramid was amongst the original 7 wonders of the world. And the other 6 wonders of the world, people wondering what has become of them. They've, you know, crumbled, rubble. The Great Pyramid is still there, and it's older than those original first 7 wonders. And now they made another 7 wonder, of which the Great Pyramid is in that 7 wonder too. And I think some of those are deteriorating as well. And the Great Pyramid is still there for over 10,000 years.
And it's interesting you should talk about the pyramids because they seem to appear in other spaces.
Yes, yes. But the exactly. Peru,
Mexico, wherever the Dagons were, certain tribes, and
Yes,
so
yes.
they seem to find that shape in different parts of Africa.
But then again, now what you have done there to your original question of how from Ethiopia we spread out to Africa, you've carried us across the world now, because there's evidence again that of the African presidents definitely in the West before Mr. Christopher Colon, also known as Christopher Columbus. These fellas change their name fast, they know what they're up to. But you have the Olmec head structures. I'm not sure if you ever would have seen these.
Huge, giant,
right,
yes.
this huge giant head, big Marcus Garvey looking face.
Yes.
And you know, made from basalt volcanic rock. Some people not sure where they came from. It's obviously where they came from as a people. And again, even with the tradition of the Mayans and the Aztecs, for example, when you look at their artwork, again, you see the presence of the Africans again. That's why in the United States, you know, there's this group that is advocating, of black people like me and you, who say that they are the original Cherokee and Hopi and these different things, and they have their stats and their family tree, and that's their argument. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but it's an interesting argument. But the point is, it shows that our presence have been all over the world. Again, starting from the ancient Ethiopia. That's a very important argument too that we must bring to the forefront. The oldest known city would be either Taraseti or the Kingdom of Niam. The Kingdom of Niam. It's like always a Niam, like you want Niam something.
Yeah.
You're right. There's an ancient African kingdom called the Kingdom of Niam. And that's interesting with language, because even the dialect that we speak, there are a lot of African countries' terms, you know, that you see it wrapped up in our dialect. Niam is the name of God in the Akan culture, Niam. And of course, and Niam, again, is the ancient kingdom of Kush. That area of Kush is the Kingdom of Niam. And it is from there civilization really flowed out. It came to its climax in Kemet or Egypt, and then it started to spread all across, yes, Africa, but I would also say the world. So that's why when you read our social studies books in the schools today, they tell you that civilization started in Sumer, which is not really true. But Sumer is also what you call an extension or an offshoot of the ancient Kemetic civilization, Indus Valley, going into Europe, etc., etc.
And we're gonna stick a pin right there, because would you believe that we have already covered 15 minutes? We'll be right back. We want to give thanks for you staying with us wherever you are, on Facebook, our website, or television, giving thanks to our partners, Pink Mongoose.
Basically the same thing which Benedict the Moor was doing. So Benedict the Moor is also another saint within the Catholic Church, within Christian community in general, and it's obvious that he is an African. And then now as African can get, another mighty saint that stands out, this one specifically from Uganda, known as Charles Lwanga. And this is a mighty saint. He's said to be one of the 22 Ugandan martyrs who they say converted specifically. And they have portraits of him going up to heaven with Christ. And that is Charles Lwanga, considered a saint. And it says that it was Pope Paul VI that canonized him and his companion in 1964 on the 22nd of June. It is said that he was murdered because he didn't accept homosexuality from one of the rulers there in Uganda. Can you imagine that? So that's another mighty saint. We give thanks for sure. And you can see African to the bone. And all of these saints are within the Roman Catholic tradition, within the Roman Church. So again, this is why I'm showing you all of these things. I'm showing you where the Africans would have, fit in all these ancient traditions and exactly how they would have established themselves and assisted in building other nations and giving other nations life and rhythm and salvation in general and ethics and morality. That's what we do. Here you have Queen Charlotte. This is the Queen of England, a Black woman, Queen Charlotte Sophia. Again, this is another individual that they would not really be quick to tell you about, but for sure, when you hear about Black Queens of England, you definitely will know that you must highlight the beautiful Queen Charlotte. And then now, this individual you have here is an individual known as John Blanc. John Blanc is considered to be the main trumpeter of the King of England, Henry VIII. So the main trumpeter of Henry VIII was a Black man known as John Blanc. And you see him here blowing, da, 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 da. There's several portraits, and obviously you can see there's a difference between him, even the way that he's moving with his hair wrap and everything, and the other fellas there looking like the jacks on the card game. But you can see for sure that he's a Black man, an African man, and as I said, that's in the Tudor kingdom of England, if I'm not mistaken, Henry VIII, and he is the main trumpeter of Henry VIII. All right. So again, even as it relates to biblical literature, I think we all know by now, if you were to just go and Google oldest Bible in the world, although people will debate that it's this Bible or which Bible is the oldest Bible written in Hebrew and which Bible is the oldest Bible written in Latin and which is the oldest version of the Old Testament. People will argue all day long, but for sure, Ethiopia always comes up. Ethiopia for sure have some of the oldest manuscripts, not just one Bible, Ethiopia has some of the oldest manuscripts as it relates to biblical literature. When you say Ethiopia has the oldest Bible, you need to keep this in mind. Other places that claim they have maybe the oldest Bible or maybe the oldest version of the New Testament or something of the sort. It's one book. It's a Bible they have maybe in a museum, and they will bring you in the museum and say, look, this is the oldest Bible written in Hebrew. Look, this is the oldest scroll. But when we say Ethiopia has the oldest Bible, it's not one Bible, In fact, I am sure nobody has ever seen the oldest Bible in Ethiopia. This is what I'm saying. So it's not a Bible somewhere in Ethiopia that is well preserved. That's the oldest Bible in the world. Ethiopia in general have the oldest religious writings. That's the point. Biblically speaking, that's the point. The oldest biblical religious writings are in Ethiopia. Not one, not two, but they're all over, some of which people never see. I'm telling you, that's what I'm trying to say. There's thousands of old books in Ethiopia that are older than any other books that are considered biblical texts anywhere. So in other words, when you go to Germany and they show you this Bible from Leipzig or the Leonard Graf Codex or whatever, it's a book preserved. Maybe God's a God in it too, because it's one of a kind. But in Ethiopia, I mean, it's just common. Every monastery have an old Bible. Some going 500 years ago. Some gone back 1,000 years ago. Some gone as far back as 1,500 years ago. And that is in Ethiopia. So the point is, Ethiopia in general, when it comes to religious literature, on the level of biblical understanding, not just Christianity, but all that come out of the biblical level, biblical understanding, they owe credit to Ethiopia for preserving it and obviously for being a foundation of it. That is why you find so many manuscripts in Ethiopia, the biblical manuscripts in color.
All right, give thanks, family, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Yes, I like that expression there, explaining that all over Ethiopia, man, you have the ancient Bible. It's not this one Bible. Ethiopia have the oldest version. If you go in this church, it's there under the glass ceiling. No, I like that. It's all over. You know, they don't even know which is the oldest Bible in Ethiopia. But we just know in Ethiopia, they just have a whole heap of old books directly dealing with, you know, that subject matter, you know, Old Testament, New Testament, etc. Very wonderful. But what you were just looking at there is really an excerpt from the lecture we did, the online presentation that we did entitled The Divine Black, where we were showing you Africa's presence in all civilizations internationally, you know, so you could definitely check that out. You could get the full copy of that by visiting our website. Of course, you know, the website is priestIsaacInstitute.com. That's priestIsaacInstitute.com. And of course, when you come on the website, you just go to the area marked shop. And when you check shop, you scroll down and you would see all the different items that we have there, from garments to, of course, our DVD documentaries, and of course, our books, our ebooks. And the Divine Black is one of the several online lecture presentation that we have. This webinar was done several months ago, but of course, fresh and brand new. Again, Africa's presence in all civilization. You come right to the website and you can make your purchase right there. Of course, if you have any concerns, you just email us, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com. And at the same time, remember, all of the information, the link to come right here, is in the description below. And of course, remember, you could get your chalices as well, coming from the straight from the Honorable Prophet Jah Daniel. So for sure, I'm talking about the Divine Black. In fact, I'm going to give you a piece more of the Divine Black before we seal up this. But of course, you could visit our website and get the full Divine Black. You don't know how it is. But don't forget, remember, the biology edition of the International Hope School is already in flow. You know, I'm talking about the International Hope School program that we do right here at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. And hear this, family. Remember, it is never too late to join the flow. So when you definitely enroll yourself or your young ones, you're going to start the program from the beginning. Every day, the program is definitely sent to you, and you'll see it in your inbox via the email. And of course, remember, don't forget the astronomy and the African history and heritage. Very economical, very inexpensive, and of course the knowledge and the inspiration and just the whole psychology of the young minds that developing and evolving to love their Afrocentricity is a wonder. Even when we are doing the biology, it's from an Afrocentric point of view. And keep in mind, that these subject areas are brought to you by those who are certified in the fields of the specific subject area. So all is well. And of course, it's something that your young ones will definitely full joy and love. So you know what to do. Just email us. And remember, you could get a sneak preview. You could actually get a free viewing of our classes so you could see and have a good idea of exactly what your young ones will be getting as it relates to the International Homeschool Program. Keep in mind, that the International Homeschool is a supplementary program, not necessarily a program to substitute whatever program it is in your vicinity. As I said, let me just give you a bit more of the divine black before we seal up this. Give thanks for your presence. Until blessed love.
This is Byzantine Rome, and this is under the rule of Justinian II, and this is around 711 AD, and this is a coin that was minted during that time. That shows you Justinian. I think it is him and his son on one side, and on the other side you have a portrait of the Christ, the Yahushua, what people call Jesus Christ. But it is super obvious. It is over obvious that the Christ has a different look than Justinian. Now, I know Justinian is a European. And let me explain this, family, so you could understand where we are going really with this. This is like 600 to 700 AD, yeah? So we're talking about what, 1700 years ago or so? All right, or more? No, not that much. No, not that much. About 1300 years ago. So we're talking about 1300 years ago. All right, good. And we're seeing a portrayal of Christ. So the thing is now, many of us, we tend to believe that this thing about Christ being black is some new fad, something that just came into fashion yesterday. But the point I'm making is that before Christ was white, Christ was black. Even if you believe it's just a religion and they made up the story, whether they made up the story or not, what about Zeus? Zeus is a make-up story, but before Zeus was white, Zeus was black. So I'm showing you before, to use the term Jesus, before Jesus was white, if this is supposed to be Jesus, doesn't look like him to me, but anyway, Jesus was black. So this Christ figure, look at his hair. You can see the hair is different specifically than the hair of Mr. Justinian there. You understand? And then now, when you go into the different catacombs, you have different, the different frescoes. Here you see the fresco of the young Christ. Above him, all of this is in the catacombs of Rome. Above him, you have the rainbow, the red and the gold and the green, and the young Christ figure with his disciples. These brothers have fros and afros. These are black Africans. And again, these are seen in the catacombs of Rome. All right, during the Roman Empire. So Sumer, as we know it, being a black kingdom, definitely is the child of Ethiopia. And many people credit Sumer for bringing astronomy to the world. So although we could show older artifacts again from Kemet itself, beyond Sumer, but at the same time, even if that was so, it is still a black nation because Sumer, again, is the direct child of Kush. All right. So now, when we come out of the African scope now, because that is Africa, even Sumer itself, you could argue that we're still in the realms of the African nation. But then let's go beyond that. Let's go to Greece, which many consider the foundation of European civilization. Now, let me repeat again. The reason why Greece could be the foundation of European civilization is because the Greek people came and sat at the feet of the ancient people of Kemet. They came and sat at the feet of the builders of the pyramids. They came and sat at the feet of the builders of the temples. And they read the scrolls, and they learned the language, and they understood the mathematics, and they learned about algebra and all these different things, the sciences, the chemistry. That's why it's called Kemet, or that is why it's called chemistry, because it comes from Kemet, and physics and even biology. They learned all of this. And this is why they could go and build a civilization that is renowned now, that the whole world admires, ancient Greece, you know, to the point that it is the standard of education, you know, in our modern day time. Yeah, all right. So when you look now, for example, at the gods of Greece, you have Zeus. Now this is Zeus here. And as you can see, Zeus is as black as they can get. This is the Greek god Zeus. You hear about the clash of the Titans. This is the Greek god Zeus. And people would argue that, well, you know, the color black in some of these statues, sometimes it has to do with the material it was made from, or sometimes the painting is very symbolic. And some people even go as far as to say, well, the painting is old and, you know, it's a bit dirty. That's why it's black. Even some would tell you, well, you see, they've been lighting candles under that painting for centuries. So the soot from the candle has darkened the color of the skin of the Virgin Mary. That's why she's black there. Yeah, but her eyes are still white, you know. But I mean, the point is that you could even look at this vase here, and you can see there's three people and an animal in the picture. One of the persons, he's very black. The other two, they're not black. So there's a clear distinction here between him and them. And as I said, that is Zeus. Then you have other gods. This is Achilles. He's just as black as Zeus, black like midnight. So the point is that even when you go to Greece, ancient Greece, in the origin now of their civilization, we're talking about their gods. Those, whether they created the gods or whatever the case is, but they portray them as being black and very black. Even cases where you see the gods with locks. So that is just to show you we're dealing with Africans here. So when they went back to Greece and they started to revere the heavenly hosts, they made sure they portrayed them in the way that they saw them in ancient Kemet. All right. You can look at the vases of ancient Greece, some ancient vase in Greece, and you could see again some of the warriors. I think these are Trojan warriors, you could see how they're portrayed here. Also, this is another vase as well. You could see again, it's not no confusion with the color. They're black and they're white. All right, once more, you can see. But the main point here that we are highlighting to you, family, is that in ancient Greece, which is considered to be basically the forerunner of European civilization, you can see the obvious presence of black people. I mean, most of us, if we don't even take the time to look into this, we would believe that there were no black people at all in Europe until they came and got us out of Africa. That's the impression that we would have, not knowing that not only we were there, but we are the foundation of it. Even in the same Iraq and Jordan and Syria, these places of the world, the Arab world, you still have us there, but it's not something that is celebrated because we are all over, because we are the foundation of these people. Then now you have here a Greek man in Anatolia, and this is like 200 BCE. We're looking at a statue of a black man with his locks, talking about 200 BCE, and this is in Greece again. Greece we're talking about, before Christ. So before Christ, in Greece, there's obviously a reasonable black population of notoriety that you could speak about. Then, of course, you have Greek vessel in the form of a youth licking his lips, and this is now from 400 BCE. So we've gone 400 years before Christ, and we're talking about the obvious presence of black people in Greece. He's obviously black. You can even look at the nose structure, and we're talking 400 years before Christ. You have another statue here, obviously African type, phenotype for sure, another Greek rendition, and this one extremely black. And again, you know for sure, because again, people may say, oh, the black is symbolic. Some people go as far as to say, well, they paint the male black and they paint the women white, because this is what they're observing. This is what they think they see. Okay, so they paint this one black. Some people argue this is a female. But even if it's a female or a male, you can clearly see it's a black person. Watch the lips. So this is not a white person that they just paint black for symbolic reason. Look at the hair. The Greeks clearly understood, without any shadow of a doubt, the importance of the Africans in their civilization. That's exactly what it is. You know, again, from these ancient Greek portraits, you could see that there are obviously different shades of people in the civilization. But what we're highlighting again, that if it was left to them alone, you would believe that black people had nothing at all to do with the foundation of Europe. That is my point. All right. Now, specifically, we are actually going a bit now to Rome.
All right, blessed love family. I'm just going to come in right there and give thanks for your presence with us. I was just sharing it with you, a bit of the mighty online lecture that we did. Some of you were present for that webinar. It was the Divine Black. That is just an excerpt from the Divine Black, very wonderful lecture presentation that we gave a few months ago. And of course, the full presentation is available. All an individual has to do is visit our website. Of course, you know the website, priestisaacinstitute.com. That's priestisaacinstitute.com. The link, of course, will be in the description below this video. And when you visit the website, you just go to the area that is marked shop. And when you come to shop, you scroll down and you will see different items that we have, and also our books, our online lectures. We have several books and online lectures, plus video documentations that we have here, just a lot of information. And you come right to the Divine Black. Here it is. That's the Divine Black. That is the lecture that you were just observing a moment ago. And of course, it's a full online lecture presentation. You just make your purchase right here. So just visit the website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and you would get more information on that and exactly how you could see the rest of that. In fact, I'm going to give you a touch more of the Divine Black before we seal up this. But remember, family, the International Homeschool Biology Edition is definitely ongoing. Remember, when you contact me, it's not about enrolling and joining, like in process. And no, you start from the beginning, so you don't have to worry. So when you contact me today, yourself or your child or children, one package goes for a household. You don't have to worry how many children you have. And for sure, as I said, you will start the biology edition from the beginning. And definitely, remember, you could always ask for a sneak preview of our homeschool programs, so you can see for yourself exactly what is taking place. So contact us, of course, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Let us know that you are very interested in the International Homeschool Biology Edition. And of course, remember, we are still doing the Astronomy and the African Heritage and History Edition. So I'm telling you, family, now is the time for you to contact us. Remember, these courses are very inexpensive, and of course, not only professionals, certified professionals who are bringing these specific subject areas to yourself and your young ones. So give thanks, and of course, it's very fun and very upful and very educational. The children will learn so much. So you know what to do. Just contact us, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. All right, family, give thanks for your presence with us, and give thanks for the life giver. And of course, I will just leave you with a bit more of the Divine Black, that online lecture that we did. Until blessed.
In this civilization that also stand out, because of course, they're not going to tell you about the Black emperors of Rome. No, they would never tell you about the Black kings of Britain. Yes, they had Black kings of Britain. They'll never tell you anything about the Black popes of Rome. You sure they have Black popes of Rome? Don't be telling us any lies now. Yeah. This one is Septimius Severus, pardon me. Severus, pardon me. You know how it is with the language, Severus. But anyway, he was specifically a Roman emperor from 193 to 211. And here it is, he was born in Libya, in present day Al-Qum. This is obviously Northeast Africa. Check him good. And you could see, obviously, he's a slightly different complexion from his wives. So this is Emperor Severus. And he specifically, without a doubt, you could just look at him and see that he is of African stock. And he is the emperor. I repeat, the emperor of Rome. So again, if it was up to, just history in general, you would never know this at all. They would purposely keep this from you. And then now we come down to the popes of Rome. We have 3 major popes of Rome. So the point is now that when you hear them talking about, well, we might have the first African Pope of Rome. Yeah, every time the Pope changes, you hear them talk about that, at least since I've been checking the changes of the Pope.
But let me just introduce my guest here. He has been in the studio with us now for some time. And he is no stranger to the airways of Voice of the People and Observer Radio in particular. He is a brother that have contributed significantly to the national development of Antigua and Barbuda in many spheres, including the environment, including education and cultural and historical development in Antigua. I speak to you about none other than the man, Priest Isaac, Honorable. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Voice of the People.
Yes,
good afternoon. Good afternoon, my brother.
And my brother, I'm humbled by that introduction there.
And my cousin, too, by the way.
Yes, Hampton all the way. And
yeah, we're cousins.
Yes, give thanks, family. It's nothing like being ringside here, I'm telling you. But it's an honor again to sit and, sup with the brothers. And of course, we're talking about African History Month essay competition. So I don't know if you want me to gear up or
let me just tell the people so they know. Every year now for several years, how many years in total?
This is going to be the 9th.
The 9th year. Priest Isaac and his organization have come to the table to edify the minds of young people of Antigua and Barbuda, steering them back to our African ancestry and causing them to think critically about where we are from and the importance and significance of those ancestral heritage points. Again, he has come to the table. Even throughout the COVID, when things are hard, he didn't decide that, well, you know, I'm going to take a break because it's hard to get prize money and it's hard to get gifts and so on. He pressed forward to continue with the development. And so today we're going to talk about it again. We're going to talk about the history of this brilliant effort, this effort that I think should be a national effort, really, in every school, in every house, in every family. And he's going to recount what has happened in the past, maybe mention some of the young people who have benefited from this endeavor, and then speak specifically about the topic, launching of the topic for this year, as well as how the procedures would work and potential gifts that will be received by the participant. Laid out to me, brother.
Yes, my good brother, and again, blessed love to the full family. I know, you know, it's all about family right here. Of course, Observer Radio and everyone that is in tune internationally. Well, what I'm going to do, my brother, as you know, we're not into the month of February yet, and that is really when the actual essay itself, the competition aspect of it, will be launched. But we have officially launched the, you know, preparation part of it, where we are allocating the gifts and as you just mentioned, the prizes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to read the proposal letter, my brother. I have a proposal letter that I've prepared. And this is a letter that anyone could get from me. All they have to do is email me, or I will give my number and they could get it via the WhatsApp, whatever the case is. In fact, let me give that information first. To catch me via email, you could email me priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com. No apostrophe S's. Priest Isaac, ISAAC. People spell that wrong all the time. I never see it different nowhere else in the Bible or anything. But Priest Isaac Institute@gmail.com, or you could WhatsApp or call 728-8289. That's 728-8289. You can actually do that now specifically, and you definitely will be received. Let me just read the letter for you so one could get a good understanding, comprehension of what this is all about. So as I said, this is a general letter. Blessed love, we of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge / Rastafari Experience Antigua are happy to announce that we will be continuing our annual Priest Isaac's African History Month essay competition. Every year during African History Month, we host a competition at which time we invite the children of our nation, Antigua and Barbuda, to write an essay entitled, "What Does African History / Heritage Mean to Me?" The reason for this competition is to spark a lasting interest in the hearts of our youths for African history and heritage. The youths are divided into 3 groups: the seniors, the intermediates, and juniors. The ages range from 7 to 17. For each of the previous 8 years of this competition, we have provided prizes such as laptops, tablets, etc. These prizes are allocated through contributions from individuals and organizations of goodwill, such as you and yours. I must add that there has never been a year that your humble servant has not put my personal money into this project to make sure that it was successful. This year, 2022, will be a bit different. We will be conducting the usual national essay competition, but this year we are adding the international component for the first time. In other words, we are having a national essay competition, as we always do, and an international essay competition at the same time. All the components will be the same. The rules will be the same. The prizes for the international essay competition will mirror that of the national, all things considered. At this time, I am again asking for your assistance in 2022 to ensure that this year's essay competitions are successful. I have provided a budget coupled with the different levels of contributions that can be made. Remember, the national budget and the international budget are basically the same. All contributors and contributions will be, as always, published on our website, peaceisaacinstitute.com, all social media platforms, as well as on local media. We will be officially launching the competition on Sunday, the 16th of January. That was a week or so ago when I did a presentation on Radio Anu. And it says here to seal up, I am hopeful that by this time you will be in a position to let us know or let me know if you will be able to assist in this very important project. If not, we are still looking forward to your response. Thanks again in advance. And I have the budget here. I wouldn't really run through the budget as yet, but just giving an idea, for those who may be listening that, have no idea, maybe hearing this for the first time. Maybe, of course, they would have heard of it before, but to refresh them, because this is my baby. Ain't nobody out there thinking about this day and night like me. So sometimes if I don't come again, you don't even remember that's going on. Mm-hmm. So that's really where the idea came from, my brother. You see, for several years. Okay, you want to go ahead again?
Priest, I'm going to take the break here now, but when we come back, I want to just step back now that you have read what you're going to do and speak about why all this stuff is necessary and why it's important to you are reading. Folks, we are in studio today with the Honorable Priest Isaac, and he's talking about his annual essay competition, something that has impacted the community in the Department of Young People over the past 9 years now. And I was going to ask you before we went for the break, frame it for me now. Yes. Writing essays is a critical part of any education system. The ability specifically to put down on paper the thoughts that you have and share ideas. However, you are focusing essays on the Africanness of our people. I want you to explain why that is the focus of the essay, why we don't just make people write what they want about how they feel, and why do you focus on the Africanness of the people, and why do you seek to highlight that part of our education?
Give thanks again. So several years back now, at least a decade plus, I actually began that process of penning to paper letters to different education ministers, prime ministers, and directors of education. Whatever the spirit was, I just thought that it was necessary that we should have, African history somewhere in the schools, somewhere in the curriculum. I mean, as a person growing in consciousness, I could say I found consciousness in the very late 90s. So that would be like, as I say, about 10, 11 years ago, I was like, no, man, we have to do something about this. Not only in Antigua, even in my travels, Dominica, St. Lucia, I would have done that. Myself and Honorable Priest Kailash Leons, we actually put on a cooking competition, a vegan cooking competition in the schools of St. Lucia. So, I've been into this, different places, even across the Caribbean. So, here now, a few, times I would have approached, as I said, the Ministry of Education to put the African history aspect into the curriculum, because I thought that, as Marcus Messiah Garvey would have said, a people without knowledge of themselves is like a tree without a root. And I know we repeat this, I've heard this even on this program, but have we paused and stopped to see what's the importance of a tree without a root or not? The importance of the roots
We're going to say
of
have
the tree.
No tree, right?
Okay, because the roots is what takes the nutrients from the earth. The roots is what takes the nourishment, what the tree needs to grow and flourish and bring forth the fruit. So it's like a lamppost you have, when you cut off the root and leave the tree there, the leaves and everything will wither away, and it's good for nothing but maybe, holding up the light post, as I said. So that is where we are as a people, any people, not just black people, Marcus Garvey didn't say Africans or black people, he said a people. without knowledge of themselves. Can you imagine a caterpillar not knowing that it's a caterpillar because it kind of look like the worm? You know, so the things that caterpillars do, spread their wings and fly away as a beautiful butterfly, the things that caterpillars eat, you know, the green leafy vegetable to become a butterfly to sip the nectar. The worms don't do this kind of stuff. And it's no disrespect to the worm at all, you know. But the thing is, when the worm teaches you the worm philosophy, when the worm gives you the worm religion, oh my, even when the worm enslave you for years, and because you tend to look like the worm from the untrained eye's perspective, you just go along. That is why, Brother Paul, you know all too well, you know, when most of us were feeling the tingle and our wings were beginning to sprout, Mommy said, we don't want no wings in here, you know. Make sure you cut off them wings and come back in here with no wings, you know. But cut
you know the old lady.
I know the whole story. I know the story all too well.
Yeah.
So my old lady, I don't know you. I'm talking about my own story, but I hear you recount it, so I could
you can identify.
Right. You know, as you know, we have a similar bloodline, so the ideas are the same.
Yeah.
Right. So the point I'm making is that even as Rastafari, you know, as crude and rough around the edges as it would have appeared to many people, Rastafari really brought, you know, the renaissance of Afrocentricity to me, especially the Caribbean, if not the Western world, down to the eating, the idle eating, liberty. Remember, it was Rastafari that were kicked out of school because of the Afrocentricity that they were projecting. So I'm saying now, when I noticed that even your good sister, my good brother, Honorable Jackie Quinn, I know I could say this straightforward, she clearly told me that CXC would give it a hard fight to put African history into the schools. This is where the idea came to me now that, okay, if we cannot get this in the curriculum, maybe we can create an extracurricular activity around it, which is the African History Month essay competition. The reason why I chose African History Month, because you get all sorts of opposition to this, you know. People that you never knew were conscious just jump out of the woodworks. Oh, why you pick February? We're not into that American thing. I mean, I'm not into February, you know. This is my life, you know. I didn't dress up like this to come here, you know. This is how I live, you know. But because I noticed that a lot of schools were beginning to take up February and, you know, performing a lot of African history plays and concerts, which I was very happy to see. Some people would even invite me, that I was in school, the Parham School, to come and speak. So I saw that it was becoming a trend. When I was young, you didn't hear nothing about this. So I utilized the wave like a surfer. And I said, okay, I'm going to use the month. And of course, I have some history and knowledge of Carter G. Woodson and what he went through to establish the month, albeit may not be in Antigua, somewhere else. So that's becoming the fact. So I utilized the month, created the essay competition I just brought forward to you, and I took it back to the same governmental institutions. I've sat with Sister Jacinta Pringle. Good afternoon to you, my sister. I'm sure you're listening. You know, Brother Claire Brown. He's an individual that would come to the essay competition prize-giving ceremony every year. The former Governor General, Sister Louise Lake Tack, she has always come to the prize-giving ceremony and given her moral support as well. You know, but it has never become institutionalized the way I would love to see it institutionalized, like literally become a part of the educational budget every year. As I said, this is the 9th year. So, you know, I think by now, I don't know how long we have to do this to pass the test to say, okay, he know what he doing. You understand? As I said, there's nobody that can call and say, but man, with a computer, you say we could get, you know, everybody get their little prizes and whatever the case is. So it's something that can be done. How I got to start it now without anybody on my side as far as educational ministers, whatever the case is that a preacher, every year I tell this story, you know, was having a summer camp. And he said that a young girl that attended this camp gave a testimony. She was a part of a gang. I don't think she was even 16 at the time she's giving this testimony. And she said to be initiated in this gang, she had to have sexual intercourse with 3 fellas in a period of a minute. No, I mean, he didn't even have to say no more to me. You could just do the maths and figure things out. And I said at that moment, okay, no, it is time to start the African History Month essay competition. And I know a person may say, so what does that have to do with Africa and knowing your African history and heritage? This is not just about knowledge, Brother Paul and Brother France, This is about the psychological state of mind of us as a people. That's why I began by quoting what Marcus Garvey said. It is because we are lacking the knowledge of who we really are, That's why I jumped under the caterpillar and the worm. We have totally forgotten who we are naturally, People jump, we all one people. Yes, we are part of the human race, But a lion and a tiger are two big cats, but they're not the same.
Not the same.
They have different tendencies, even different behaviors. And we as African people, believe it or not, naturally, we have certain things that are directly connected to nature that we have been totally cut away from, and that is because we have no knowledge of our history, heritage, etc. So this is what this is all about. I know, like, for example, last year, brother clearly tell me go support it when the staff will do Antigua History Month essay competition. And you see, every year I run into that, And I feel that's a very weak statement. And I mean, anybody that pulled that to me, trust me, I encourage them, don't even try to come to me with that. I mean, you should be ashamed to even say that. You understand? Now, first of all, because we don't just come and talk, a lot of talkers out there. Just talk. This is not the talk show. Well, this might be the talk show. Sorry. But we come and do, So I see the importance of knowing your Afrocentricity. In fact, I've also advocated for local history in school to have written letters on that subject area. What I mean, we as a people don't understand, we all have to put our hand to
together.
It's not one person doing everything, So this is very important. I'm not going to mix this up with Black Antiguan history. To me, Black Antiguan history sound racist too. Antiguan history is a what do you want to say, a collage of colors, isn't it? Different people from different places. So when we say African history, I mean African history. Africa, the continent that you call Africa. And our experience in the Caribbean is an extension of African history too. But don't try to clip it off and say, let's just talk about, somebody here and somebody there. No, you should be doing that all year round. That should be in your school. So when you see me now, little old me just come and say, let's wave the African History Month banner. Don't trouble me. Let me do what I do.
No, I mean, you put a lot on the table there, And again, it blows my mind that you could suggest that consistently for 9 years you have lobbied and advocated the officials that control the curricula and the body of knowledge that the people of Antigua and Barbuda study.
This year too.
They have supported the idea and the concept in principle. And as you have stated, in many cases with their presence. But 9 years later, we still have no institutionalized course or study of our ancestral history in the curricula that is designed for Antigua and Barbuda. And that I want to just suggest to you, you don't have to suggest it, is shameful and really robs the next generation or this present one who are there of the basis and the foundation to know themselves. And we wonder sometimes, for example, why is it that we're not progressing more? Why we don't see more of us doing more things or moving in a positive direction? Well, the truth is that my understanding is that if we don't understand, I teach a class in my constituency from a political candidate position. I went into my community and noticed that there was a need for education. And I filled that need because that is what I know how to do. And I am teaching a class. Yesterday, the class was social studies. And I had to find myself giving a disclaimer. I had to tell, we were discussing culture and where people come from as the introductory topic. And the social studies book glances over the idea that we come from a place. And so we spent a little time yesterday afternoon drilling down on the fact, for example, that our story did not start as African slaves.
Oh, that's what it's
right? I don't claim to have all the knowledge, but the book, when they start to talk about us as a people, starts to say, well, we were brought here from Africa as slaves. And so I stopped the dialogue and the discussion as it was being read from the book and says, listen, I don't claim to be the let me interrupt and go to the top of the hour. We're not aware that that is not where their history started. And when we recounted the issues and how people, their ancestors were treated, they couldn't believe when we described, outside of what the book was saying, how their foreparents. And so I am saying all that to say that your program, what you're advocating for, and on such a small scale here, bringing to the public, is certainly something that has to be a part of our everyday dialogue, study, and discussion, or else what we're going to find is going to be very difficult to do things now like build out entrepreneurs, to do things like build out strong mental health and strong psychological view of what we think of ourselves and things like that. And so continue now to frame for us this program here and what you want what actions you want people to do in support of it.
Oh, definitely. But even before, interesting that you're saying from the social studies book. So from get-go, the first sentence.
The first page of the book
speaks
so
like the first sentence.
They're slaves.
So the way you made it sound as if, okay, it started off, so black people were taken from Africa as slaves.
Correct.
Yeah, sentence number one. So by the time you reach the first full stop, you have to say, okay, hold on, let me explain that to you.
I had to stop because what happened is that I have lived in Africa and I've listened to people like you, and many others who promote the idea. And, I was shocked like everybody else when I found out that the oldest civilizations in the world are in Africa, that we as black people went to Europe to educate white people, and the things that we see now in the world as the standards for education and the standards for even civilization are things that we brought from Africa. The people who we quote the most, the Greeks and all these people, sat at our footstool in places like Mali and so on. And when we're talking about great people in the world and rich people in the world, it is out of the kingdoms of Africa that these people are coming. That is not a common narrative that is in our education system.
Well, as you say, what it is that we are, the call that we are giving then is for the populace to, as much as possible, to be on board with this effort if they consider it, an important effort, a timely effort, a sensible effort as such. I think that it is a necessary, endeavor that we are doing here. It's a must because, again, let me show you this. And I speak of this all the time too, and I think it's one of the little, key points I like to go for. There is the book, The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon, actually, and in that book, he speaks of the voodoo tradition. I always go to this little story here. And he says in that book that according to the voodoo tradition, when a man sees a woman that is not his wife, his brother's wife, whatever the case is, and he has thoughts that he shouldn't have, then, I don't know the length of time, but he would become his own judge and jury according to what the scholar, or esteemed scholar he is, not just somebody that write a book. Frantz Fanon, he's a Caribbean man too. He's either from Martinique or Guadeloupe. And he's saying that the man would actually go to the same family and give some sort of gift to, recompense for whatever he would have done wrong in his mind. He never tell nobody nothing, He just have a little thought and say, what? Julie, you good today, boy? Well, and then he said, no, man, that's not right. And he carry a gift, you know, I don't know if the depths of if he go and explain this is what I did wrong, but whatever moved him, it was a part of their tradition. Voodoo, you know, the same thing that they say, oh, voodoo, and voodoo chicken, and stick you up with dolls, some kind of witchcraft story they give us to spit on our African tradition. Now, even when you read the Bible, when Christ says that in the days of Moses, when a man commit adultery, he would be stoned and kicked and they would kill him. But verily I say unto you, even if you think about it, you have already committed it. That same principle is the same principle you see in the voodoo tradition. So to me, you know, when you learn these things, this is not a religious thing I'm doing here. This is not a religion like we're trying to, you know, convert somebody to something, you know. Don't make no sense. Nobody say, oh, Africa have plenty different countries, Nigeria and Sierra Leone, which one you want to go back to? That's totally against the argument, you know. You see, this is why we act so. Because we have not been educated from kindergarten. They gave us Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck first to start us off, you know, and all sorts of things that will distort the ancient spirit that we came here with. A baby is born with a lot of energy and, you know, electricity and force, you know. You know, when you see a child trying to touch this and touch that, oh, let that move and all of that stuff, you're actually killing the natural, you know, intuition in the child, instincts. You know, not that you're not supposed to warn the child and say, hey, that's a knife, you know, let me show you something, right? I don't want to put your hand in no socket here. But you must approach the child knowing, hey, listen, I don't want to beat out the inquisitive nature of the child while I'm trying to, you know, lead it in the right direction. Basically, so what I'm saying, that I believe that this practice here that I'm doing, if it would be institutionalized, like become really something, a part of a national education budget, I think in the future we would reap the benefits in the behavior of our children, even in the consciousness of our society. You know, discussions are good sometimes, you know, but okay, for example, I know sometimes the discussion over the COVID and all the vaccine stuff gets heated. But to be very honest, it is because a lot of us, we're not open and aware of a lot of things in the world. And we don't structure our conversations right. And that is just the truth. That is no insult to no one, you know. I'm telling you, Marcus Garvey clearly says that ignorance bears the burden. And intelligence, I can't remember exactly that part, but you get the point. Intelligence goes with all the flowers and ignorance bears the burden. So really, family, let me just touch the budget. Let me show you my idea, my good brother. So every year, what we do, we make sure we get gifts like tablets and laptops. As you could see, I already have a tablet here on the table. We have a second one that we have already acquired. The second one is specifically from myself. And this tablet, let's just say it's from an anonymous and giver. But I know some people say, hey, give the children books. Nothing wrong with that, you know. Books could be a complimentary prize with this kind of stuff. Because, listen, the essay is entitled, What Does African History Mean to Me? Every year is the same. About 3 years ago, we changed it to African History / Heritage for specific reasons. Now, what I'm saying, my brother, African history don't mean nothing to a lot of them children. You can't just tell them to write no essay. Write essay, write words, 300 words, 250. Man, he crazy, no joke. You can get this tablet or this laptop. What? Me want that, eh? Then they start to Google on the phone with the crack screen. African history. That's the first thing they do now. African history, just to see what it is. Well, at least that's a beginning. That's a spark. You know, a child might find something that they, you know, they delight in. I got an essay last year. Oh man, the sister's name is slipping me. And that essay, she was saying that African history doesn't mean anything to her. And, you know, I brought it on Brother Dave Lester Payne's program and I read it. And why I liked it is because she was being very honest. I honestly believe sometimes a child may say African history mean, you know, because the oldest person, something that they're reading off of the internet. But she clearly said it doesn't mean nothing. Nobody ever took the time to teach me. Nobody ever showed me anything about so-and-so. She worded it so nice. She didn't win, you know, but I think she got an extra prize because of her, I can't remember, but because of, you know, how she expressed it. So this is what I'm saying. So these prizes, these types of prizes, if somebody has a better prize, and this is another thing, we're open for prizes, you know.
And so you're asking
I
for
used to-
those who
yeah,
are
go ahead.
conscious, who are interested in this philosophy, to give prizes.
And not only that, even our big corporations, I've written, trust me, I send out a lot of letters to
Yeah.
all these ministers, and so I'm talking about all the big corporations, Digicel, what's the other one there, Flow, all the big supermarkets, they have received by email or even a phone call from us as it relates to the essay competition. So it's not something we're just sitting and waiting on here or there. It's something we're really pushing. So even if in the time of Liat, we used to write to Liat to see if we could get tickets. That never really came to fruition. But that's what we're looking for, things to entice the youth to come and board. Remember, it's not just writing it too. We used to always have a big prize giving ceremony that would climax with our Green Castle Hill Equinox every year. Since the COVID, that part has locked off. I was thinking of it this year, but we're not going to bother. We're going to wait and see what happens. So I'm just showing you the levels where we want to carry it.
Hey, indeed, this is powerful stuff here, Priest. I certainly think that everybody should participate in this effort here. We should get all our young people to involve themselves and to see how it is that they can learn the knowledge that you're given here. Let's take the break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to wrap up about this particular session today.
Your car ain't moving if your engine won't swing.
Battery engineering. We sell.
Welcome back to Voice of the People on Observer Radio 91.1 FM. It's 1:16 in the afternoon. Paul, Franz, and the Honorable Priest Isaac, we're all in the house, and he's sharing some exciting news about a big essay writing competition for Black History Month. But before we get back to the discussion, Franz has some exciting news of his own.
Your insurance.
Rich in calcium, vitamins, and carbohydrates. We love milk. 562-6353.
All right, let's come back to the discussion. Hey, open the phone lines to me. Let me take a couple of calls as we wrap up our discussion here today. This one says, hey, Sankor is in Mali, which was Timbuktu then. All right. And this one says, Franz Fanon was born in Martinique. He died and was buried in Maryland. All right, that's just some quick information. No, that's all the WhatsApps currently related to the discussion that we have in here. Listen, let me just tell you, Priest, that there are a number of topics that when we come here, people generally do not respond to. So we give the opportunity for people to dialogue and discuss. But what happens is that when something is not in your consciousness, it's very hard for you to sit down, engage, and have a conversation about these things. We see them as boring, we see them as unimportant, and things that are not relevant to the discourse, generally speaking. And so it's not something that surprises me. But let's go to the phone lines. Good afternoon, caller, and welcome to Voice of the People.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Frank, and good afternoon, Paul, and blessings to the high priest, my brother. Would you be alive?
Would you be respect King?
Yeah, my brother, I want to give thanks and blessings for the, for the givings, blessing, and Black man is a big up and respect for the blessings.
All the time.
Yes, and I'm going to tell you, Paul and Franz, you see this brother, this brother take me and many other brothers and sisters to a place called Green Castle, right?
Yeah.
And the wealth of information and the in-depth of knowledge that this brother here have. Franz, nigga vouch for this brother here, right? That when I get to be the next government, that this brother must be an ambassador, a spiritual leader in this country here. For explore all them olmecs, the obliques, all them natural resources I have here. Why are we having gem here? And this brother here have the information, he have the knowledge about the past, about Antigua, about the stars, and so, look, me tell you, brother high priest, me respect you, brother, and with the essay, do may follow you a long time, and you see, this is what we are, as African people, this is what we are, you check me and say, that situation that you're going through, That is supposed to be done in the curriculum years ago, my brother, because me was a student of history and I'm a student of politics also. And I was ashamed to see that, you know, the time that you take to institute and get the young people, you know, knowledgeable about where I come from, our past and so, and up to now, you know, be instituted in the Ministry of Education, or even in the Ministry of Culture. On burning shame. But as I say, I vote for you in the next administration. You become a spiritual leader, ambassador to the African Union. Respect, Buddy Bell outside. Blessings, my brother.
All right. Thank you so
much.
much for your contribution. Could I please have the spelling of the author priest Isaac mentioned from Martinique?
Franz Fanon. Well, you know it as well, Franz.
Yes, F-R-A-N-Z is Franz.
And I think it's F-A-N-O-N. I like that.
Staying on the WhatsApp board, fans, very quickly anymore?
No, not related to this discussion that we're having here. But tell the people again what is happening, when it is happening, when will the doors be open for essays to be received, and the timelines necessary, and how they can contribute or contact you to make a contribution.
Well, I'm going to start by letting ones know the website properly, you know, or I should say the website proper, so ones could go and visit it to actually see what we're doing. I know you know, Brother Franz, we have our own international homeschool program. And let me say, it's not a substitute for any educational system. It's a supplement. You know, like you have supplement for food, and we do archaeoastronomy. As you know, I'm qualified in that field, as you know now. Biology, and of course African history and heritage. These are the three subjects that we issue. So it's another level. So I'm just inviting everyone to visit the website. Most of what you're looking for, even this information I'm giving, is right there. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com, and it's PRIESTISAAC Institute. Of course, if you type my name, Google it, everything will come up. And the phone number now is 728-8289. Internationally, of course, is area code 268-728-8289. So our budget, my good brothers, and I'm going to stick with the national one, the budget itself is $2,565. So what we have for the first prize, this is what's the right term? Potential prizes. A Dell Inspiron 33510 laptop. That's $570. This is US, by the way. $579. The first prize for the intermediate. So that's the first prize for the seniors. The first prize for the intermediate, we expect that to be an HP 15-inch laptop, 11th generation Intel Core 537, and the first prize for the juniors, that will be a HD 10 kids tablet of just $199. But what I'm saying, my brother, the reason why we push this, because no matter what, you know, we're going to get this done, That's for sure. You can believe that.
For one thing, man, about you, nothing stops you.
Right. So we definitely, in February, we'll be returning to the media. I think we'll be returning to the media for sure, and launching the actual essay competition now for parents and children to get themselves to come in. So
all right, let's take this call. Caller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes?
Yes, my brother.
To the brothers in the studio, to the high priest, my teammates, and to Brother Quinn.
Yes, my brother.
I just want to big up high priest for the work he continues to do, and it speaks a lot, in my view, of the negative fallout of Eurocentric education, that when you listen to the lack of response, and for this important work, because it's not just African history, it's human history. African history is really human history. The existence of man, the origin of human beings. And to know that this brother have been stepping out, and let me say that I too have been a part of reaching out to the various ministries to over perhaps 2 decades or more to introduce African human black history as a curricular, compulsory subject, which I convinced that if that was introduced, the relationship with each other, our whole concept of business, of ownership would have been different. Our hatred for each other would not have been. And to know that this brother has set about to try to correct, to try first to get the ministries of education on board, to making African and human history compulsory, that he's not being considered, but yet take the initiative to launch a program for 9 years. I want to big him up, and I want to say to the society that it is not the priest who is failing. It is us as a society suffering from the manacles of colonialism, of the Eurocentric education, that here is a program to enlighten, to educate, to reconnect us to our origin, of which without that there would be no humanity, and that he cannot receive the kind of response. I want to say and hope that from this year going onward, one, that the public will respond, and that the young people will respond in this reconnectivity. And I want to promise the brother that with the new administration, certainly that kind of program will be a part of the education of enlightenment in a new administration. But you have my support, my brother, and continue the great work. And I call on the society to reconnect themselves to themselves.
But I must say, brother, remember, you have been always there for me from day one. When the first adjudication, it was you who would have done that for us. In fact, I don't know if you remember the time I met you at the back of Donovan's there by the seashore there, where you gave me one of the first contribution I ever got for the first essay competition. No, that was the second one. The first year, I did it all on my own. I think that was the second year. I don't know if you remember, you were driving the little white car you used to have.
No, I don't.
Well, that's to show how long ago it was, my brother. So give thanks.
Yeah. But that would have been a natural response. And I really want to big you up for the enlightenment. I mean, you're, as your name represents, people think it's just the name. They know the African and their true history. Those who taught the Greek philosophers, those who have given the Greek philosophy. And all the Greek philosophers failed to be the first Greek philosopher who was gone to Africa to learn. And all the others. That you, representing the high priest, is a representation of a tradition of Africa. It is those high priests who taught the Greek philosophers and taught them philosophy. So that your contribution over these years, I really want to tell you, notwithstanding what seemed to be a negative or not conscious response, continue to do great work. And there's some of us who recognize it, that you are an invaluable source to our nation.
All right. Thank you
so much. Let's stay on the phone lines. Good afternoon. All right. Staying on the phone lines. Yeah. This one here says on the WhatsApp board, hey, big up to last year's senior category winner, Johanna Jacobs. All right. Definitely want to congratulate all those over the years who would have participated.
Someone is sharing that Franz, for Franz Fanon, is spelled with a T, F-R-A-N-T-Z.
Oh, yes.
F-R-A-N-T-Z.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing that.
Sharp audience.
Oh, no, they're very sharp. Yeah.
All right. Well, priest, let me wrap it up and give you closing thoughts so that people can know. And then we can move forward, and we look forward to you again sharing.
I think we've said it. It's just basically, if you want to reach out to us again.
Is there any number that people can call?
Yes, as I said, 728-8289. That's the institute number specifically, 728-8289. Also, you can do that via WhatsApp. So via WhatsApp, you could get the letter. Because I would like everyone to get the proposal letter too, so you could see the budget for yourself. So instead of me giving out the budget here, if you're really interested, just contact us, say, hey, I want to see the budget, I want to see the letter the priest read on the radio, and it will be sent to you, my good brother. And again, just check out our website. We have many things that we offer. I have an ad that reads here sometimes. It's Radio Anu, Brother Paul, that Radio Antigua. I know the ANU is Antigua, but it's Radio Anu specifically. That is our international radio that we broadcast to the world, all the good stuff that's going on.
Indeed. Hey, thank you so much, the Honorable Priest Isaac. Thanks for coming in and sharing this great bit of news with all of Antigua and Barbuda. All the best, my brother.
Yes, my Lord.
Blessed love.
And I know I will see you all in February, don't worry.
And really, this is the region, really, where one of the regions, this is in Turkey, where it is considered a stargate. And I just want to show the family something quickly here, as we are still speaking about cartoons. So as it relates now to the Stargate, you know what a Stargate is. As I was saying before, even right here in Antigua, Green Castle Hill, we have the Stargate specifically of Great Mount Anu. And on Mount Anu specifically, because of the way that it has been designed, you know, with the rocks, megaliths that align with the movements of the heavens and the movement of the sun and all of these different things. It is considered a portal. I mentioned this in a previous lecture. For example, the same Persia, the same Iraq, where it says that the Lord shall dry up the river Euphrates to make, you know, straight the way for the kings of the East so they can come through. Remember, Iraq is considered one of the places where you have portals too. That is why when George Bush II invaded Iraq, you know, one of the first places that they cleaned out was the museums from all the ancient artifacts from Iraq, a place rich with artifacts even of their own, not stolen artifacts, and artifacts from that same region of the earth. All right, good. Now, I'm going to show you, as I promised some of you who were listening to the previous presentation on YouTube, we're going to show you how the portal is expressed in the cartoon, how the Stargate is expressed in the cartoon. He's a very good artist. So this is Roadrunner, as you would know, Fast and Furious. And you would notice that the big man just painted on the wall, well, a Stargate. All of this is taking place in the place known as the Grand Canyon, which is also considered a Stargate too.
Even what he's drawing there is the optical illusion.
Exactly. So, because
it's still 2D, because it's still a flat surface, but it appears like it's still going on.
Definitely. Because even in the actual stargates across the earth, some of them look like false doors with indentation. You can actually go in them, but obviously you can't go too far. But the whole science is that they're supposed to be portals that you can walk through. So here you have Mr. Coyote now painting, you know, the Stargate. So obviously the Roadrunner is supposed to come and run into the wall, and now you finally have dinner. Yeah, right. So as you can see, the Roadrunner's gone through the portal in the Grand Canyon, and he's going to return to it. The way it looks there, it looks more flatter. It actually looks like a painting from this angle.
Yeah, that's the thing about optical illusions. It will only work at a certain perfect angle.
And that all of that is what's happening here, because the angle is off now, and well, let's see what happens. Easy, bro. And all the children laugh. And look at this now. Roadrunner returns. All right. So I mean, well, that's as real as a Stargate can get, eh? And so it's showing you. And interesting, you know, when we look from a next angle for real, the whole shot changed. It just looked different from a different angle when you're observing, you know, bam, it just turned to an L. Yeah, that's very interesting, and you know how it is with these cartoons. So again, family, as we are juicing you up here, you can see you're getting a lot of information here. So as I said, even at Gobekli Tepe, which is also a Stargate, and many other Stargates across the earth, that is also expressed there. All right, good. What funny business going on here now? All right. Greek stuff. Hey, this is more than Greek, eh? That's God, eh? Yeah, straight up, no, nobody need to be offended. All right, so what are we getting into here? You see? Yeah, okay, yeah, this one. This is definitely Greek here. So, all right, these are the gods, eh? These are the gods. I know it doesn't look nice, family, but this is real. This is real. This is real. All right, do give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. I was just somewhat giving you a little rendition. That was really from the lecture we did on the 22nd day of December. That's about a month plus ago. That's it. Fairy Tale, Folly Days, and Nursery Crimes. The Firing Squad edition. For those of you who were there, I know you had a wonderful time, but I'm just letting you know that lecture is now available. For those who've never seen it, the lecture itself is available. What I just showed you was just like, how much minutes was that? That's like about 4 or 5 minutes of the almost, how long was that, by the way? That's almost 2 hours. Presentation going into a lot of things from Peter Pan to the Smurf and giving you a good idea of the science behind of the whole thing. And you could see there, that's just clear proof that there's some belief that portals exist in the very same Grand Canyon and obviously in other places. So listen, man, family, you could definitely still get a copy of that lecture. You should not, make this one pass you at all. Your children would love this. Just email us, priestisaachinstitute@gmail.com, and not only love it, they will definitely get a better understanding of the reality of what's going on around them. Believe me, this is a gem for the youths. They will definitely, full joy because it's very animated. No mind, the lecture is almost 2 hours long. Very animated, very gripping. For those of you who were there, you know that we definitely took time to present this one here on that level, specifically to keep the children's attention. Family, we have to check for our children, man. The youths. We sing it and talk about youth's future, and so we talk and sing too much. Let us do. So when they observe this online lecture here, family, trust me, it will give them a better understanding of how to navigate throughout the earth. And that's what you want, the psychology of your youth in order. Trust me. So check us out. Just email me, priestisaachinstitute@gmail.com, and get the full online lecture, family. The Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes, the Firing Squad edition. It was definitely wonderful. And hey, let me just be thankful to everyone that showed up previous day. That's yesterday. That's in our international homeschool virtual edition. I mean, we had a blast. We had a wonderful sit down. I'm very thankful. So just blessed love to the full family, the full writers family. Give thanks for, of course, Jeannie, and give thanks for Coco. Give thanks for the full family, the royal family, and Empress Mecca and the royal family, and so many, the Wiener family. Give thanks for everyone all loved ones that were there with us, and the family. We will be having a next live virtual international homeschool. Remember, these are free. You could just definitely, we'll be giving you the date, and you could just contact us and get your pass and come in, wonderful sit down. But remember, our international homeschool programs go out each and every single day. So of course, it would be good that you are a part of the international homeschool program. Remember, we have offering right now African heritage and astronomy. And of course, the biology edition, definitely just coming on stream. Just contact us, get more information. Of course, a brochure. Remember, you could get samples of the classes so you could see exactly what you are getting. So many different things, my family. It's all about the youths. We're promoting the youths right here at the Institute. All right. So for sure, you're done now, the Tiger's Nest. Looking forward to your presence with us this evening, 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. It says Eastern Standard Time there, but well, that was when Eastern Standard Time and the Eastern Caribbean time was in alignment, but it's about 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, really. But Eastern Caribbean time, 7 p.m. sharp, Tiger's Nest, Radio Anu, looking for your presence. Give thanks, Black Christ in flesh, Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Hey, remember, all the links are in the description below the video. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Love. Blessed love, family. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile, Selassie I. Oh yes, we give thanks to the Sabbath pass forward. Give thanks for such strength. You don't know how it is. 6 days of all productivity and success ahead of us. And of course, I'm here this evening just to remind everyone of Sunday's
festivities, Sunday's activities. Well, it's really festivity because we'll be having a wonderful time, but it's really Sunday's activities. I'm talking about Sunday, the 23rd day of January, 3 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, which is 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're talking about the International Homeschool Virtual Edition. Remember, this is totally free, and this is something that we will be doing at the right time, probably once a month, where we are hoping to gather everyone that has the time to come in with your young ones. And of course, we will be covering several subject areas for sure. You know, we definitely deal with African history and heritage, and at the same time, astronomy. And of course, we're talking about our biology edition that is just recently launched. So we have so many things in store for the young ones. And this one here, this Sunday, as I said, this is something we intend to do at least once per month. And you will get your link, the Zoom link, whatever link we will be using, and everyone will be able to come in and we go through the fullness of, you know, our homeschool program, and everyone will have a wonderful time. I can promise you that. So make sure you bring, you know, your drawing pads or those manila paper as they call them, and or bring some crayons and some pencils and all of that. Don't worry, young ones, it's going to be what they say, fun. All right, it's going to be upful, and I'm going to definitely look forward to your presence tomorrow afternoon. And I said I would have taken this opportunity to highlight something there from the good brother Vaughn Benjamin. And of course, one of the songs that came out, I think it's about 7 years ago. And this song now, which this is from the album known as True Ride. And the name of the song is Arise Again. And what is interesting about the song is that, from my understanding, it is speaking about the youths. Now, when you observe the whole vibration, and when I say the youths now, because the song itself, when you listen to the lyrics, I'll be bringing that forward now. When you listen to the lyrics of the song, you will understand that the brother is specifically speaking about the younger generation, and of course, the things that have been set against them in this time. Now, he always does this, you know. Now, this song is not super mystic or too much of, you know, things to unravel. It's just a plain song. But the thing is that it may have gone over the heads of many. And a lot of plain song. Did I say that? No, man. There's nothing that the brethren do that's no plain nothing. This is not no plain song. It's a deep song. But what I'm saying, the lyrics are very easy to understand. But sometimes, you know, they tend to go over our head, as I just said. No, I'm not going to. I was seeking for the lyrics online, and I didn't come across them anywhere at all. So I'm just using my own mentality of what I think that the song is saying. And the main aspect of the song is, he says this, listen to this. It's a time of technological advancement, unparalleled. And still, it is a difficult time. A time where crime blows mind. After the gravity of heinous actions. Quite poetic, as we always say, master poet. Then he goes on to say, don't cowboy down the youths, or don't go boy down the youths. It's something of that sort he's saying there. They are man of mission. You know, when he said don't go boy down the youths, you know, the boy thing is a thing that comes from slavery. You know? Your boy, this boy, they are man of mission. In a majority, listen to this, juveniles. I want you to listen to this, family. In a majority, juveniles. Because they have courage, long coil, behind the deceptive, beguiling, relaxing smile. I wonder if you're getting that. They have courage, long coil. You know, some of these phrases that the brethren would use is some phrases that you would more hear, you know, in the Caribbean and them places. They have courage, long coil, like plenty then, long coil, like something coiled up. There's plenty courage, long coil. Behind a deceptive, beguiling, relaxing smile. Now hear this here. And he goes on to say, and then a bad, neither. Spirit is really loyal to their side. I don't know if you catch that. And them not bad neither. And again, you know, within this music here, there's a lot of the Caribbean, you know, culture coming out. Because that's something that we grew up with, you know. Hey, Badsy. He that little boy there, he bad no joke. You want him? You want him to buy? And this kind of things. Yeah, they would say that. Eh? And he bad, hey, rude, and all of that. So they're almost affirming that stuff on you. You're bad, you know? Because, you know, in all honesty, you got to understand, man. We coming out of slavery, nobody really come and teach us nothing. It's Marcus Garvey, and so I had to come like the doctors to kind of wake us up. You know, that is why we even beat children with such, you know, because of slavery, man. There is some slavery things coming out there, you know, beat you and cut your tail apart, you know. Where's your tail part? That's cut your bottom, man, like literally cut it and make it bleed. Yeah. So a little baby, you know, just toddling, learning to walk, going and touching something that maybe the baby not supposed to touch. I understand that. But you must understand that the baby is just being what the baby's supposed to be, inquisitive. So when you go and hit the baby hard, leave that alone. You know what you have done now, you've actually scared the energy out of the child. So next time the child will think twice. Yes, I understand, you know. Don't get me wrong. You're trying to make the child understand, hey, you're going to hold on to the knife, you might get cut. You're going to dig your hand in the socket, you may get shot. Of course, I mean, as a parent and as a sensible human being, I get your point. But you must be also equipped in your mind to know that inquisitive nature of the child is not only natural, it's very good. It's very good. So once you know that, when you approach the child now, you will know, well, listen, man, I have to teach this child that she or he can't just be playing with this, but I don't want to kill the inquisitiveness out of them. And that's all. So then now you would know that when you blah, 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 for sure, they ain't gonna, you're killing it. You're beating it down. You understand? So all of this is in the song, you know. Then about Nida. Spirit is really loyal to their side. And he's more speaking like in a somewhat like of, you know, like a gang kind of nature, you know, when one's gang together and how they're loyal to each other at the same time. I think this is where the message is deeper seen in this song here. Because they have courage, long Kyle, behind a deceptive, beguiling, relaxed smile. And then a bad neither. Spirit is really loyal to them side. And then he goes on to say, they have it in a scars and stripe. Not stars and stripe, you know, scars and stripe. They have it in a throwback and throw up affiliation signs. Signs, you know. Stars, stripes, signs, hand signs, colors. Always have ghetto man ties, all in international. It's the same thing you find. The name of the song is Arise Again. He says, Haile Selassie, I speak. When he speak, he break the Babylon spell. One of the first, dispersion away, take an Oja, save the people heart, to drink wisdom well, implement what him say, that's Haile Selassie, implement what him say, and you'll see the thing go well. And then he goes on to say, arise again. But as I said, the song, I mean, it's not that hard to pick up. It's a technological advancement. It's a time of technological advancement. Hear it, no man. It's a time of technological advancement. And still, it's a difficult time. A time when crime blow mind. Yeah. After the gravity of heinous actions. Don't go cowboy down the youths. They're man of mission. In a majority juveniles. Cause they have courage long coil behind a deceptive, beguiling, relaxing smile. And them na bad, neither. The spirit is really loyal to their side. And he speak about them even when them unite. So family, of course, give it a listen.
Meditation I pass through the earth and it's morn. Night and night with alert get it on. What did the emperor say to hold on to another team of powerful in earth of a song? About the people that turn up in the moon in the war. About the Haile Selassie the first is for us.
I didn't recite all of this, but listen now.
It's a time of technological advancement unparalleled and still it is a difficult time. A time where crime blow mind. At the depravity of heinous actions. Don't go boy down the youth, they are man of mission. In a majority juvenile, cause they have courage blank Haile. Behind a deceptively beguiling, relaxing smile. And they no bad neither. Spirit is really loyal to their side. In good and evil they unite. Done for one another, whatever for life. They have it in the scars and stripe, they have it in a throw up affiliation sign. Always have ghetto man ties. All in international, it's the same thing you find. Best of my happy well done. Haile Selassie, when he speak, he break the Babylon spell. One of the first dispersions away taken. Oh, just save the people out to drink wisdom well. Implement what him said and you see the thing go well. Implement what him said, you see magnificence. Arise again, arise again, arise again, arise again. Right now the earth, get futurize. Satellite launching low, passing you on the road late night. You have it on your cell phone, show your eye in a plain sight. Sci-fi, drive-by, intruding photography that did not sympathize. Let that family have some seclusion in a private rhyme. That was not the intent, it helped better describe. Big meditation I pass through the earth and it's morn. Night and night with alert get it on. What did the emperor say to hold on to a legacy most powerful in earth of a song? About the to stand up in the cold in the war. About the Haile Selassie the first is for us. So all is the whole of the earth that he wanted. He did it without database, the base and scorn. The base and scorn, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Best of my happy well done. Haile Selassie when he speak he break the Babylon spell. One of the first dispersions away taken. Oh, just save the people out to drink wisdom well. Implement what him said and you see the thing go well. Implement what him said, you see magnificence. Arise again, arise again, arise again, arise again.
Take it good.
It's a time of technological advancement unparalleled and still it is a difficult time.
Listen good.
A time where crime blow mind. at the depravity of heinous action.
Don't go boy down the youth.
Don't go boy down the youth. They are man of mission. In a majority juvenile, cause they have courage like Haile. Behind a deceptively beguiling, relax its mind.
Hey, them bad Z.
And they no bad leader. Spirit is really loyal to their side. They good and evil, they unite. Don't for one another, whatever for life. They have it in the scars and stripe. They have it in a throw up affiliation sign. Always have ghetto man ties. All in international.
So as I said, even from the time that very song came out, I have used that as the anthem, really, for the essay competition that we do every single year. And I know for sure once you are following, you know that we are right now in the moment of the essay competition, the international now, both national and international essay competition. That's what we are on at the moment. And of course, it's all about the youth. That song itself, the message, as you could see, is all about the youth, understanding and comprehending the minds of the young ones. And, you know, in all that we do, it's all about the youths. Even the message that appears as if it's going out to the older ones, it's with hoping that the older ones would take the initiative, take the message, apply it to their life and you know, pass it on to the next generation. But for sure, we have to also find ways to get to the youths themselves. You can't always trust the middle people. Yeah, that's reality. You know, so that's why we definitely even create programs that are designed for the young minds, because it's important. You got to get the young minds. So at the same time, that is what the wicked world is doing. All what the brother is singing about, you know, even what we didn't speak about, if you listen to the second verse properly, everything is designed to get to the mind. So we have to also get to the minds of our very own children from the time they come out of the womb, even before that, you know. So this is why, again, we create these programs around Afrocentricity. Even if it's science, it's still around Afrocentricity. Whatever the case is, it's still around Afrocentricity. That is why we have the astronomy classes as well, because we as Africans, we are the first astronomers. This is something that they definitely don't teach in no school, unless it's Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, and that's about it. So this is why we provide and put together these programs, biology at the same time. Very key that you know the ancient understanding of the anatomy of the human being. So all of what you're hearing in the song, Arise Again, is specifically about the youth, understanding the youth and cultivating the minds of the young ones. And I think, you know, most of us as the adults, man, we need to pay more attention to the cultivation of the mind of our young ones, not just your personal children, but the young generation that are definitely here. We talk about reparation. You know, the first reparation is reparation, pardon me, means to repair the nation. And I think the repair begins with the education. That's one thing I know Queen Elizabeth and her heirs and her successors cannot give you, the right education. So we can start there for sure while you await the other stuff that they owe to us. Reparation, repair. Yes, of course, in the educational system, that's where it should start. We've been beating on them doors for years, but what are we going to do? Keep beating and crying and say, oh, when you're going to do it? No, we keep beating on the doors, but we have created our own system, our own curriculum, institute. What do you see going on? We ain't gonna wait on them, you know, but it's for us now, those of us who consider this to be, you know, a serious mission that we are on as people, to see what is being done. We already have been programmed a essay competition that we have been doing for 9 years. This will be the 9th year of the essay competition that we're doing, year number 9. You know, so even those of us in the conscious community that are looking on, we supposed to step in and say, yeah, let's assist
in this essay competition that the brother has been doing for 9 years. You understand? And that's what it's all about. So this is why we even advocate for that. Anyone, that would like to contribute or to partner with us in relation to the international essay competition at the national essay competition as it relates to the Afrocentricity, you already know what to do. Just email us, priestisaac27@gmail.com. No, Priest Isaac Institute@gmail.com. You could do the other one too, but as I said before, that tends to do some things of its own. So we prefer you use the Institute one. I mean, the mail, we go to junk mail, and I've given you the whole story behind that. This is not the time for that. So Priest Isaac Institute@gmail.com, Priest Isaac Institute@gmail.com. And what you should do is to ask for the official letter. Everyone should have already emailed me and asked for the official letter for the essay competition. At least to have it and read it, at least to show that interest. Everyone here that's listening, that has a love for children, should have at least emailed me and say, I would like a copy of the official letter for the essay competition and the budget. So at least you could see what it's like, see what you can do, or see what you can get someone to do. I mean, this is about our children, family. I'm very passionate about it. I'm not in the skin and grin thing when it comes to our younger generation at all. If we want to waste time with ourselves, that's our business. I'm not going to make it get away with the young ones. Yeah, when the time comes, we supposed to be able to answer for ourselves when they ask us, what did we do? Yeah, trust me. But anyway, speaking of what did we do, looking forward to everyone tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, which is 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Email us again, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, so you can get your link and bring in the little ones, bring in the babies, bring in all the children. And of course, we'll have an up full-time international homeschool virtual edition, all of us in one virtual room. It's going to be joyful. Give thanks. Arise again, the man saying the song. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, blessed love.
Well, of course, before we get on out the door, I'm here with Priest Isaac, and we're going to be talking about the African History Month essay. And just to let you know, the African History Month is next month, February, the greatest month in the world. All right? So, Priest, good morning to you, bro.
Yes, my brother. I take it you were born in February.
Of course.
Well, just blessed love to you and, the fullness of Antigua and Barbuda. As you know, this is actually our 9th year of doing the African History Month essay competition, my good brother. And just to give the audience who may not know exactly what it's all about, every year at this time, coming into the month of February, we actually do an essay competition where it is really for all the youths in the nation from the age of 7 to 17. We actually have 3 specific sections where you have the juniors, the intermediates, and the seniors. And every year, the title of the essay is always the same. What does African history mean to me? In the last 4 or 5 years, we changed the title slightly to what does African history / heritage mean to me? Now, depending on what age group they fall in, they will have to do either 150, either 200, or maybe about 300 words specifically for the essay itself. Now, what it is, my good brother, you just saw the poster there up on the screen. We are going to have our official launch. We're launching this officially on Sunday on my international network, which is Radio Anu. It is very easy to get there. It's the priestisaacinstitute.com. That's priestisaacinstitute.com. That's really the website. And I think it's one of the most outstanding websites we have in the region. Check it out, brother. Right. And you go straight to Radio Anu. And on Sunday, that is at 7 o'clock,
I will be having the official launch going into February, and for the whole of February I will be promoting it, doing interviews, doing lectures, trying my best to encourage all the children in the land to come on board, so they can specifically be a part of this year's initiative. So where we are right now, we are really allocating or seeking for the gifts to be a part of the whole event. As I said, this is our 9th year. I think by now we are skilled in it. Honestly, I think we have proven that, we could handle a promotion as such. I've already produced a letter, an official letter, and this is going out to the people who are watching. Anyone who would like to partake, I don't mean to partake in writing the essay. We're going to explain all of that when we launch it, and coming into, maybe I could return for African History Month too. But for those who want to contribute as far as the prizes, etc., I have officially set up a budget and the official letter. They could either contact me, maybe I could give the information at the end, or now they could email me at very similar email to the website, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com, or call or WhatsApp at 728-8289. That's 728-8289. As you can see, I have already received one of the many gifts that I intend to receive. This is an Android tablet, because these are the gifts we usually give, let the family understand. I know some people say, oh, you should give books, and so let me use them on no books. This is what they want. So you have to remember, it is African History Month, and we are asking the youth to write an essay on what does African history mean to me. It don't mean nothing to plenty youth. That don't mean nothing to me. I know that.
I was about to ask you, over the 9 years, what have you seen from the different essays? What vibe do you get from when you read these essays and, you say, okay, cool?
Well, definitely, brother, just what I would expect. You see, this initiative is really just to spark the mind of the children. Before we started the essay competition, one of my motivational projects was to write letters to the different ministers of education. There's not a minister of education, I think, that in the last 10 to 12 years that is around that kind of say that I have not written them a letter as it relates to putting African history specifically in the curriculum. I myself have created my own African history curriculum, to the point I have an international homeschool program that I do, where I offer African history and astronomy. I've actually become certified, my lord, in the field of archaeoastronomy. I have my certificate that I could show it to you officially. So, we're certified to teach these subject areas. So, in Antigua, we have no African history. We don't even have local history, much less as a part of our curriculum. So when we noticed that, okay, one education minister clearly told me that CXC would fight against that. So it was at that time that I decided that, hey, if we're not putting this in the curriculum, I'm going to create an extracurricular activity, which is the essay competition, to encourage young ones to come and find out something about their Afrocentricity. Now, let me show you my good brother. It was a pastor, right? This may sound strange. A pastor that was showing me that he had a summer camp. And at this summer camp, this young girl, she was about 13 or 14 at the time, she told him that she was a part of a gang. And to be a member of this gang, hey, listen, man, this is going to hit funny. She had to have sexual intercourse with 3 other gang members, male, within a period of 1 minute. 3 of them in 1 minute, so you don't know, seconds apiece. Now, what I'm saying here, when I heard that, I said, no, man, that sparked me and pushed me to fully start the essay competition. You may say, what does that have to do with African history? You see, it is because we are void of the knowledge of who we really are. Because we are Africans, you may want to say you're from Pata, and you're an Antiguan, and you're Caribbean. You may be all of that, but you are an African first. You are from the motherland. That's where your root comes from. So as Marcus Garvey say, when you take the root from a tree, it is like a black man separating himself from his history. Now you will be surprised when you study African history, heritage, and culture. It teaches us such morals and principles that you'll be surprised that a lot of the ills we have in society and a lot of the ills that is ingrained in the youth of the minds of the youth would not be there because they have learned a sense of pride of who they are and where they really come from. There's a book by the name of The Wretched of the Earth by a man named Frantz Fanon. And in that book, right, Frantz Fanon speaking about what is known as the voodoo tradition, not voodoo. People like to criminalize it and call it voodoo and then they kind of stick and dig it with pins. No, that's something else. That's witchcraft. But the voodoo is an ancient tradition, like Obeya. It's an ancient African tradition. Ain't no mixing nothing and no frog legs and no chicken liver. It's an ancient African tradition. And in voodoo, according to Frantz Fanon, he's a scholar from Martinique. He says that in the voodoo tradition, when a man looks at his brother's wife in a way that he should not look at his brother's wife, which you know what I'm talking about, without anyone coming and convicting him because of the principles they practice in voodoo, he would go to the house or the family of who he defiled in his mind and would recompense for his sin. Now that may sound strange to someone, but even in the Bible, remember Christ said, listen, when a man committed adultery in the days of Moses, they would string him up, tie him up, hang him, stone him to death. But verily I say unto you, the fact that you even think of it in your mind, you have already achieved it. And that is an ancient African principle. So I'm just showing you that as simple as that is, that when we cut ourselves away from these African principles, history, culture, we have breathed ourselves into a new sort of people.
Bring them back to their roots as youth because they're the generation coming up.
To start the spark, this alone can't do it.
Trust me.
Because remember, we're in a desert. It's totally void.
All right. So what time on Sunday?
Well, Sunday, as I said, it's 7 p.m. sharp. Antiguan time. No, not Antiguan time. 7 p.m. sharp. I don't take it on. 7 p.m. sharp on radio and easy to find. As you see down the screen, the website priestisaacinstitute.com. And I would say again, you can also give us a call for more information. The number is 728-8289, 728-8289. You can WhatsApp us as well, especially for those who would want to contribute to the initiative. Because, my brother, this is no money-making initiative.
Well, over the years, I've always heard you said that. It's just about education.
We always put our money back into it.
Right.
I'm telling you. And I will be happy for the year when I see people really come on board and uplift the minds of the youth.
All right. Well, thank you for being here with us this morning, folks. Remember, put up the flag again so they can see the website, how they can get on Sunday, and email with all the information if you want to be a sponsor of whatever is happening here. Get that letter.
Son designed that.
Oh, okay. So be a part of the African History Month essay, and during the African History Month, we're going to be educated again because I'm going to make sure we invite him again so we can talk of some African history. My brother, you have a beautiful day, and stay with us here on Antigua Barbuda today, folks. And know we're a bit over time, but we'll be right back.
Oh, blessed love family, give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, you know, we give thanks to the life-giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile, Selassie I, the Honorable Priest Isaac here, representing the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, priestisaacinstitute.com. The link for the website is in the description below this video. I would just like to say, for those of you who listen to Radio Anu International, from time to time you would hear us feature The Naturalist, which is Brother James Luke right here in Antigua. And you would hear him speak of the importance of utilizing the oregano oil. Now, of course, myself, I'm not a medical practitioner, nor do I pretend to be an expert in the field. But of course, with people like The Naturalist and other individuals who are expert in the fields, we do, of course, take their information, feed on it, do our own research. And as I said, we are going to talk about the essential oil known as oregano and its relation to, you know, the fight against the COVID. And this
is coming from this article from pathwayswellnessprogram.com, and it says essential oils for respiratory health. And of course, you know, the respiratory system has to do with your breathing, your lungs, etc. And for those of you who have joined our biology edition of the homeschool, the respiratory system is something that we definitely deal with. And this says here, some essential oils may ease symptoms of a cough or a cold by soothing the throat, fighting bacteria, and reducing inflammation. Research has shown that using a nasal spray containing a blend of eucalyptus, peppermint, oregano, and rosemary extracts can improve a sore throat, hoarseness, and other cough-related symptoms. Okay, very important. It says here in this article, we will look at the evidence to support the use of 12 essential oils in treating coughs. We also discuss the best ways to use these oils, risks, and when to see the doctor according to that information there. And it has here 12 best essential oils for coughs, which is obviously for colds and flus. There are many causes for someone to cough, including the common cold, the flu, or chest infections. Very, very important. Essential oils may help to soothe the throat, reduce inflammation, and clear away the mucus. I would say not me, but they will. Not me, they will. This says the medical community tends to view essential oils as a complementary alternative therapy rather than medical treatment. You understand what that means? So in other words, their medical system has the better stuff. They have the real deal. Their prescription is the real stuff. But the alternative medicine, as they call the herbs and the spices and these things, that's what they refer to it as, alternative medicine. And we follow them in that. So you have the eucalyptus oil, you have the rosemary essential oil, the peppermint essential oil, frankincense essential oil, and of course the oregano essential oil. Let me just read something quickly here on the eucalyptus oil, which is also very important. Many people use this oil without realizing it. Is that so? Over-the-counter vapor or chest rubs marketed to suppress coughs often contain eucalyptus oil. Hear that, family. Or they may include the oil's key component called eucalyptol. Now, this is specifically in the Vicks cough rub and the other vapor cough rubs that we use. It has in the eucalyptus oil. And the same thing with the peppermint as well. The peppermint is very, very good to clear any scratchy throat and to soothe any itching in the throat as well. And again, for the respiratory system. And then you come down to the granddaddy here, which is the oregano oil, especially as it relates to the bacteria and the virus that they say is going around. Now, what I'm saying, family, although they may put these essential oils and herbs in the different rubs that they create, the essential oils are the natural oils, you understand? And of course, just like our grandmothers, grandfathers, and mothers and aunts would have taught us, all you have to do, family, is to heat up a saucer of water. You know what's a saucer? Like a little pot of water, not pipe water now, but the same water that you would drink. And when you heat that to boiling, and you take the oregano oil, you take the peppermint oil, you take the eucalyptus oil, and you drop a few drops of that in the hot water, it creates the vapor with these essential oils. And all you have to do is to put your head over that saucer or container with a towel, and you inhale that. You don't have to be sick to do that. That will clear your respiratory system. Any sort of funny virus you have inside of you jumping around, believe me, that will have it in a headlock and have it down for the count. Technical knockout, Muhammad Ali. Yeah, trust me. And in fact, even if you don't cover your head with a towel or anything, just the vapor in the house will definitely heal those who inhabit the room. In fact, when you do what we call here in the Caribbean a bark, you say bark, dogs? No, not that kind of bark. When you literally take the leaves from the trees, and that's why we call it a bark, because some of the barks are very good. Or you could do what people call a spiritual bath. That's what people refer to it as. You take the same essential oils. You take some warm water. No hot water, no warm, nice water. And you drop the same oils in your bath. So you drop the oregano oil, you drop the eucalyptus oil, you drop the thyme oil, and you wash your skin and the winter freshen, and you wash your skin with the oil. And, you know, instead of drying it off hard with the towel, you just kind of sap it off. In fact, that's the way the old people taught us. And trust me, family, that is the real spiritual bath, you know, when you get the essential oil itself, not necessarily some little package with some little funny face on it or some sort of Indian god. No. Get the real oil, do your own thing. You can, if you're in nature, you can get specific leaves. You see the soursop leaf? That is great for baths. The same oregano, wonderful. You understand? Specific, the rose petals, wonderful for your spiritual bath. But we're speaking of cleansing the breathing passage. We're talking about the respiratory system. We're talking about when you have the respiratory attacks, you know, asthma and these different things. These oils are very good to clear the nasal passage and clear out the bronchioles and these different things that, you know, make up the whole system itself. Perfect in all good doings and saying. So family, what I could do for you too, remember we offer these things right here at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. You could definitely visit our website. Of course, you know, the description the link is in the description below, and you visit the Holistic Foods. I'm going to put the link for the Holistic Foods below. And you visit the Holistic Food Store, and you see we have all the different items there that you can order straight from us. Your nuts, your Irish moss, your raw nuts, I should say. Let me be clear. Everything here is healthy, nutritious, and specifically, you know, economical for you, so you can order in bulk wherever you are in the world. We put the store together so we could assist our family to get the products that they're looking for at the best price, at the easiest convenience. That's what it's all about, family. So you can get your agave, your honey, your olive oil, and as I said, your essential oils. You can get all your essential oils from us. Once you contact us, you know, email us specifically, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and you ask for a list of the essential oils and prices and whatever, we will get that to you right away, my good family. For sure, especially in this pandemic time, these are the key oils. You should even have them stocked up, you know, even in your house. But let me just remind you again, family, we're talking about even this evening, depending on when you're watching this video, I'm talking about the 16th, Sunday, the 16th of January. We will be having the official launch of the Priest Isaac's African History Month competition. That will be 7 p.m. sharp on radio. I know you know how to get there. That's through the website, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. No, that's the Gmail, priestisaacinstitute.com for sure. And of course, as always, the link is in the description below. And remember that the biology edition is now on. The biology edition is now on from the 17th, Monday the 17th. Of course, the biology classes will start to go out. I hope you are already enrolled. Remember, once you're enrolled before the 17th, you definitely get a very, very special price. Just email us and ask us about that. And of course, you know, we'll give you more information. And of course, don't forget the International Homeschool, African History and Heritage, and of course, astronomy. So looking forward to your presence this evening, Radio Anu, 7 p.m. sharp. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. And listen to this. If for some reason you missed Sunday night, the 16th, and you're looking at this video on Monday, the 17th, more than likely, we will be rebroadcasting the lecture that we did on Sunday, the 16th, on Monday, the 17th. But that would be after the Tiger's Nest at 8 p.m. I hope you got all of that information. If not, just run the video again. Give thanks, Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Love family. Get your essential oils. Blessed love. My family, blessed love, give thanks for your presence. Give thanks for everyone. You are in the Tiger's Nest. Of course, you know, we glorify Emperor Haile Selassie I in all our doings and sayings. And yes, I'm going to take a moment right now to basically answer some questions that are on the minds of some of you. And I see this question coming up from time to time. Why do Bobo Shanti, and some people say Rasta in general, but it's more on Bobo Shanti, use Masonic symbols? I know some people, when they see these questions, they don't like when I ask these questions, but it's not me asking the questions. It's the young minds that want to know, that are very ignorant of a lot of the things that, you know, are in the realms of Rastafari, and they need someone to answer them. You can't be upset with people's questions. You just gotta provide the answer. Let me just remind you also, you know, that we have already launched the International Homeschool Biology Edition, family. So it is now available from this Monday. It will be rolling out. And remember, there is a special going on for those who will order their, or enroll, I should say, their young ones or yourself. Don't be ashamed, no matter how old you are, enroll yourself in the biology edition of the International Homeschool Program, which is cool, of course, is definitely coming off or dovetailing from our International Homeschool African Heritage and Astronomy Program. And listen to this, family. This is a very important public announcement I have to give to you. Sunday. When? Sunday. What date is Sunday? Sunday is the 16th day of January. I will be having a very special official launch and lecture on Radio Anu. So this is something, nothing that you have to enroll or sign up or anything. Just come straight to Radio Anu on Sunday, 7 p.m. sharp. I'm talking about Eastern Caribbean time. It's the official launch of our yearly or annual African History Month Priest Isaac's essay competition. I'm sure many of you know that every year we do an essay competition around the time of African History Month, where we give out a lot of gifts, laptops and of course, you know, tablets and digital cameras. This will be our 9th year of doing that, family, our 9th year. And this time it's not only national, it's gonna be international. So honestly, family, I'm not only looking for you to come in and sit in, we're looking for your support as we are reaching out to the community as we always do. Now, to answer this question here, I am going to literally bring you to the online lecture that we did like about a month ago. And of course, these online lectures are still available. So if you go to our website, which of course is priestisaacinstitute.com, for those who have never visited our website, I mean, it's a marvelous website. The link is in the description below. There's so many things to see on our website. For sure, Radio Anu is the boss. You got to come and check in Radio Anu and see what's going on here. But if you visit the lecture hall, you will see the lecture that you're going to view now. I'm just going to give you about 7 minutes of it, but it is this lecture here, Haile Selassie and Freemasonry. And this was done on the 26th day of December. It was an online lecture. Remember, it was a triple lecture that we were doing, the Santa Claus Massacre with the fairy tale folly days and nursery crimes. So you're going to get a touch of this lecture here right now. And of course, to see the whole thing, it's still available, family. We never took it down. Just visit the website, Priest Isaac's Institute at gmail.com. All right. Always assist. Because they know that there's no one pushing Haile Selassie. Not even in reggae music. Like what we do here at the Institute. King Emmanuel Order. Look it there. Look it there. This is masonry then, if you want to call it that. Remember, Christ in the Bible was a carpenter. Eh? That means he was a master builder too. Carpenters use compass and squares, just like masons. But the carpenter is like the good guy. Let's put it that way. So Christ is a carpenter. Not necessarily a mason. He is a master builder. So there you see the secrets here of the master builder. So the Ethiopian flag, again, is nature. So when the Ethiopians created their flag, they were copying nature. Same thing. These fellas here trying to show you, well, this is one of the renowned Masonic signs. Well, you can say what you want. That's a sign the king ever keep. The symbol of life, the Trinity. This is deep because, of course, you know, the energy is on your fingertips. So the spirit, the energy is passing through. It doesn't go anywhere. Deep, deep vibes. Some even say the emperor is doing some Masonic thing here. When you look at them in their Masonic world, they do have some of these angles that they portray. Honestly, I believe the emperor was just waving to somebody. I honestly don't think the emperor was saying, let me try that. Nah, I'm not into that at all. And the emperor not into that at all. Because if you study a lot of these hand symbols, they have a hand symbol for everything you can do. But what I'm saying here now, look at this. All of these are Masonic poses. Look familiar? Look familiar? This man here set the order, King Emmanuel Charles. And nobody can tell me this order here is the highest craft. This is a carpenter order that we follow. Some of us as Bobo, we don't want to accept it. And they say Masonic. This is a carpenter order that we follow. We need to understand, family, as Bobo Shanti. The colors that we wear, symbolism is connected to nature. If you notice, I don't jump over the Masonic thing, you know. Nature is the vibes. The Masonic vibes is a poor representation of nature. King Emmanuel Charles Edwards bring nature to us. If you notice, him alone come with the red up. He bring nature to us, all other Rastafari organization. No disrespect, you know, I'm just showing your vibes. Come with the red down. You understand? Even the symbols of the 5-point star. Venus makes this every 8 years, and then the 8 is the symbol of the R. So the whole Venus concept is here, because the 8 is the R, and every 8 years Venus make a 5-point star. Now, and I'm going to explain that in depth, because this is what, like the documentary before, we did that. You see, when it comes to teaching, that's why things are done in series, because you have to keep refreshing your audience. Can't just totally continue. You have to go back a bit, because what I just did is to go back a bit. Venus and the R, I just went back a bit. But because we have done this in detail, I ain't going to go through it in detail again. All of that is the art of teaching. So, and those who may not have ever heard this, I'm already giving you the source where you can go and watch and listen and get everything in more perfection. So King Emmanuel in this one banner here have so much science. The science of the spectrum of life, the science of Venus, the number R, or the letter R, which is the number 8, which is infinity. 8 is infinity. That's why when you turn the 8 upside down, you still get an 8. 8 and 0, the only two numbers you could just keep drawing forever and ever. You know what I mean? The Black Christ stayed 80 years amongst us, 8-0. Same Lord Pacal, the 82. So the heights is deep. But I'm showing you now this here. Bobo Shanti does bless just like that.
Even the same way how we have his foot in front of his foot, and how we have our hands and then we bow, my Lord. Just so. Just so. Bobo Shanti salute just like this. Just like, so what you're telling me, if you see I as Bobo Shanti doing this salute, which we do every day we do this. Are we Masonic? Now, what I would say about the Bobo Shanti order fact is that it is very esoteric. It is so esoteric, it could be labeled Masonic. Even by a profession, even the experts would study it and say, but this is a Masonic organization you fellows have here. You gonna argue because you don't want to use the term, but it's all right. Our building is built due east. The temple that King Emmanuel gave us, the tabernacle, is built due east. It's directly built to the cardinals of the earth. East, west, north, and south. I'm talking about the four corners of the earth. Our tabernacle is built to align with them. So the solstices, our tabernacle has a specific way that is set up, when done in the right way, the altar and the windows and the doors. So the sunlight comes in at a certain angle at a certain time, solstice and equinoxes as well. Some of us totally miss that, but that's what's going on. The colors of the days that we are given, the red and the Sunday and the yellow and the Monday and the green, the Tuesday go down the line is the banners, or the colors of the banner, the colors of the flag. The Monday, Wednesday morning with the white, and the Friday black over white, and the Saturday all day white. All of that is some mystic vibes when it comes to understanding nature. What we are doing is we are connecting and reconnecting with nature. So King Emmanuel, the Melchizedek, comes and teaches us all these things. If you notice, on the altar, we spin to the left. We don't spin to the right. I don't see man turn to the left to go in Zion and then turn back right. No, man, you're mashing up the thing. It's a one dervish circle to the left. It's a direct connection to the dynamo of the heavens. So the difference with these Masonic symbols, number one, they stole everything from us. They didn't start none of this. But if you notice, they are using the so-called right hand, which is the right hand. Both hands are the right hand. We ain't got no wrong hand. But somehow they're teaching us that this hand on this side is the right hand, and this hand on this side is the hand you're supposed to left. That's why they call it left hand in the left. Leave it alone. Yeah, it's a dead hand. It doesn't even write. You can hardly throw a ball with the hand to save your life. You understand? But King Emmanuel teaches us to use the heartical, or the left hand, the hand that is on the side with the heart. Now, the heart is central, but of course, the majority of the muscle mass of the heart is on the left side. The heartical side, we call it. So we bless with the heartical hand, the left hand. Not like the Masonic right hand stuff here. You see, because let me show you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. There it went. This is a perfect example of what I'm trying to show you. The swastika, Hitler. This is Lalibela. This is an ancient Ethiopian symbol. This is the German Nazi parliament symbol. That's the Ethiopian symbol. Which one do you think came first? This one came first. So what's wrong with this? Well, what they did to this, they just turn it around. That's all, and they turn it around. It's just like the 5-point star. The 5-point star, nothing wrong with the 5-point symbol. It's not a star, it's a symbol. But when you turn it upside down, that's when it looks like the goat. It's all about turning upside down. Check it out. Upside down, good. So it's nothing wrong with the original, but it's the carbon copy that come into the picture. So it's the same thing when you observe all what we are dealing with here, even when it comes to the side that we use as Bobo Shanti, the heartical side, the so-called left side. We also salute just like this, but we don't use that hand. We use the heartical hand, which is also referred to as the. And yes, family, as I said, specifically,
that is just a snippet. Let me see, as you can see, this lecture was like 2 hours and 40 something minutes long. Just giving you a piece of it to answer that question there for those who are interested in why Bobo Shandy has those Masonic symbols. Anyway, for sure, as I said, you could see the full video. And this is why this lecture was done. You know, a lot of ones, even Rassis and Bobo Shandy, as I said earlier, even for me to put the lecture in that question form, they don't like it. But if a young mind asks them that same question, hey, why did Bobo Shandy use these Masonic symbols, which the young mind has studied these things, we just sweep it under the rug because we can't answer it. We need them things there. We need them things. We need to deal with them things. This is the heart of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and we need them things. I mean, passionately, you may be speaking the truth, but we have to be able to, as King Emmanuel said, put the food in the reach of the children. This is why this work is done. This is why you see us mount the responsibilities that we have to mount and ride them off into the sunset and of course into the sunrise. Serengeti. Yes, family, give thanks. So just visit the website. The link is in the description below, as I said, and keep in mind this Sunday, which is the 16th day of January, 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time sharp, not around YouTube. We may come live for a moment, but we're going to be doing the whole vibration on radio, and because we'll be giving a nice lecture, things that we're going to say in the lecture we can't say on YouTube. I don't want to be thinking when I'm talking to say, oh, can I say this here? Can I say that there? No, so we're going to be doing it on Radio Anu. As I said, all of that is in the link below, the description below the video. Of course, when you visit Radio Anu or the website, remember to check Holistic Food Store out, where you can get all your different, your nuts and of course your grains and all of the good stuff that you use as ITAL people, as vegan people, as vegetarian. You can get your natural agave syrup, your natural honey, your molasses, your different herbs, your sea moss, your what you call this stuff here, the oils. I'm talking about your natural oils, your essential oils. Even in a time like now, when you need your thyme oil and your oregano oil and them key oils, essential oils directly set up to beat down the virus that they have going around, you could definitely get all of that from us, your pink Himalayan salt and all the good stuff. But of course, if you need to get more information on exactly what we have to offer, all you have to do is contact us, send us an email, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com, and you could get a catalog and see exactly what we have to offer and how you would get your package shipped to you. All right, wonderful stuff, my family. Give thanks for your presence. Looking forward to seeing you on Sunday evening on Radio Anu, and just reminding everyone, the biology edition is definitely ready to go on Monday, so make sure that you enroll your young ones early. Remember, there's a special price for those who are already enrolled in the African Heritage and of course the astronomy courses, and for those specifically who will enroll, I'm talking about the biology edition into their family before Monday the 17th. Of course, there's a very special offer going for you. So just email us right now. I think now is the time. Don't wait until later. Email us right now. Give thanks. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Bless. Yes, family, blessed love to each and every one. I'm thankful that you are here with us. You know how we do it here. We glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. And of course, the Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. What a joy. As you can see, we are highlighting the Holistic Food Store. We launched that just 7 days ago. That's on the 2nd of January. We had the official launch. So I'm just encouraging everyone to visit the website. I'm speaking of Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge website. Of course, that is priestIsaacInstitute.com, and the link for the description is in the description
below this video, so it's very easy to get there, and you will see the holistic food title. You click on it and you see all the products, your nuts and your grains and your peas and anything that you desire, your oils, your essential oils, your virgin natural organic oils, you know, different herbs, the everything that you think you need for optimum health and nutritional wealth and all of that stuff. Visit us and you'll definitely be able to dig in and dive in. In fact, you could just email us too and inquire of a catalog, and we'll get more information to you. Now, we want to talk about this, well, not this individual specifically, but this symbol here that he has on his arm. This is the SWAT sticker. And of course, just as how he has become the symbol of the devil, so has his symbol, which is the SWAT sticker, become a demon icon of sorts. But what I want to go into is the origin of it. Where did it originally come from? And why are we looking down at it? Look, he has on a cross too. People don't usually demonize that, but you know, but this one is demonized. But we'll get to it right about now. But before we go there, I definitely want to highlight, as promised, we are now launching the biology edition of the International Homeschool. Now, I'm going to have a special program for this. We're launching this next Monday. You know, on Monday, this will be launched. So all of you who are looking forward to the biology classes, and many other classes are coming, but we have already put together the biology program, the curriculum, and all systems. We are ready to go. And this program now, we have over 40 classes which are designed with the children in mind, and this will be given over a period of 5 months. So this biology edition, which is just part one of the biology edition, is a 5-month course. And again, this is designed for the youth between K and what they call 3rd grade. You see, as we always explain, and as I said, I'm going to do a separate program where we go into depth with this. But as I always try to explain, we're not doing our programs following the system that has been established and how they label in 1st and 2nd grade and all of that stuff. You know, this has been designed with the children in mind. So whatever age the child is, whether the child is a toddler or if the child is 9 or even 12, trust me, even you adults, this biological or biology edition of the International Homeschool will do wonders for you. So this is, I'm going to give you more details for sure in the other videos. And of course, you can email us, priestisiacinstitute@gmail.com. But of course, we have a special on this. Now, listen to me good, At least I got to tell you this. This 5-month program, 40 classes, going into the depths of biology and the systems of the body and the urinary system and the circulatory system and you know, the nervous system and all of these different things, the skeletal system, and so many different areas of the anatomy we will be breaking down, so at least the child will have a better understanding of what it is all about, what's a cell, what's the atom. It's necessary. And this whole program goes for only $200. That's the whole program for the 5 months. But listen to me good, If you are, number one, if you are a part of the original homeschool program, which is the astronomy and the African history and heritage, you will get this program for $150. So for sure, even if you were to take it now, I'm talking about the original program of African history and heritage plus astronomy, and then you take this International Homeschool Biology Edition, only $150. Listen again. If you take the biology edition,
if you sign up for it before Monday, because we're going to officially launch it out on Monday, next Monday I'm speaking of, if you sign up for it before that, the whole year's program or the 5 months program, pardon me, only $150. But if not, you pay $40 a month. Remember, the classes are sent daily. This is for your child, their education specifically. And remember, our team, we have certification in everything that we teach. I want you to be clear with that. So that is why when at the end of the program, we can give a certification, at least of participation, and it is something that is valuable going up the scale. So we are very proud, family, that we have officially launched the International Homeschool, the Biology Edition, and it's definitely set. It's very fun, very interactive, obviously very colorful, and trust me, every child wants to know how the body works. A lot of us as adults, we don't know where the stomach is. A lot of us as adults don't know where the stomach is. We think the stomach is our belly. What is the belly? What is the belly? Your guts, you call the belly? And then we're going to say, mommy has a baby in the belly. So we got to be clear, and we may say that as fun, but it's a very serious thing. So of course, just go down below. You see the links in the description and press the links. And for sure, we will go. You can definitely check out all the information and email me, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and I give you all the information as it relates to the International Homeschool Program Biology Edition. All right, good. As I said, all the links are in the description below. Now, what I'm saying is that we did a program, we did an online lecture, Rastafari and Freemasonry and that meditation. Many of you were there. And this was one of the symbols that we highlighted. Now, you don't have to say too much about this symbol. People consider this to be a devil symbol. Why is this a devil symbol? Because Adolf Hitler, Satan's cousin, was the one that highlighted it. People think that he made it up and made it the symbol of his Nazi party. And like he got some vision from Satan. You got to keep in mind that the individuals that choose our heroes for us are the same individuals that chooses our villains for us. I want you to understand me good. Now, I definitely am not a member of the Hitler fan club. You understand? Just like I'm not a member of the George Bush fan club. I'm not a member of none of the Pope's fan club, Bismarck fan club, maybe Bismarcky, the vapors, yeah. I'm not a member of the George V or VI Victoria or Queen Mary. I'm not a member of none of these people fan club. But I don't see Mr. Hitler as no more of a devil than none of the names I just called. With, of course, the exception of Bismarcky, So, but whatever agenda they are up to, because Hitler didn't just go crazy and just started to go mad and kill people. He was trying to regain something that he considers, according to his culture, was stolen from his people when he was younger. That's just the history of it. But the people that control the media, the Jews, even though they were even sponsoring partner, oh yeah, man, you need to check the history good. When you see wars happening, there's somebody financing both sides. There is somebody financing both sides. Real thing. So a lot of it is propaganda. So as I have always said, they make our heroes. Take this brother here. He's a good Negro. He's a good Negro to be your heroes. Teach him to your children. Don't worry about this one over here. He's a tyrant. He is the butcher of Uganda. He keeps people's head in the refrigerator. No, don't teach your children nothing about it. But this fella here, he had a dream. He had a dream. We locked this one over here in prison for 27 years and he came out and didn't do a thing. These are the people that you're supposed to praise. And they put them in the school books for you and hang them on the wall. And so you're taught to revere who they give you to revere. You're taught to hate who they give you to hate. And again, I don't have nothing against the one with the dream, nor the brother that was in prison for 27 years. In fact, I love them and respect them. But if I was to give you a list of heroes, they would not be on the top of the list. But yet still we allow enemies to give us the list and put who we would not have on the top. They give us a list of demons and put some of our heroes on the top of the same list. And we accept it and we just go with it. You understand? Now, what I'm saying, I just brought all of that in because obviously anything associated with Mr. Hitler, you know, we don't want nothing to do with it. I tell you, the man have on a cross here, symbol of salvation, but the SWAT sticker, you know, if you were listening to the lecture that we did, if you notice, I was explaining that when they imitate us, they always flip it around. That's why I was highlighting how the Bobo Shanti salute, and I showed you the Masonic pictures of how they salute. They just flip it around. So what you're looking at here is in the ancient churches of Lalibela. This is ancient Lalibela, carved out of the mountains. I'm sure we all know the Lalibela churches. And this is at Lalibela. You see this symbol representing the four winds of the earth. You know, the cycle of life, east, west, north, and south, earth, wind, water, and fire. There's so much in this symbol here. It's an ancient symbol, you know, not just at Lalibela you will find it. It's an ancient symbol. It represents the cycle of the sun as well. So what Mr. Hitler and his crew did, they just copied it. Ain't nothing as they copy everything. As they copy everything, there's nothing that these people really invented, you know. Even when they manipulate the weather, they don't make no weather, they manipulate what's there already. So they took that ancient symbol and they just flipped it sideways and created the symbol of the Nazi party. And then we now, the ignorant, all of a sudden we look down at this. Oh, it's a devil symbol. Maybe they turn it around because that's what they do. Like the 5-point star, which is a symbol you see in nature. But when they turn it upside down, that is when it, you know, has the look of the goat's head, you know, the pagan's head, the pagan's face. So, but that is why when you look at all, you know, you can see the connection. This is what I was showing you with the whole concept of that Masonry vibes. Look at your Gmail. This is the Masonic royal apron, arc apron. You see, look at the Google. You understand? Even when you observe the Facebook, FB, and so many different things, you can see that a lot of the things we use. Imagine you're sending a Gmail. I just tell you can Gmail me. I just explained to you can Gmail me. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. We all have Gmail. But look at this. I mean, you can hardly run away from this. You know, so that's what it's all about, family. It's all about taking symbols, manipulating symbols, and creating copycats and lookalikes and confusion to the mind. It has a lot to do with left brain and right brain. Sarai and Abraham, Brahman, Sarah. It's a deep, deep, deep science, family, and you could see it right here. So before you condemn, just be careful and take your time as you go through and flow through the meditation. All right, so one more time, just encouraging you, family. Remember, we're going to start to send out the International Homeschool Biology edition from the upcoming Monday. And as I said, the fullness of the course is only $200. Trust me, I mean, anybody that understands the value of education and understands the value, this is definitely much, much, much cheaper than even the tuition that you pay at the regular schools, the term fee that you have to pay. I know that for sure. So that's a fact, and I'm telling you, this will be Afrocentric too, because it's consciousness we are putting behind of this. But remember, if you take this biology course before, if you sign up before we actually start to send them out, which would be the upcoming Monday, if you sign up before then, you will get it for only $150. That's the 5 months course. You can still pay by the month, you know. Yeah, you can still pay monthly. It's only $40 a month. But if you're taking the whole 5 months course one time, you get it at $150, family. I mean, that's great. And that is if you take it before Monday. And remember, if you are a part of the astronomy / African history and heritage course, you will also get it for $150. I mean, this is just marvelous. And it's a joy to me that we can do this, you know, especially on such an economical level. Because remember, still, you know, even right here at the Institute, between ourselves, you know, we are PhD in English, Bachelor, African history, certified in astroarchaeology, certified in yoga and doula and culinary arts. So we are certified here, family, in what we are doing. So you definitely are in good hands. So just email me. The link is in the description below this video. Email me now and say, my Lord, I would like to be on the International Homeschool Program Biology Edition. How do I sign up for that? All right. And also let me remind you, of course, of Black Dominion. This is where you could definitely get the different varieties of clothing, garments. I'm talking about your t-shirts, your hoods, your jackets, your sweaters, even your jogging pants, your joggers as they are called, clothes for the male, products for the female, many different things you have here. I'm talking about Black Dominion. You also see them on Instagram. And we're talking about on an Afrocentric level. So you could definitely see the Akan Indinkra sign on many of the products. This one is the Nyami, God only, you know. And as I said, Nyam is really a term we use in Antigua for to eat, Nyam. You have the sweater here, the Kedas Emmanuel sweater. You have Africa for the Africans Liberation hoodie. You can see everything is about liberation. You have their, what you call it, their logo here, the Black Dominion logo. You have t-shirts with phrases from Marcus Messiah Garvey as well. Here you have a nice hood with the Sankofa symbol. Some nice shirts or hoods as well. Warmers, these may be warmers with Haile Selassie I and your red, gold, and green. And also you have your mugs, as I said, and your bottle. This one is an insulated bottle. This is a 20-ounce official insulated bottle. Harriet Tubman, of course, Empress Menin. This is a nice shirt with the ganja leaf here. Listen, family, all of this you can get right here on Black Dominion. Okay, we have some new lines here. We have the Black Dominion shoes. And I mean, the price here, look at this. This is $59.99. I think you call that $60. And I'm talking about, you can look, you see the logo here. These are clean. That's what we'll say here in Antigua. These are clean. Oh, we see some more shoes down here. Look at these ones here. These are $49, family. And Black Dominion say that they'll deliver these for free. Look at these wonderful shoes. Now tell me, and you're getting them delivered for free, and look at the type of prices that we are offering. And of course, the cannabis culture standard chalice for sure. I don't know if everything here comes with it. I guess that would be nice, wouldn't it? All right, and some wonderful shirts. I see we have Africa upside down here. I don't know. Oh, well, maybe that's the concept there. I'm not sure. There is that concept that the way we know Africa now is upside down, and this is the real one. I mean, as an astronomer, you know, the up and down thing in space doesn't really count. But I mean, Africa ain't upside. It's flat. I mean, we're walking on it, isn't it? You're right. But if we're going to get technical, I honestly believe that this is upside down. And I can break it down. I've broken it down already. But anyway, I shouldn't even be bringing that in the advertisement, man. What am I doing here? We just love to teach. But anyway, it's a wonderful shirt, man. Express yourself. Beautiful. What's the price on it? Only $18. These are some wonderful prices, people. Let me just listen. If you're serious about supporting Black businesses, let me see what you do here. This is Brother Corey Harris, the great musician. And as you can see, full association with R7, Prophet Jah Daniel, you know,
ones that, you know, doing works for the Father. And we have products here that are extremely inexpensive from my perspective and from the word I got from the family. Free delivery. I don't know who just sitting down watching and saying, yeah, good works, good works. No, good. It's not no good works unless we buy something, family. Come on, let us support each other. This is why we do the Mind Your Business programs, you know, and we advertise for free on the Mind Your Business program. So that is what it's all about. So we can show love, you know, and support each other. So whatever you have to offer, you can express it too. And definitely those of us who are watching and listening, we would patronize, or we should. That's what it is all about. So marvelous works here. Of course, we always put the link for the description of Black Dominion once we highlight it in our the link in the description of our video below. So you'll find the link for Black Dominion below. These shoes are nice, eh? Less than $50. Look at these. Nice and cool, you know. Nice one up here as well. Family, marvelous, right? You know, definitely marvelous, marvelous. And I'm sure you may be able to get them in different colors as well. All right, life giver and the keeper of life. Give thanks, family, for your love. Give thanks for your presence again. Heart of love, heart of celebration going to the earth. Of course, you know, I'm going to encourage you to join me in the uprising for Serengeti. I'm talking about 5:30 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time on Radio Anu. You know where to find Radio Anu, right? Of course, the link is in the description below. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah Rastafari. We're going to rock some bingy right now. Celebration order for the Christmas. Blessed love. Yeah. Yes, family, give thanks for your presence with us. Welcome, of course, to the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge, Radio Anu specifically. As you would know, today is a celebration day, as we are celebrating my solar return, my earth strong, and of course throughout the whole day right here on Radio Anu, we'll be definitely having a wonderful morning program, uprising program. As you know, every Sunday at 6 we do a program called Kidemi. We're going to do it until midday, from 6 until midday, just vibration. I already explained that before. I'm not going to go into the depths of it. And remember, throughout the afternoon, even before we get into the afternoon, we have so many interviews that we have to bring to you that we may start the interviews before the afternoon. Remember, we have interviews from some of the members of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. Some of these interviews are from the archives. Some will be recent, some will be new. You just have to stay with us throughout the day. And remember, today we are officially launching the Priest Isaac's Holistic Food Store. So of course, you can go to our website and of course, just go on Holistic Foods, and you see all that we have to offer right now. And we have more to offer than this. This is what is being displayed, from your raw nuts, your spirulina, your cocoa powder, your raw honey, your agave syrup, your olive oil, your bay leaf, your so many things, essential oils, your coconut oil. And of course, you know, as I said, this is our holistic foods store. You know, you could definitely contact us. You could get a catalog and see exactly what we have available with the prices as well. So you could make your order. Definitely very economical. That's why we set it up. We wouldn't set it up if it wasn't economical, and making sure you get the best products, you know, for yourself and your household. You can order in bulk. I know a lot of you would be happy for that. That's what it's all about, the togetherness and the oneness. But as I said, today is the day of giving. So what we'll be doing, well, first of all, for sure, as it is our Earth Day, you have the opportunity, if you desire, to give us a gift. But the main thing really here is that we are giving gifts today. So what I want you to do, when you go through our store,
We have specific books written by myself, books written by the young ones. We have video documentaries, specifically, of course, our main video documentaries, plus the online lectures that we recently did, like, of course, Rastafari, Haile, Selassie, and Islam, Semenkare, etc. Just go through the store. And what we are offering you, family, you have the choice of the book of your choice, or the video of your choice, or you could get a 1 month's worth of free subscription of the Tiger's Nest radio program. Now you can only choose one, and all you have to do is to contact us. You have to email us, and of course that's a very simple thing, Priest Isaac Institute @gmail.com, and let us know, well, this is what I would like of the three. Now the thing is, you can't wait for too long, because we only have a limited amount. We have a specific amount of distributions that we are allotted to do. So the quicker you come, the better for you, so everyone could be happy. So please don't wait too late. And I know ones are going to be coming in, so we don't want to disappoint anyone at all. This is a day of gift giving. It's all about gift giving. So we are giving forward, as they say, giving back. And of course, please, you yourself, feel free, as we are celebrating our solar return, we're celebrating our Earth Day. You are also free to give your gifts. As you know, we have a donation page on our website. We have just transformed it to the Priest Isaac's Earth Day Earth Strong gift box. Look at it right here. So definitely, family, those who may be viewing this on the YouTube, please feel free to join us on Radio Anu throughout the whole day. The link is in the description below, and get your gifts and bring your gifts and just full joy today. We have so much information, enough guests coming through. We're going to be having a blast, and of course, it's a family moment. Yeah, so blessed Earth Day to myself as we go through. Enough chalice burning. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Blessed love. Yes, family, blessed love. We give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie first. Give thanks for your presence with us. You're definitely here in the Tiger's Nest. Of course, wherever we are, it is the Tiger's Nest, the Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. And of course, we are very thankful for your presence. And as we mentioned, the Tiger's Nest, be sure to join us this evening for the Radio Anu's version of the Tiger's Nest, which is every Monday to Thursday at 7 p.m. sharp Eastern Caribbean time. Well, Eastern Standard Time may be about 6 p.m. now, but Eastern Caribbean time for sure, 7 p.m. sharp. Just check wherever you are on the globe as it relates to that, so you could align yourself. Family, give thanks. We're going to go into a nice meditation right about now, talking about the libation. I just want to remind you of the 2nd of January. That is this Sunday, the 2nd of January. Of course, we'll be celebrating our solar return, our earth light as such, what people call birthday. So we'll be having a very special day on Radio Anu. So all roads are going to lead to Radio Anu from 6 a.m. in the uprising. Well, even way before 6 a.m. I'm talking about from the wee hours of midnight, Nyabingi music going all the way down until 6 a.m. And then we go straight into the program known as Kidemi. It's going to be a special edition of Kidemi. And that day, on Radio Anu, what we'll be doing, we'll be having special interviews throughout the day. Some ancient interviews that we held before, specifically with members of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. So we're going to bring up the interview with Sister Lily Mae Duncanson, the interview with Honorable Priest Kumi, Priest Chris, Honorable Kes Westmore, Priest Rickman. We'll have an interview sit down with the Honorable Priest Shimran. That's going to be a blessed day, man. That is the 2nd of January as I celebrate my earth light, for the whole day. just join me on radio. And when it's going to be a special day, because we're going to be having a lot of giveaways. We're just going to be giving things away, you know, our documentaries, our books. We'll be giving away subscriptions to the Tiger's Nest radio program. But you just got to be there. Once you're there, you will know what to do, and we'll give you all the instructions, and you will know what to do. No games, you ain't got to write nothing. Just be there. And for sure, just giveaways throughout the day. And let me just remind you that we have a special as it relates to the International Homeschool now. Remember, as we said before, until the very same 2nd of January, once you order the International Homeschool program, you will definitely get a free Tiger's Nest t-shirt. That's almost over. That special is almost coming to a conclusion. And remember, the Tiger's Nest shirts, you could get them in different colors, and you could get them with or without the stripes. So definitely that is something that you should look into. So looking forward to seeing you again. That's Sunday the 2nd. That is going to be a marvelous day. We're going to be celebrating throughout the day. And it's just going to be a wonderful joy for each and everyone who will be coming through. Now, what I want to speak of, as I promised previously, the whole aspect of the libation, truth-bation, really. Now, what is the libation process all about? And why is it that I am bringing it up at a time like now? Now, of course, you know, we're in the season of what is referred to as Kwanzaa. And I had the previous video that we put up, which was, we were broadcasting live as such, streaming live. We were talking about the whole science of Rastafari and Kwanzaa. So I'm not going to go too deep into that again. You could just watch it, and I'm sure many of you were there. And in fact, before I go any further, this is another thing that I have to offer. There was an episode that we did on the Tiger's Nest entitled Kwanzaa, but for reasons beyond our control, we couldn't broadcast it live. So all those who are subscribers of the Tiger's Nest, you would have received that audio, so almost 2 hours long, entitled the Kwanzaa. That was for Monday evening. So I'm just saying, anyone that would desire to get a copy of that program that we did, that's the title of it, Kwanzaa. Anyone who desired to get a copy of that, that's Monday night's Tiger's Nest, just email us and we would just send you a copy. There's nothing attached to that. We just send you a copy of it. Whoever you are, you don't have to be a member of nothing. We just send you a copy of it. But anyway, one of the things that stand out outside of course, the principles, you know, the principles of Kwanzaa and the unity and purpose and faith. We've been through these things. But the libation now, you know, some ones that consider themselves very spiritual will burn a fire on libation. And you may ask, so why would you do that? Because they're saying, well, you know, libation is, you know what I mean, it's not in the Bible. I've heard these things with my ears. It's not in the Bible. It's not Rastafari, and so on and so on. All right. Anyway, as I said, we already kind of touched the importance of being able to balance things off. So what is libation all about? Of course, the use of the water shows a very spiritual aspect of it, as the nature of water is the spirit too. Water carries a high spirit. Water, the Miriam, the Mary, the Maya, you know, water going back to the earth, touching the earth, going into the earth is a high science. So what ones would do, ones would take the pure water and bless the water and pray over the water. And specifically, when they throw the water to the earth, they call names of ancestors, they call the name of the living, and they call the name of the dead. And somehow connect themselves to it and to them and you know, recreate a different energy and a force, different force around them. Libation, it's somewhat of remembering, connecting with,
you know, and expressing, you know, the love that you would have for even those who have gone before you. So usually when people make a libation, they usually call out their grandparents, and especially in groups of conscious ones, you would hear one say Dr. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. These are usually the names that you might hear come up, you know, and Harriet Tubman and XYZ. And they remember them. Obviously, there would be many others that we don't even know about, that you would never find in the history books, whether it be propaganda or the truth. You never know about them. So at the same time, you have to keep them in mind as well as you penetrate and connect. And as I said earlier in another program, even though we speak of ancestors, I was speaking of Maya Angelou, you know, the whole science of the ancestors. We are our ancestors. I mean, those who you have said have gone before you, they have returned in the cycle of life. And reincarnation, as King Emmanuel teaches, bring everyone back again in flesh, you know. So it's a deep thing, really, when you look into it. But the libation science now, what I want to show you is that even in the Bible, it is seen. Now, to me, the real libation is really this. What I found interesting is that documentary, the same documentary you would hear when you get the episode, the Kwanzaa episode that we did on the Tiger's Nest. As I said, it's free, you know, we just give that to you when you contact us. They were saying that you utilize a cup similar to this, because it's nature. If it's one thing, the Kwanzaa tries best to deal with nature. That's why I always advise that one should be careful with them candles that one's burning, them pig fat candles, straight up, you know, straight up, because I know we just kind of run to the store and buy something and light it up when it's a spiritual thing. But anyway, so a natural cup, calabash, you know, them kind of things. And what the brother was saying on the documentary, for those who will hear it and those who heard it, he's saying that the same cup that they drink out of, the sacred water, is the same cup that they use to pour the libation. Now, if you notice, you know, a lot of us, not that, I'm not going to try to say that we are not too versed in how it's really done, but if you notice, a lot of ones, when they do the libation vibration, sometimes they use a bottle of water, sometimes maybe it's just convenience and maybe what they want is not available, but sometimes they would use a bottle of water, or again, they may use a cup or even a calabash. But the science of it being the same utensil or the same container that you drink from, being the same container that you pour the libation with, that's a very serious vibes. To me, that's a very serious meditation, especially when it goes with the story that I'm going to highlight. Now, I want to read something here from the Bible. We're looking in the book of 2 Samuel. And this is 2 Samuel chapter 23. I'm not going to read everything. I'm going to start from verse 50, and I will explain as I go. And it says here, and David longed and said, oh, that one would give me drink of the water of the well of Bethlehem, which is by the gate. And the three mighty men brake through the host of the Philistines and drew water out of the well of Bethlehem that was by the gate, and took it and brought it to David. Nevertheless, he would not drink thereof, but poured it out unto the Lord. Now, of course, I mean, this is a perfect example of a story, a massive story, being put into just one sentence or one paragraph. Now, first of all, who are these three mighty men? Now, this specific chapter goes into the mighty men of David. Okay, let me just pick a verse out of the blue. Verse 8. These be the names of the mighty men whom David had. The Tashmoite that sat in the seat, chief among the captains. The same was Adino, the Eznite. He lifted up his spear against 800, whom he slew at one time. So this
Idino killed 800 people one time. And after him was Eliezer, the son of Dodo, the Ohoite, one of the three mighty men with David. When he defiled the Philistines that were there gathered together to battle, and the men of Israel were gone away, he rose up and smote the Philistines until his hand was weary, and his hand clave unto the sword. And the Lord wrought a great victory that day, and the people returned after him only to spoil. So he killed off everybody basically. And after him was Shammah, the son of Agi, the Harahite. He sounded like he from Harah. And the Philistines were gathered together into a troop, where was a piece of ground full of lentils, good food. And the people fled from the Philistines. But he stood in the midst of the ground and defended it, and slew the Philistine, and the Lord wrought a great victory. And 3 of the 30 chief went down and came to David in the harvest time unto the cave of Adullam. And the troops of the Philistines pitched in the valley of Rephaim. And David was then in a hole, and the garrison of the Philistine was then in Bethlehem. And David longed and said, oh, that one would give me drink of the water of the well of Bethlehem, which is by the gate. So what this is saying now, as I said, the chapter is really going into the mighty men of valor that used to move with David. It's more than 3 of them. It's 30 something of them flexing with David. And then they talk about the 3 great ones, and then another 3, and another 3. One man, they say, beat off Goliath, brother. One man say, they say, kill how much bears and this and that in the snow. All right. So what is happening here is that we have a situation where you see the Philistines have Bethlehem under siege. This is what's happening here. That's what verse 14 says. And David was in a hole, and the garrison of the Philistine was then in Bethlehem. So that means David and his troops and his mighty ones had fled from Bethlehem, and they were then in a hole, let's put it that way. So they were away. In fact, he was in higher grounds really, above Bethlehem. But listen to the story now, man. David there lamented, saying to himself, if I could only get some of the water from the well of Bethlehem. Now, this well of Bethlehem is a very symbolic well, It's deep, the water from the well and all of that. Remember when Christ met the woman by the well? It is supposed to be the same well there. The science of the well and Jacob's well and all of that. The well is very important. Even in other stories outside of the Bible, you see the woman by the well. And that is why, for example, when Jacob got his wives, because he was sent into the old country to receive his wife. In fact, before him, his father Isaac, remember Abraham had Isaac and Isaac had Jacob. And then Abraham sent his servant into the old country to get Isaac's wife. And the servant said to the Lord, because the servant had camels and sheep and so on, said, listen, if the woman that would come and get water for me and then give water to my animals, let that be the wife of my master. Read the story in the Bible, it shows you that. And then when Isaac's wife came along, I think that was Rebecca, when she came along and she saw the servant of Abraham there, who she didn't really know who it was, and she saw his animals, she went to the well and she brought water for him and water for the animals. And that's how he knew that was Isaac's wife. When Isaac had his children, Jacob and Esau, when Jacob went looking for his wife, what happened? He came to the same well. And this time there was a stone in front of the well. And only the shepherds could move the stone, and the sisters them could not get no water from the well. And Jacob came and he moved the well and he got water for the sisters, and those were his wife that eventually would be Leah and Rachel, even Moses. When Moses went into Midian and the shepherds were harassing the daughters of Jethro and they couldn't get water neither. It was 7 of them. Moses went and took water from the well and gave it to them. And one of them eventually became his wife. So you see that story. That is how I know when Christ met the woman at the well, it's more than how the preacher man teach that story there. Because she was a woman of Samaria. Sa and Maria both represent water in different ancient sin. Maria for sure is Mary, Maria, you know, the Maya is waters, and she met him by the well. So all of that is symbolic. If you notice, all of these saviors meet their wives by the well. You understand? So the well is very symbolic. The well is symbolic of salvation. Remember, even Christ's bride is seen as the church, you know, which is the body of Christ. It's a very deep thing. So it's the same thing now, even when you look at scriptures like this. So when David is saying he's longing for the water, okay, yes, he's thirsty. He wants a drink. And he knows that the water from the well of Bethlehem tastes nice. But it's more than that. You got to remember, David is a Messiah type figure. So when you look at this in its metaphysical sense, you have to see David as a God figure. And the water in the well of Bethlehem is very symbolic of the church. You understand? It's very symbolic of salvation. You understand? Okay, Isaac as a God figure, you know, his wife came throughout the whole going into the well and dipping out the water. Jacob, another God figure in the type, yes, his wives, same way, going to the well and dipping out the water. Moses, another God figure, nobody can deny this, his wife going to the water and dipping out, going to the well and dipping out the water. Again, Christ meeting the Samaritan woman, Samaria. Remember, Samaria is one of God's wife in Isaiah. God said his wives are Samaria and Jerusalem. Those are his wives. So Christ being God in flesh met Samaria by the well again. So if you read it esoterically, you can see it's the same thing playing over and over and over again. So now David, as the God figure and the Christ figure, says that he is longing for the water from the well. And what happens? 3 of his mighty soldiers stand up. Remember now, keep this in mind. Remember, Bethlehem is under siege. So the Philistines have Bethlehem under control, have it locked down. That means, so what happened now? That's why David is in the hole. That's why he left there with, I think, about 600 men, foot soldiers, and of course, women and children and animals and sheep and goat and whatever. And he has left the compound because the Philistines have invaded. You know, so this is just one of them moments when David had to go through his tribulation. There was a time when he was running from Saul. There was a time when he was running from Absalom. There was a time when he had to dash from somebody else. And this is the time that he had to leave the holy city, you know, because the Philistines came in and had it under control. So David is a man that has gone through his share of tribulation, specifically as the king of Israel, as the individual that wears the crown. So this is just one of the time. He's going to eventually get back the city, you know. But for now, he is in exile and he is longing for the water from Bethlehem. And all David do is say that. And 3 of his mighty men say, yeah, the boss wants some water. Now, although this is just seen in one chapter, you know, you got to put life to this. The fact that David is not in the city means that the city well locked down. The Philistines have the place under control. They have Israelites still in the city that hoping for the day that David will return. Just like when the Ethiopians were fighting war, looking for the king to return, man, looking for David to return, because the Philistines, they come down on us and the yoke is very heavy. And David and his soldiers and some ones of the tribes are in the hills. And David just say he wants some water. And 3 man, you know, 3, 1, 2, 3, get up and go to the well and bring out the water. Now I could imagine, remember, for them to get to the well, They have to get through the security and the defense. For them to get the water, I could imagine that the well is highly guarded. For them to get the water from that historic sacred well and then come out of the city, that means they have to come back through the same security and the same defense that was there. Now the Bible don't give no detail. It didn't say if they had to sneak in and nobody detected them, or they had to fight their way in. Because keep in mind, you know, this chapter is describing men of valor, men that thump down moose and lift up Islam guerrillas. That's how the scripture make them sound. So the impression I am getting is that it is showing you how tough these brothers are. So I would imagine that they fought their way through the garrison, through the siege, through the walls of defense that the Philistines had set up. And they got to the water because their king wanted the water. And they dipped out the water. I could imagine they say, hurry up, Ras, we have to go. You get it? Yeah, let's go. They're coming again. Spears and arrows, and they're ducking and they're fighting and they're busting man's face and they're bam, bam, bam. Three of them, which is very symbolic because David is the God figure. And he sent three of them. Three of them come in David's name. Follow me good. Three of them come, break through the enemy's wall. That's what Marcus Garvey and King Emmanuel and Haile Selassie do now. They break through the enemy's wall to come to the well, to dip up the salvation. Because water is symbolic of salvation. Water is pure. The pure water, you know, is not alkaline water. You know. Pure water is neutral water, where the pH is 7. 7. You understand the number of God. So they're coming for that pure water, which again represents salvation, which again represents the remnant. They say 144,000 elect. That's why he sent the tree for the 144,000 elect. You understand? That's why I showed you already all the Christ type figures got their wives at the well. And again, that is why I showed you that the wife of Christ is the bride of Christ. It is not necessarily a woman as such. Of course, there got to be a woman that represents that. But it is the church. So that's why the hymn say, the church is one foundation. 'Tis negus Christ our Lord. She is his new creation. From the water and the word, from Zion to earth, he sought her to be his only bride. And with his love, he bought her, I think it is. And for her life, he lived. Can you imagine that? So the church is a her. The church is a woman. The church is a she. But the church is the body of Christ, is the people come together to make the Christ. It's high science. So that is why, one more time, that all the Christ figures, types of Christ, even if you don't believe they're Christ, but you should at least accept that they're symbolic of the Christ to come. Isaac, Jacob, Moses, and others would have met their wives at the sacred well. The Christ himself met the woman from Samaria, a city that God himself described as his wife. Please follow me good. At the well. It's enough deep science going on here. So I'm showing you now, after all of that, after the three mighty warriors broke through the garrison and dipped the water out, and they broke back through, bam, 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 bam. I could imagine how much man they slew just to do that. Keeping in mind, you know, the whole of David crew outside, because they were in exile from these same people that the three broke through. Even the three was with them. But because of the task that was at hand and what David demanded, it was nothing for them to charge up themselves and just bust through the garrison to save the water, to bring the water to David. And when David got the water, hear what the Bible said David did. David said that these brothers here, had put their life on the line. David says, and he said, be it far from me, O Lord, that I should do this. Is it not this the blood of the men that went in jeopardy of their lives? Therefore, I would not drink it. These things did these three mighty men. So David didn't drink it. David took the water and poured it to the earth. What's the subject we're talking about? David's men of valor? We're talking about libation. What is libation? How is libation done? When you take the water and you throw it to the earth, okay? For what reason? There got to be a reason for that. What's the meaning of that? That's good water. Somebody could have drank that. You're going to throw it to the earth, you watering a plant? No. The water that goes to the earth, that's why you bless the water. You say a prayer and you call names and then you throw the water to the earth. David says that these brothers put their life on the line. Hear what he referred to the water as now. He said this is the blood of the brethren. The blood, he called the water, he referred to the water as the blood. Listen, anyone out there that is a real chalice smoker, right, from the heart, you know that there are times when there's one cup of water left. You know what I mean? Maybe you're going downtown to buy a next bottle of water, I don't know. But at the moment, you're ready. You want a drink of water and you want to burn your chalice. And this is for real chalice people. Because somebody else would have wrapped a spliff and drink the water. But the real chalice man would know exactly what I'm talking about, and woman. Because the water belongs to God. The herb and so is God's food, The herb is God's food. It's not you, The herb belongs to God. That's why the herb go to the meditation, the Godhead. That's where the God is, the mind. So the water now. So you have a choice to either drink the water for your belly or put the water in the chalice. And I know many people, because you're not into it, going to say, who? Ross, you crazy. I going to drink the water, brother. You thought, no, I don't tell you to go kill yourself. And that's the last bottle of water you have, or whatever. But I'm showing you what David just did. David had that choice. In fact, as David just said, these brothers put their life on the line to bring that water for him. And he just threw that way. I could imagine they say, hey, but wait. What's wrong with the boss? Boss, you see this cut? No, that shows that it was a battle. Because he clearly showed this is the blood of their man. That is why you revere the Messiah that come to save you. That's why we talk about the Messiah pay the ultimate sacrifice on these different things, and Christ pay the ultimate sacrifice on these different things. Because it's the same thing. The three leave the heavenly scope and come and break through. They didn't just come for the water. They had to fight their way through the enemy. Just like how King Emmanuel have to fight his way through the enemy. Haile Selassie, tell me to see that clearly, have to fight his way through the enemy just to get to us. Marcus Garvey had to fight his way through the enemy just to touch us and say, hey, I am here, I come to rescue you. That is what them three mighty men that David sent, who is the Godhead, the three of them, the prophet, priest, and king, come down to the well of Bethlehem to dip up that salvation for us. For us. So that is why now when we partake of the chalice, this alone is a subject by itself, but it is well recorded. The Holy Grail, we have done how many subjects on the Holy Grail? I'm telling you, family, when you observe and gather the understanding that we put with the Holy Grail, this is not the time to go to the depths of it, But when you understand the sacrifice, the tree of life, not only the tree of life, let's keep in mind what David said, the blood. What? The blood. The blood of these brethren that went in jeopardy of their lives. That is what is in the libation cup. Keep in mind again, this is the next lesson to some degree, that the water inside of the cup of the chalice is the blood of the plant. Remember, the plant is the tree of life that represents the Messiah. So the chlorophyll, that is why we've shown several times that the chlorophyll and the makeup of the blood, the molecular structure thereof, the both of them are basically the same, with the slight difference with the magnesium and the iron. And that's all. That's all. You look at them, it's the same thing. So this is why we can, if you want to say, compare the tree of life, which is the marijuana, the tree of life, that tree represents the Christ figure, the tree of life, the Christ being, the green God. You understand? Same salvation order we're speaking of here. So when we partake of the chalice, this is done in remembrance of the God. At the Last Supper, as it is called, you had the two elements there, which is the bread and you had the wine. The bread and the wine specifically represents the natures of the Christ, or the nature of the Christ. And again now, this is why he said at that Last Supper, anytime you do this, whenever you do it in remembrance of me. So it is something to be done with meditation, with concentration, with vibration towards the sacrifice. That is why when you partake, you say a prayer. You bless it before you take the draw. That is why it's a meditation moment. And after you are completed, when you're done burn the pipe, what do? You know, just put it in the corner. We are taught that we pour out the water with prayers. What is it? We pour out this water here. After we done partake of it, we pour out the water to the earth. You don't throw it in the kitchen sink or the bathroom sink, nor down the shower drain. You definitely don't throw it in the toilet. At least throw it in a flowering pot. Make the water, remember the water is now green with the plant. It's the blood of the plant and it's connected to you too. You have made a connection with the elements here. You have become one with all of this. Remember the chalice is the Trinity too. The prophet, the priest, and the king. The chalice is in three parts. You break it up in three parts. The tall structure, the priestly structure, the short structure, which is the king, and the round structure, which is the prophet. The chalice and the three of them work together. You put them together and they work. So all of that is in the whole cosmic here. So when you are done, the ritual continues when you take the water. Remember, the water is well charged, you know. Got to keep this in mind. It wasn't fun you were having. It wasn't recreation. It was recreation. So when you partake, you pass the cup around. Next man, pass the cup around, and oh, it's a one pipe or human family, loved ones, husband, wife, whatever it is. When you're done, you take the same water and you find the earth and you pour the water out. Holy Manuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. You're doing the same thing David did. David is acknowledging that this water belongs to God. This is what I'm saying. One bottle of water left. Either you drink it or you give it to God. This is giving God the water. As I said, the next man might wrap a spliff and drink the water. But the spliff, that ain't how God wanted. God explained that clearly. I'm talking about the Almighty Eye. That is the chalice that come to him. The tree of life, the marijuana. Well researched, no guessing or just talking off the top of our heads.
In fact, we have already put this in order and explained this in documentation clearly. So when you understand this, for sure, the gravity is very important, eh? Very, very important. When we study the science of what we are speaking of here, my family, it is all connected to nature. Sometimes some of these subject areas, unless you are part of it, it may not hit you right away. But partaking of the chalice is very important. If you could believe that putting water, you go to the store and you buy a little bottle of water and you throw it in a cup and throw it in a plant and call Martin Luther King's name and say Ashe, if you feel that is powerful. Well, I mean, when you get the most powerful plant in the earth that everybody is kicking and running around about, the meditation plant, the medical plant, the potent plant, the THC plant, the DMT plant, the open portals plant, the cannabis sativa, and you put it in the clay. This is made from clay, which by itself is an element of mystics by itself. Clay, the coconut shell, pure water, the bamboo. You light that with fire. We don't even put the gas on it. And then you go into a proper meditation. You think good thoughts, good vibration. You pray again. Remember the Japanese man book when he prayed around the water, the dirty water, how it turns clean. Water has memory. Water is life. So you pray, the water vibrates. Nothing's happening here when you burn the chalice in. And then when you're done, you take that green water and pour it to the earth and call the name of the Father. Well, if you have power with the bottled water that you pour to the earth and say, Ashe, this must have at least 500 times more power than that. So when we done partake, so that's it, chalice smoking is not just chalice smoking. And it's not smoke, it's clouds. It's a ritual. So it begins before you start, that's why you clean the herb with your hands. It's like making love to it, it's a process. And then when you go through the process and you're done, you bring it back to the earth, the ashes. You blow the ashes out into the wind and they return to the elements. You don't even know where they go. Even the smoke that come out your nostrils with all your thoughts. Yeah, that's what happens. Eh? It collects pineal and hypothalamus and pituitary glands, the three main glands, another godhead here. When the so-called smoke, even if it's a spliff is smoking, pass through, because remember the smoke is very electromagnetic too. And it comes out and it goes away. Believe me, you don't even know the energies that you have sent out into the atmosphere when you do these things. It's a powerful realms that we dwell in. So yes, family, just showing to you that the truth-bation or libation, as they call it, method is very deep. And I honestly think that is why how could I have anything against that when to me, this is the real libation here. And that is why David could not drink the water. And keep in mind, as I was showing you from the Kwanzaa celebration, I found it interesting that they say that the cup you drink from is the cup you use to libate. The cup you drink from is the same cup you use to do the libation. Hey family, give thanks, eh? Just reminding you to join me this evening on the Tiger's Nest. You don't know how it goes. 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. Of course, that would be really 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the time in anywhere else. You got to check that for yourself, family. I'm very thankful for all the love, all the strength. Remember, we're talking about the 2nd day of January, full Earth Day celebration. I'm talking about a special presentation of Kidemi. That's going to be the interview day. You know, we're going to be replaying some of our ancient interviews with some of, again, the members of the Congress. Plus, we have a few new interviews lined up. So it's just going to be a wonderful day throughout the day. Remember, we have a lot of giveaways that day, but you got to be there. You know, don't worry. You don't have to write no essay and, you know, guess the number of the jelly beans in the jar. We don't have no time for none of that. Just be present and we'll make sure we shed and, you know, share the love with each and every one. So anyway, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. And of course, I will see you on Radio and Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love to each and every one. Once again, give thanks for your presence with us. Just glorifying the life giver and the keeper of life, Kadamawe Haile Selassie I. I'm actually here to give you a prep reminder, somewhat an early view of what we will be speaking of tonight on the Tiger's Nest. In the Tiger's Nest, I should say, on radio. And for those who do not know, we have a program every evening, every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, specifically at 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. And because of the daylight saving and all of that, it is 6 p.m. Eastern time. And of course, depending wherever you are on the earth, you can max it out from there. But tonight we're going to be talking about the reality of longevity and immortality. And we'll be paying special attention to Emperor Haile Selassie I as well. It's going to be a mighty program. Let me show you. I'm going to give you an idea of what we will be going into this evening. But before we go there, I need to highlight some mighty works that our good brother Prophet Corey Harris has been doing. And of course, I've showed you already that you could definitely check out Black Dominion, specifically blackdominion.shop, to get all the latest accessories when it comes to clothing wear. In fact, before I go to the website, I'm already on the website, but let me show you their Instagram link. In fact, I'm going to put these links in the description below so you yourself can go and just press on and go straight. So you have Instagram, Black Dominion. Look at here, Black Dominion on Instagram, and you see all their latest designs in body wear, in garments. You have your hoodies, Sankofa. You have your sweaters. You have your T-shirt for the young princesses and princes, born to rule, red, gold, and green, black 5-point star. And this is the Instagram now. I see some of the superstars here modeling off the garments as well. This is the good brother Corey Harris. So those of you who are on the Instagram, you could definitely just go over and check him. That's it, Black Dominion. This is their logo as well. And according to the good family here, they would deliver for free. And it's not only garments now. We have other items, your mugs and your cups, your teacups, and for sure your beautiful bottles to keep your chilled water and your different delightful drinks as well. And a lot of good works. And that's the Instagram page that we're just browsing through. And I see the good brother Jadaniel here as well, just highlighting some of the wonderful designs that the good brothers and sisters here at Black Dominion have to offer. Okay, and then now, but that's just the Instagram page for those who love the Instagram. Or you could visit the website now. Look at here, blackdominion.shop. Going to make sure I give you that link there, and you see all of the items. They're well priced as well. So you have the Empress Menin frame canvas print. Okay, that's beautiful. You also have the Born to Rule Prince and Princess Youth eye shirt. Okay, not t-shirt now. Eye shirt or t-shirt. Okay, I said eye shirt. Maybe I wanted one already. All right, and the Born to Rule the Queen t-shirt. And all the prices are here. I must say quite economical as well. Very good prices. The Born to Rule King t-shirt as well. All right. And as I mentioned, the mugs. And this is a nice Ndinkra sweater that he has here. This one is very nice. This one is how is this pronounced now? The Gi Nyami, God only. Those of you in the Caribbean, when you hear the term Nyam, it's like eat. I'm going to Nyam. It's an ancient African term. Means God. Nyam and eat. Okay. And a beautiful Kedos Emmanuel Rastafari sweater here. Listen, some wonderful, wonderful garments that the brothers and sisters have here at Black Dominion .shop, blackdominion.shop. And as I said, I'll put the link below just to assist you as well, just in case you have any problems whatsoever. You could definitely contact them and order your tees, order your shirts, order your jackets, order your hoods, Order your bottles, order your cups. Everything looks in order there to me. And plus free shipping. I definitely don't see no reason why you would not want to patronize the good works that you are seeing right here. That's how we're supposed to do, family. We're supposed to remember this is the time of Kwanzaa now. And today is the day that we are speaking of cooperative economics. This is what cooperate in economics is all about. You know, we as a people, as a black people, we as a people remember the Jews and the Chinese, and this is not nothing we have against anyone, but their dollar goes around their communities several times, especially the Jewish people. 16 times the dollar go around from hand to hand before the dollar disappear. And you can imagine how many dollars came in while that dollar was going around. Us, our dollar hardly pass from hand to hand. We get the dollar and it goes to the same Jews. It goes to the same Chinese. It goes to the same Asians. And then they take our dollar and it goes round and round and round and round until somehow it gets away from them. You know, so we are totally out of whack when it comes to collective and cooperative economics. That's reality, and that is something that we definitely need to look into much more. So yes, just encouraging you, family, to check out Black Dominion on Instagram, and definitely check them out as you could see there on their website. Now, actually, what we're going to be doing this evening on the Tiger's Nest, we're going to be speaking about not just longevity or immortality, but we're going to be speaking of it in relation to meditation. You know, of course, when we speak about living long and longevity and these things, we usually connect it to how we eat. And of course, that is definitely important in the conversation. And, you know, you'll be surprised it's not only what we eat, but what we don't eat. And not only when we eat, but when we don't eat. This is a serious thing, you know. In fact, what we will be noticing when we examine the facts is that most people that are alive even today, that are over 200 years old, you know, they do not eat as much as the regular person. Now, I know somebody just said breaks. Over how many years old you said, King? And I know that would be surprising to some because, of course, in the mainstream media, you only hear about people that are 110, 115, 16, maybe 118. But the reality is, and we'll be proving that this evening, we'll be quoting, you'll be hearing, in fact, you'll be hearing from the experts in the fields. You'll be hearing from PhDs. You'll be specifically hearing from Amir Hassouni. He is a PhD specifically and a professor of theological studies. You'll also be hearing from Swami Sapanyi Yaranda, and he's a spiritual leader in the Vedanta Society that's in New York. All of these are experts in the field, and they'll be highlighting individuals that are well known, specifically in the Indian subcontinent and certain parts of Asia. We'll be talking about Devra Habana, and this individual would have passed on in 1990, and he's said to have been 250 years old. This individual that I'm showing you on the screen, this is Swami Trilinga, and he is said to have lived, or Trilinga, said to have lived for 280 years. They say that he passed on in 1887. In fact, let me just give you some information on him quickly here. Listen, family, we're going to have a wonderful program tonight. You know, that's on Radio Anu. You don't know how to get there. The link is in the description below. We start at 7 p.m. sharp, you know, Eastern Caribbean time. And it says here, Trilinga or Trilinga, also known as Tilanga Swami, was reportedly born, you know, they have to say it, you know, like that, on the 27th of November, 1607, and died on the 26th of December, 1887, whose monastic name was Swami Ganampati Saraswati. And he was a Hindu yogi and a mystic, and famed for his spiritual powers,
who lived in Varanasi, India. He is a legendary figure in Bengal, with stories told of his yogic power and longevity. According to some accounts, Trialanga Swami lived to be 280 years old. Now, as I said, we will be literally citing from people in the field that are considered experts and professionals as we go into that reasoning this evening on the tiger's nest. But what is interesting again also, family, we also will be hearing from an individual that is 145 years old, and he is still alive up to today, and he will be speaking of exactly how is it that he has been able to, stay around for such a long time. Now, before we seal up here, have you ever heard of this brother here? This is Bilafunda Sayadwa Yukunwida, and he is cited to be 1,113 years old. Now, I know a lot of people definitely like, okay, well, Ras, I really ain't going to go for that one there for sure. And let me just say that he's very popular. He's from Myanmar. He's very popular, especially in that country. Many people say that he's extremely old. Of course, there are those that doubt that he's that old for sure. But the facts that we will be citing from tonight, of course, the evidence will support those who I mentioned prior, not necessarily Bilafunda, but I just brought him into the picture as someone who is considered, he's still alive, who is considered to be extremely old, passing 1,000 years. Family, you could just do your own research and come to your own conclusion when it comes to specifically an individual like him. But as I said, and I've said it several times, those of us who live in the Caribbean, those of us who live close to Dominica, we know that Mapampi Israel lived to be 127. This is in Dominica. And for whatever reason, they've kept her. I don't know, maybe they've put her in lately. But I know when you look up the oldest people in history, especially in this modern time, her name is not in there. And the oldest person is around 125 or somewhere thereabouts, when we know that she lived to be 127 years old. This is why I speak all the time of Haile Selassie I. Remember, Haile Selassie I now is actually younger than many of the older people on this planet. They have people in Nigeria, China, India, same Myanmar, these places. They have people that are not just 100 plus, 130, 140, 150, 160, 180. These people do exist. It's just a reality. In Ethiopia as well, the monks are known for going away after a certain age, after a certain time span. And this is just the reality. So anyway, as I said, we are going to investigate this deeper tonight. Just make sure that you are in the house with us. Looking forward to your presence. That is on Radio Anu. You know how to get there. That link is in the description below as well. Radio Anu, Priest Isaac Institute.com. Of course, remember, Radio Anu is the place to be on Sunday the 2nd of January. That is our Earth Day, our Earth Strong. From midnight to Saturday evening, we will be in its Nyabingi going down until 6. We're going to begin our regular program, Kidemi. We have that every Sunday. We're going until midday. And then afterwards, we're going to have a series of interviews, wonderful interviews with members of the Congress and otherwise. It's just going to be a wonderful day right on Radio Anu for sure, on the international flavor, the universal spice. And remember, family, you also have until that day. And let me say that before I say this. This is a day of gift giving. We will be blessing the family. All of those who will be coming in, you will have a chance to leave with, one of our wonderful products that we have in store for you. Keep in mind, those of you who will be taking the international home school classes before that date, you will be getting a free Tiger's Nest t-shirt before, not just before the 2nd of January, before 10/23. Remember, 10/23 is the shut-off point. That's the moment that I came into the earth, 10/23. I'm talking Sunday, the 2nd of January. After that, well, the special will be over as it relates to the free t-shirt. Yes, a free Tiger's Nest t-shirt when you order the International Homeschool. So it's going to be a wonderful day. Looking forward to your presence with us. I'm very thankful for everyone who was with us over the so-called Yuletide season with the triple lectures we did. It was a wonderful sit down. Those who were not there, the lectures are still available. You can still go to the lecture hall. You could still pay for the lectures. You can still see it. I mean, it's not live as such, but it's not dead for sure. It's still available. Enough information there, enough inspiration. But anyway, give thanks. Let us prepare ourselves for the Tiger's Nest. Glorify the life giver and the keeper of life. Blessed love my family. Holy Emmanuel I. Selassie I. Jah Rastafari. Give thanks.
If you cannot do what other men have done, what other nations have done, what other races have done, then you have better die.
Always, we definitely have a wonderful program in store for you this evening. Blessed love to each and every one. You know, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. It is a joy. You're right here with us on Radio Anu, talking about Priest Isaac Institute.com on the World Wide Web, the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. As I said, we glorify the Black Christ here. We glorify the mighty prophet. We glorify the Father and the Mother of creation. Give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, this is the program known as the Tiger's Nest, and this program comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 7 o'clock sharp, 7 p.m., talking about Eastern Caribbean time. So depending on where you are, you may be in Australia, you may be in Pakistan, you may be in Peru, you may be on the west coast of the US or the east coast, and it's daylight saving time. Whatever it is, you just got to align yourself with the Eastern Caribbean time, and it is 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. We come right here for the Tiger's Nest. Now listen, if you cannot listen to the Tiger's Nest every evening live and direct, well, what you can do, you can subscribe to the Tiger's Nest. It's a very easy and simple thing to do, and it doesn't cost you a lot at all. Each of these programs that you listen to every evening would be like pennies per program, depending on, of course, the package you take. First of all, you have a monthly package. That means all the programs that we air every night, we come here live and direct. When the program is done and it is saved and recorded, we send you a copy straight up. You get it via the email, you get it in your inbox, it's yours. So you get every program of the Tiger's Nest. And as you could see, this is not just a radio show. We're not just here playing music and having fun. It is, wholesome information and inspiration that you get every evening. And so the monthly subscription is only $20 for the month. For the whole month, every night, that's like what, 16 or so programs you're getting there. Hours upon hours of information for just the $20. That's like several lectures in one time there. And of course, if you take a 6-month package, it's of course more economical for you. That will be only $100, and that means if you take a year package, that'll be what, $300? No, man, a year package is only $150, and of course that brings it down to like 25, 26, 20-something cents per program. So I mean, and it's valid information. So if you're not getting the program every evening because you got to be here or you got to be there, and even if you listen to this program every evening, the Tiger's Nest is a collector's item. So you should email us right now. You don't know, Priest Isaac Institute @gmail.com, and say, we would like to be a part of the Shock of the Hours Tiger's Nest subscription, the Tiger's Nest specifically. Now, what we're going to talk about this evening, we will be speaking about the anciency of the Black Madonna, the African mother and the African child. And usually around this time of the year, we usually have an art competition where we ask the young ones to draw an African version, of Christ and his mother. Some people interpret it as if we said, draw a black Jesus and Mary. We never said draw no black Jesus nor Mary. We said to draw an African version of Christ and his mother, And of course, the oldest version of that is Aset. The oldest version of that is Aset and Heru. But we're showing you that all across the international community, not just Africa, in the ancient Christian Ethiopian highlands, but in Europe, in Central America, in South America, basically all over the planet where civilization exists, there is a depiction of the Christ and his mother, the Virgin Mary, as being black. It is really black people, who hold on to the concept of them being white. In fact, it seems to me as if more black people praise the white Virgin and Mother, Virgin and Christ, than white people. And it seems like white Christians, at least in general, especially in these European countries, you see when you go into the churches, it's the black or the very dark depiction of Christ and the mother of Christ that you see. So we're going to get into that in a few moments. It's going to be a very nice discussion. Give thanks. Just get comfortable. You know how we do it. Right here on Radio Anu. Of course, the international flavor, the universal spice. I wanted to say something before I go too deep, though. It's a comment someone was making. And I always like to encourage you, family. And I always say this about myself. It doesn't make sense, right? When you're on your way home, you cannot afford to stop and entertain every barking dog. One of the reasons why is because, number one, it's going to make you late for getting home. You understand? Your wife may be home waiting for you to come and have dinner, and you there barking back the dogs. And some of these dogs, they cannot even do you anything. They're behind the fence. Some of them are tied on the leash, and you're taking time to entertain these dogs. Every day you pass, the same dogs will be barking. You understand? I mean, again, there are times when some dogs just go too far that you got to turn around and address the situation, So it's the same thing, when it comes to life in general, when it comes to your expression, you cannot stop and entertain everyone that appears to have a problem with what you say or do. But I want to highlight a statement here that someone made in a comment on one of the videos that we did. And I'm not referring to the person as a dog, please, just an analogy. I do not know the person. And you see, when it comes to these comments, I always say, sometimes you have to keep in mind that, listen, I'm a real person. You see me, you hear me, you know things about me that I never tell you, but just because of observation, okay, you pick it up, you even see my family lifestyle, etc., etc. When people just jump up and say any old thing, you don't know them. You see their name, sometimes it's fictitious name, Red Banana. Who's Red Banana? And Red Banana has the world of things to say about you. So you have to think twice before you even comment, to Red Banana. You don't know if Red Banana is a he or she. But Red Banana may not even be a real banana. It may be or AI playing with you there, because that happens as well. You don't see how they have Facebook in court and how Instagram is manipulating children, and this is the information that is coming out now. So we got to look at this thing realistically, and I consider all of these things. But of course, I would expect that a lot of real people, would be expressing themselves, and I have no problem with that, But Mr. Samuel David, I'm just going to call the name that I see there. On a video, we did a video on Sabbath. we actually came live on Sabbath to speak about Exodus 20 and Exodus 31. And in this video, we express the importance of Sabbath and the relevance of Sabbath. And all we spoke about was Sabbath. We spoke about nothing else but Sabbath. Nothing. There was nothing else we expressed except that we were talking about Sabbath. Okay. Now, lo and behold, as I said, Mr. Samuel David is expressing that, we should have done, he's speaking of me, I should know better than this, to be going live on Sabbath. I don't know if you want me to go dead, but anyway, I should know better than this because I'm going live on Sabbath. And, Sabbath is not a day for the hustle. I don't know what he's talking about because we weren't hustling nothing. But anyway, and, I should know better because this is the day of rest and tranquility. Now, you see, this is why, people have to stay in their lane. Because he doesn't know about the sister that would have said, hey, I'm so glad you came live that day. I was on YouTube looking for something to watch and nothing came on. And then I just noticed that you were live. And the word sound inspired me so much. So Mr. Samuel David missed all of that. You see, because you see, a lot of us, we don't understand when the Father said, put the food in the reach so the children can get it. It's just like Christ. Remember, Christ came out on the Sabbath day. And Christ was healing the sick. And Christ specifically, he made the deaf hear on the Sabbath day. And they came out and said, oh, what you doing on the Sabbath day? What were they doing on the Sabbath day? Watching him doing what he was doing on the Sabbath day. And he had to ask them, is it unlawful to do good on the Sabbath day? Yeah. So he made the man take up his bed so he could go home and rest. Is that unlawful to do righteousness, to feed the poor on the day of rest? The people that he went to, they weren't keeping no Sabbath. He went to them and taught them about keeping the Sabbath. Listen, I'm not going to really stay too long at this, But, sometimes when I see these comments and people don't respond to them, I just get an impression like, well, my Lord, it's your business to respond to them because obviously those that, would have heard the message from you don't see the relevance to respond to this. So you got to respond to it because sometimes you can't just let them get away because people would read it and say, oh, he's right. Right where? Listen, we have a radio station called Radio Anu. Anyone can listen to it anytime. Anytime. From Friday 6, listen to me good, to Saturday 6. And when we say 6, we're talking sunset. So from Friday 6 sunset to Saturday 6 sunset, it is pure Sabbath vibes. Nyabingi and Sabbath reasoning. And any lecture close to such. So people that are not close to any sort of Congress headquarters or any foundation, which is most people that are checking for this, who may need some comfort on the Sabbath. There's nowhere for them to go to hear no Nyabingi, nothing, and to learn the order. They can just tune into Radio Anu, which is streaming live every Sabbath and get their fill of the sabbatical order. So what Mr. Samuel David telling me? I hustling because Radio Anu is on? What are you talking about, Farah? Because this is how I assume it's a he, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know if it's a real person. I might be talking to a computer. But still, I'm just going to still clear it out. Because there are those who think like that. So does Mr. David does he have any outlet that can comfort those that are seeking some level of salvation on the Sabbath? If somebody wants to take in a service, Mr. David, how can you assist them? No, I'm serious. I'm serious. Sometimes we need to think before we talk. I said anyone, anywhere in the world, even if it's a parrot or a pigeon or a dog, once they can operate a computer, and some of these animals can, you better believe it, and they can find radio and they can sit in and take in Nyabingi for the whole day. So you feel King Emmanuel upset with me for having a radio station on that is pumping his salvation throughout the earth for the whole Sabbath day? And even in the strong, what you think he upset with me for that? Some people don't have nothing sensible to say, yo. That's why sometimes I come at people. I'm telling you. Because to be honest, enough people don't come at some of these people with their silly remarks. So sometimes I just sit back and watch and say, hey, that one day, I go in for him. Straight up. Straight up. Because that's a dunce comment to make, yo. You see me, and let me show you something. Right here in Antigua, eh? Right here in Antigua. Pardon me, if you didn't expect it, I'm sorry. This is just me, eh? I come to guard the covenant of God, eh? Yeah. Right here in Antigua, we are doing some renovation work and reestablishing our tabernacle. So as far as, the hefty Sabbath service that we would keep for, just the last two Sabbaths the most, we haven't really carried that out. And, we're working towards, obviously, the 7th of January. Just a little sabbatical on that level, And of course, the brotherhood still gathered to some degree, but you know how it is. It takes a level of traveling to some degree. Even that, all of these things are not in King Emmanuel order. So we just are humbling, if you want to say, and decided that, listen, we know that there are many people out there that are seeking a sabbatical vibes, So we took it upon ourselves to come and speak to them and express something that I know would have nourished them. I don't know what's wrong with that. You see, some of us, again, we just need to be quiet. Some of us, we're not even doing anything. I can't even identify if Samuel David is a real human being, which means I don't know who he is. I don't know who he is. For him to be making such a comment like that, I'm very serious. So family, please, I'm sorry if you took this offensive. I know some people don't like when I speak away, but I don't have no time to play. And sometimes you just got to put people straight. Yeah, because so when he come and talk them foolishness again, some of you will identify him and say, hey, this is the same man that they're trying to talk the foolishness the last time. Obviously, because some people have nothing better to do. Ask them. Ask them. Where's their outlet to spread the gospel? Who are they inspiring? No, straight up. Yeah. So it is it unlawful to do good on the Sabbath day? Of course not. It is right and direct. Life given, the keeper of life. Yes, family, as I said, Tiger's Nest in full effect. We'll be talking about the Black Madonna and child this evening on another level. This is going to be a wonderful program. Hey, I'm just encouraging you. Remember the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 26th of December. Huh? Okay. What? What do you mean what's going on the 26th? You forget already. Man, we're talking about the fairy tale holidays and nursery crimes, the firing squad edition, That for sure is the 22nd. And of course, the Santa Claus Massacre is the 23rd, Thursday the 23rd, and the 26th. Haile, Selassie, Rastafari, and Freemasonry. These are 3 online lectures, family. 3 online lectures specifically. Each evening is going to be a wonderful sit down. Each evening has its own spirit, its own energy, for sure, as you could obviously see. This is happening over the Yuletide season, over the Hogmas season for sure. And definitely it's something just to, ward off all them funny vibes that is flying about in the air during that time, all them bad frequencies and hustling and bustling and here comes Santa Claus and all them foolishness. So we're going to be definitely giving you some wonderful vibration, bring your whole family. Of course, you know how to make your payments for these lectures. Just contact us via the email, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com. Definitely visit the website. Well, you're listening to radio, and so you are on the website, priestIsaacInstitute.com. Remember, if you get the 3 lectures, if you're coming to the 3 lectures, instead, you got to let us know. Instead of paying for each lecture, you get a special price for all 3 lectures together. So it's going to be wonderful. Looking forward to seeing you. And of course, as I said, this is the Tiger's Nest as we continue. Don't go nowhere. Talking about Radio Anu, international flavor, the universal spice. Yeah. Bring it down. Thanks to the Lord of the Sabbath, man. Sabbath was made for man, Rasta. Man wasn't made for Make the blind see but on the Sabbath. Yeah, family, every Sabbath, we're not in the tabernacle, put on radio and it's pure sabbatical vibes against the man. Yeah. Rastafari. Blessed love family. Yes, I give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. We glorify the Black Christ in flesh, the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards Marcus Garvey to be praised. Yeah, man. Somebody saying, oh, what about the woman? I like this as if one can't see what's happening here. We glorify the mother of creation in everything we do. Hey, we definitely welcome you to the Tiger's Nest, any which way you put it, wherever we are. We are in the Tiger's Nest, Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. And today we want to speak about Christ, cartoons, and cannabis. And of course, you'll see where we are going when we get there in a few moments. And this is really to prep you for the upcoming lecture on Wednesday. Remember, we have the mighty lecture coming up on Wednesday, which will be Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes, the Firing Squad edition. We're going to be definitely taking down the fairy tale, so make sure that you are in the house. That's Wednesday, the 22nd, and remember the 23rd, we're definitely going to be doing the Santa Claus Massacre, and the 26th, we'll be doing Haile Selassie, Rastafari, and Freemasonry. Make sure you contact us. Go to the website, which is priestIsaacInstitute.com. Of course, all the links are in the description of this video below. Definitely order your tickets. And for sure, remember, if you're coming to the 3 lectures, you get a special price on those tickets thereof. But I'll tell you a bit more about that as we go in. Remember, this is Chalice Talk. So I'm going to light up my chalice now. And what we're going to do, we're going to observe a bit of the Night of the Black Tiger. I don't know how many of you have ordered your documentary, the video documentary, The Night of the Black Tiger, but you should definitely get a copy of it for sure. And even before we go too far, let me just highlight this for you. Let me just open the link to our website. I'm talking about the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. And I just want to highlight for those who do not know, as I said before, until the 2nd of January, remember the 2nd of January now is my Earth Day. Yes, we're going to be having a special ceremony, celebration on a radio annual. So just prep yourself for the 2nd of January, right? But what I'm saying, anyone who orders the International Homeschool, the homeschool specifically from you, order the homeschool. I'm talking about homeschool, international homeschool from you. Take the homeschool program before the 2nd of January. You will definitely get a free Tiger's Nest, a t-shirt. These are the creation of the Honorable Prince Almasi, of course. And of course, you could buy your t-shirt. You don't have to order, the International Homeschool to get a t-shirt. But I'm just showing you that if you take the International Homeschool package, you know what the International Homeschool package is, eh? And don't tell me, well, priest, I don't have no children as yet. It's all right. You are a child of God. And the knowledge within the International Homeschool, I've come to realize that a lot of adults need this as well. I must say, when it was prepared, it was really prepared for children. But I come to realize a lot of adults, and there are adults on the International Homeschool, and they're not ashamed to say, boy, I never knew none of these things here. And even though they're 35 and 45, they say, priest, I'm so happy that you and your little ones have put it in such a way that even a child could understand it, because I needed the help. So if you don't know, the International Homeschool program that we have are classes that are sent out every single day. If you didn't know, I'm talking about classes for your young ones, designed for your young ones. So it's like they're at school. So even though they go to school or you are homeschooling them, we are giving them 2 specific subjects, additional subjects, which is astronomy, which is very important, and of course, their African history and heritage. So every day, Monday to Thursday, they get their classes between 15 to 20 minutes in length. The most might be 30 minutes, 1 or 2 of them. But for sure, it's done in a way to captivate the youths, to make sure it keeps their attention. And every day, they learn something new, and it will add to them. So what I'm saying is, and it's a 10-month program. Basically, that's an academical year. And you could either pay $30 a month, or you could just take the whole year for only $200 for your young ones. If you have a house of 10 people, everybody get the same one program. You just buy one program and it's for everyone. So definitely it is something that I'm sure you would love to be a part of if you didn't know. But I'm showing you now, family, that if you take the International Homeschool program before my Earth Day, which is the 2nd of January, 2022 will be the next upcoming one, you will be able to get a free Tiger's Nest shirt. Can you imagine that? And we will ship that to you, the free Tiger's Nest t-shirt designed by the Honorable Prince Almasi. Good design, my lord.
Blessed.
Oh yes, wonderful, and all the other shirts, and they're much more in the background. Once you contact us, we could even show you a few more. So my family, I'm sure everyone would love to get the Tiger's Nest shirt, and even if you are not a member, you can still order the Tiger's Nest shirt. I mean, only $35, my lord, for such a wonderful, representation, and you go out, representing the Tiger's Nest in its full accord. So we definitely give thanks. So contact us, you know what to do. The email, priestisaac27@gmail.com or priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, or visit the website, priestisaacinstitute.com. And you see the International Homeschool program, it was actually $300 for the year. And it was slashed down to $200, a very valuable program. All right, as I said, family, we are going to be going into the whole aspect of mystic subject, Christ, the cartoons, and the cannabis. That's the meditation. So what I'm going to do, as this is Chalice Talk, and remember, of course, you know how to get your chalice. Let me just remind you of that. By the way, you can get it right here on the website. Just visit the website and press the button, order your chalices now. These specific ones are customized and made by the Honorable Prophet Daniel. So just contact us, press the link, and you could go straight to the Honorable Prophet and get your chalices. All right, a wonderful program again that we have in store for you. I'm going to start off by blazing the chalwa. This is customary. This is what Chalice Talk is all about. We light up and go. Reaching out to the Prophet Sheldon, my Lord, trying to contact you, my Lord. Link me when you get a chance. It will be a joy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to light this up. We're going to meditate on the night of the Black Tiger for a bit. Trust me, something you're going to full joy. And then we go into the reasoning thereof. So give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Give thanks to the Sabbath coming in. Give thanks to the 3 in 1 and the 1 in 3, the prophet, priest, and king. Holy Emmanuel, I. Selassie, I. Jah. Rastafari. Blessed love. Oh, give thanks. Salvation on it.
The black man was buying ships. The Black Star Line. Marcus Messiah Garvey. The black man was giving fiery lectures, speeches.
Obviously, we are joining the documentary somewhere in the progress of it.
All over the nation. Marcus Messiah Garvey challenging the establishment. Messiah Garvey. The Negro World was established as an international newspaper, and children even in Africa would read the Negro World when it came to the shores and memorize it and run back to the interior and speak the words to the elders, because in colonial Africa you would be executed for reading the words of Marcus Messiah Garvey. The Black Tiger. Cydonia on the planet Mars, the region that many scientists and even the mere observer would say has pyramids plus a face that many of us have come to realize resembles the face of the Olmec people, the face on Mars. Many of our own scholars has associated the face on Mars with the ancient Olmec head structure. Dr. Malachi York connected the face on Mars directly with the mask of Lord Pakal. In our previous DVD documentary, 7, which goes into the divinity of the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, we took time to go into not only the mask of Lord Pakal, but who Lord Pakal is. Lord Pakal was a great king of the main Olmec people. Lord Pakal himself was considered to be the physical manifestation of Quetzalcoatl or Quetzalcoatl, the feathered snake. Lord Pakal, who some say came to the throne at the age of 9, some say 12, lived to be 80 years of age. And his tomb, his pyramid, and more so his mask, has become an object of in-depth conversation as it highlights many different mystics. But before we get into the mask, he's a feathered snake. What is a feathered snake? The feathered snake is a concept that is not unique to the Mayans at all. It is a concept from the creation of civilization itself. The flying serpent, the snake with wings. It is a cosmic concept that you find in all the ancient traditions, whether it be African, Asian, Oriental, or Mesoamerican. They all consider the snake with wings as the physical manifestation of the Creator on earth. Quetzalcoatl. This is why you see the medical symbol as the two snakes with the feathers extending out, also representing the Kundalini. This is why in the scripture, the Messiah says, as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so shall I be lifted up, comparing himself to the reptile, to the serpent, as it is an ancient tradition. But as we explained in depth in the documentary 7, this is more than just tradition. This is solar science. We are dealing directly with the 11 to the 11.5-year sunspot cycle. Within the rotation of the electromagnetic field lines of the sun, the equator electromagnetic field line, as well as the polar electromagnetic field line. As the equator of the sun rotates once every 26 days, or 28 days as it appears from the earth, and the polar electrical field line rotates once every 37 days, or once every 40.5 days as it also appears from the earth. Within this cycle of rotation, every 87.5 days, the equator electrical field line collides with the polar electrical field lines. And as a result of this collision, underneath the surface of the sun, these field lines continue to entangle themselves and coil themselves until after a period of time, the energy becomes so strong and so entangled that it bursts from under the surface of the sun, creating what appears to us from this distance to be sunspots. So in the recognition of the solar flares and the solar storms and the solar winds, when the 11-year sunspot cycle is seen on a computer graph, the impression that it gives is as if it is a snake with feathers. The cycle of the sun is represented as the snake with wings. The ancient ones who had no computer graph whatsoever had the concept of the snake with wings. Not just the Mayans, we mean internationally, throughout history, from the beginning of civilization, at least as far back as we can go, and even up to your modern day religion, the God concept and the God figure continues to align themselves, Moses and Christ, with the snake. That is why the book of Malachi says that the Son, S-U-N, with a capital S, of righteousness shall rise, with healing in its wings. The sun and wings, in the same way that the snake and wings represent someone, because the sun in its cycle on a computer graph is seen as a snake with wings. So the ancient ones from the ancient times already comprehended the mechanics of the sun and the solar biology and astronomy in general and the physics of the planet Earth, where they could express in art form, in glyph form, a serpent with wings, and explain to those of us who would read their records that the snake with wings represents the Son of God, S-U-N, S-O-N, that is the Creator in a physical.
All right, family, I'm not going to go anymore with that. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. That's from the Night of the Black Tiger. Definitely our third official video documentary, The Divinity of Marcus Messiah Garvey. You know, in fact, let me give you a little more. I'm just going to take one more jar of chalice. Yeah, you know, and yeah, I'm going to make you touch a bit more. Selassie, Jah Rastafari. This love.
Physical form.
And one more jar. And next jar.
Lord
Countless
Packer
jars left.
is a feathered snake. Lord Packer is an Olmec. The Olmec are the original people of the Western world. They are also referred to as the Shy people. And it is obvious that they are similar to the people of Uganda. They are similar to the statues of the Buddha seen in the Oriental world. They are similar to the statues seen in Cambodia, Angkor Thom and Angkor Wat. The Olmec represents the original black man, and it's without a doubt that the Olmec looks exactly like Marcus Messiah Garvey.
Green as icy mountains of India's forest.
What is interesting about the Olmec is that the Olmec is considered to be the forerunner. Like the Olmec, Marcus Messiah Garvey is he who comes and brings civilization to the people.
Without a doubt, give thanks again for the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Thanks to the mighty prophet Marcus Messiah Garvey, the terror of the earth. I hear some tornadoes just walk through. Wait, is Minnesota, someplace there in the US, and of course, as we say, even in the documentary here, we're not celebrating for the loss of no one's life. We just, experiencing, pardon me, the words of Marcus Messiah Garvey, who said, look for him in the whirlwind and look for him in the thunderstorm. And, just that, the natural science. Marcus Garvey talked about coming back as a plague and them kind of things. We call the virus virus. Well, he didn't say virus from my understanding, but a plague, something of the sort, and because there's some of us, we're so fanatic. Remember, this is Chalice Talk. This is where we take our time and go through. Although, honestly, I plan not to be that long today. For we're definitely going to be carrying up the Psalms reading. Which Psalms we starting with today? I think it's Psalms 1, but I think so. But we got to just check the proper calculation. But not staying too lengthy on it. But so hurricanes, earthquake would come through. Sometimes it hit hard and, it hit our loved ones and many people die. We don't see what Haiti go through with this hurricane or earthquake, I actually see that in a sense firsthand myself. Nobody have to tell me when it comes to Haiti and the earthquake. And I see hurricane firsthand too, and the damage it can do. And we know it can do some serious damage. And especially in this time, many ones are quick to say, man, that is the work of HAP, or that is the work of these ones that have the ability to manipulate the weather, which I definitely don't doubt. In fact, that's reality. That's how it is right now. Biological warfare, atmospheric warfare. They're talking about climate change and that type of different things. A lot of what is taking our place on the earth is by design. In even famine, flood, by design. Earthquakes too. Hurricanes by design. A lot of. I cannot say the majority of. In fact, that's the point I'm trying to make. Every hurricane that comes through, we want to blame it on HAP. Every time the earth shake and buildings crash and people die, we say, boys, HAP do that so the people them can die. And what I'm saying, there are times we have to look deeper than that, because earthquakes didn't begin with HAP. So I don't think HAP can claim all the earthquakes that happen. You understand? What do you call it?
hurricanes didn't begin with them neither. So I don't think that they can claim all that, is happening. And for those who do not know what HARP is, and to be honest, I cannot tell you exactly what the acronyms stand for. I think it's High Aurora something. Hey, look up HARP for me. It's HAARP. But really what they are, they're located, I think it's in Alaska, and they have the devices that have the ability, HARP. HAARP, capital letters, it's an acronym. And they have the ability to manipulate the weather. I think they have these electric, extremely low ELF, extremely low frequency waves that would hit the ionosphere and heat up the ionosphere and send back a reflection and all of these different things.
High frequency active auroral research program.
And the Honorable Prince say it's the high frequency active aurora research program. All right, so that's it by name. And so it's a research program, really, an innocent thing. But the conspiracy theorists saying that this is being used for otherwise. You understand? Of course, I'm not a follower. I don't just get up and follow everything anybody says. I honestly believe that the place, the HARP, would have the ability to do just what we're talking about. But it's not just them alone. I don't know, somehow they seem to be the sacrificial goat here, but it's enough different little setups in different parts of the world, countries and governments that have the ability to do that. Just like a few of them have their finger on the nuclear bomb, a few of them have their finger on the earthquake shake too, and the hurricane wind. And the thing is not that, it's not impossible, family. Don't you know what they call rain seeds and these kind of things? It's manipulating weather. It's not making the weather. It's manipulating it. A storm could be made bigger. Look what they had in Katrina. I don't have these pictures anymore, but there was a meteorologist. That's not the right term, but it's the one that deals with the weather. It is a meteorologist to some degree, but he has another title. But anyway, he was showing that the eye of the storm Katrina that hit New Orleans, that the eye itself was not a natural eye. And he explained it very well. He did a whole lecture on it. And like, for example, that one, I am of the opinion that Katrina for sure wasn't a real storm. If real, it was definitely hyped up with some level of technology to do exactly what it did. I'm positive. From my research, and I could clearly, remember the feeling at the time and going through the research and even seeing those pictures. I don't have those to show you now for sure. I'm just speaking off my head, This wasn't even a part of the script. It's Charlie's talk. But and there are other storms too that, ones who know and do the research, some ones who even illegally fly into them. I mean, ones of that expert level and know that, hey, something's wrong here. Somebody's really manipulating this, because there are whistleblowers in every sector. There are people who see wrong and speak out in almost every, police, in the climatologist world. Climatologist wasn't the title neither. It's something else. But anyway, so we definitely give thanks for the God of earthquake and lightning. That was the point, and it was just a little lesson there, which is Marcus Messiah Garvey. So when you see the man come through on the 17th of August, man, look how it come through. Yes, he came through terrible on the 17th of August, and Haiti get a kind of a jerk up still, and he went into Jamaica and flooded Jamaica on his birthday. I think it was the Sabbath self. Honorable Prophet Daniel was giving us some rundown on that when we had him as a visitor here on our program. And so when you see Garvey show up on the 17th, man, no give HARP no credit for that. That's the prophet coming through. And sometimes, you have to be in tune to, some of the names of these storms, and so when there's a prophet stepping in. But if you observe the night of the Black Tiger, you get a good comprehension of what we are speaking about. Yeah, give thanks. So definitely today we are going to be talking about, the Christ, the consciousness of the Christ and the cannabis. And we're speaking also of the cartoons as well as, again, basically leading you into fairy tale folly days and nursery crimes, the firing squad edition. Of course, this is like a staple amongst us. Every year we basically come out with something else as it relates to fairy tale folly days and nursery crimes. This reasoning started in Tortola several years ago. Just blessing all ones in such a land, Tortola land. And with fairy tale folly days and nursery crimes, the lecture, then came the judgment. And there's so many different aspects of it that we've broken down and brought to the forefront, So this lecture coming up on Wednesday, which I'm hoping everyone, will be a part of. It's going to be brand new vibration, brand new information. What we're giving you tonight is just adding to it. This is not even basically a part of it or necessarily a part of it, but just adding to it and just adding to the whole line or series of lectures that we have done on this topic. And let me just say the reason why it is an important topic, family, because to some it may look like fun and games. There ain't nothing serious or silly here. This is very serious. That is why we would go as far as to say it is the firing squad edition. Some people say, oh, that's a bit too harsh. But, I mean, Mickey Mouse is a bit too harsh. Minnie Mouse with all her undies exposed. You don't think that's a bit too harsh? You never took note of that, eh? Yeah, the reason why I slowed down, there was another way of saying that in our local way. I mean, wow, I think you would run for the border. So give thanks for humility. But yes, if you check Minnie Mouse well, I didn't have her photo up for this presentation, but you see, she's the first. What do you think they call it, a mini skirt? She's the first to shorten it up and make sure you can see what brand the underwear is. It ain't a joke, eh? And that's simple. But anyway, you see, what I want to get into tonight, really, we're talking about the cannabis. And you may be holding a joy with what you're looking at there, but that's really what it is. And basically, as I said, fairy tale folly days and nursery crimes, the firing squad edition. Looking forward to that and glorify these triple lectures that we will be doing at that time. Let me start here, although we've started already, man. Now, you're looking at the presidential seal, at least the version that you will see on the United States dollar for sure. Because they have modified it a bit, and the stars are doing something else now as if they forgot about the 6-point Jewish stuff. But that's not what I want to talk about right now. So you're looking at the eagle here. And the original eagle that you would look at in its full context is riddled with the number 13. And the reason why we would highlight that is because, 13 has been told to us to be this, very unlucky number. So you can't be playing with the number 13. But now the same people that, Friday the 13th, etc., that gave us this is who gave us this presidential seal. So if you look at the eagle, you'll notice that you have 13 arrows in the left talon. And then you have this olive branch of peace, where you have 13 leaves and 13 berries. And even the same 6-point star that I spoke of a moment ago, above the 6-point star, you have the 6-point star, pardon me, in the clouds, you have 13 little stars, 5-point stars that make up the 6-point star. Good. And it's 13 of them. So we're seeing 13 leaves, 13 berries, 13 arrows, 13 stars. E pluribus unum. This Latin phrase is actually made up of 13 letters. And the stripes on the shield of the eagle is also 13. So it is over obvious that there is a direct and purpose use of the number 13 in the design of this very important presidential seal. So this Melchizedek number obviously has a lot of value, very important. The 13 months of the year, when you construct that 28-day month, and this is in accordance to the moon, not to the constellations. The 13 month a year in that cycle, the moon itself, M-O-O-N, moon, M-O-N-T-H, month. The month and the moon, the new moon is the new month. You see the science. So when you observe even all of that and you compare it now, as I said, you're looking at the eagle and the 13, the science of the 13. Christ with his 12 disciples is the 13. Even the constellations, really. Of course, we know of the serpent holder, Ophiuchus, is 13 constellations as it relates to the zodiac belt, the ecliptic belt specifically. Jacob and, of course, his 12 sons is 13. Or if you just want to look at the aspects of his children alone, well, you go on to his sons, 12 sons, and his daughter Dinah, which is 13 again. On that level, that science, back to Christ, his disciple, the 12 brothers, and the female Mary Magdalene is 13 again. So it's a deep science, and even with him, it makes 14, which carries it to another level, which also can be brought into constellation type, because Gemini is actually 2 people, which really makes it 14 figures. Yeah, Gemini is a man and a woman. So when you consider, all of this, and this is really what we're getting into. If you notice, we mentioned constellation. So that's the handiwork of the Most High. You see, you have to understand and comprehend what is referred to as Freemasonry. Although ones speak of the Grandmaster, really, the real daddy is the great architect. Because the great architect, in a sense, represents, what you may consider to be God. So within the whole aspect of, as I said, the masonry now, and you understand, even with this seed, when you observe it on the dollar bill, you notice the pyramid on the other side, it has the 13 rows. And then underneath, it has the Roman numerals 1776. Again, the 7 and the 6 is 13, 1776. And it's July, the 1776 is when, the 4th of July, that the same country got its independence. And if you look at the phrase July the 4th, not the 4th of July, but July the 4th, it's 13 letters. The phrase American Eagle is 13 letters again. It's 1917, the 13th of June. They say Woodrow Wilson sent 13 ships to assist. It's France or Spain in the war. That part of it got to clarify. But for sure, it's the 13th of June, 13 ships. 1917, Woodrow Wilson has 13 letters in his name too. And don't take that for no joke. We have done, come on, the programs we've done on the US presidents and the programs that we've done. I mean, on the US presidents, man, let me just leave it at that. Ain't going no deeper than that. And you can see even some of them down to the day they were birthed. Look at the connection. How many times you find coincidences between John F. Kennedy and Abraham Lincoln? Countless, from the day how they were killed and where they were, and how much children they have and where they found their wife, their age in comparison to their wife, and where the wife comes from, and where they grew up. So many things just align. I'm not going into the depths of it. But you know they were killed 100 years apart. You understand? That's Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy. Yeah. The man that shot Abraham Lincoln shot him in a theater and ran into a warehouse. The man that shot John F. Kennedy shot him from a warehouse and ran into a theater. I mean, and it can go on and on and on. So the point I'm making now, the reason why I'm bringing all of this up, because we're talking about Christ, cartoons, and cannabis. So this subject I'm into, which one of these three does this have to do with? As I said, the great architect, it has to do with all three, by the way. The great architect, the greatest book is the heavens, man. The geometry is the heavens. It's the heavens, Rastafari, trust me. So this is why the eagle would have stars above its head, because it's the heavens. So basically, as the Honorable Prince Selassie was expressing on the program, The Tiger's Nest, previous evening, he was showing the audience, really, we have to look into the origin of this specifically and where it comes from. And he brought into the aspect the Kabbalah and how the Kabbalah itself, that book which is considered a Jewish magic book, was stolen by the 9 monks. They stole it from Isaac the Blind, and these are French monks, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and they basically over time taken this science. It's a science, the science of the esoteric, the science of subliminal, the science of secret messages. That's what the whole Kabbalah theory, the whole tree of life understanding also came in. And this was the foundation that brought into existence what is known as the Knights of the Temples of Solomon, the Knights of the Garter. So the Knights of the Garter now pride themselves really on that level there of secrecy and understanding coded things. And they built themselves into a great government, basically an empire of such, with their army, and they would assist other ones in battle. They were an army unto themselves. The Knights of the Garter are forced to be reckoned with, to the point that they fell ill with the Pope of Rome and the King of France, Pope Urban, I think the 4th and 5th, or the 5th. Well, it's Urban and Philip of France. So what happened? That's when they even executed Jacques de Molay. Jacques de Molay was the 23rd Grand Master of the Knights of the Garter, man. And the Knights of the not the Garter, pardon, not the Knights of the Garter, pardon me. The Knights of the Templars, pardon me, please, forgive me. If I said Knights of the Garter before, please forgive me. The Knights of the Templars, which originally is the Knights of the Temples of Solomon. Yes, please forgive me. And Jacques de Molay was burnt at the stake, because the Roman Pope and the King of France was not too pleased with their growth and with their strength, and they had to run and go underground, and they were rescued by Robert the Bruce. Robert the Bruce, the King of Scotland, that rescued them. That's why we're telling you that even the Knights of the Garter's flag, which is the big red flag, is the same British flag with some blue triangle added. So really, just to run through this quickly, just to give you an idea again of what it is that is being done, through the entertainment, to the cartoon. That's the lecture's name, fairy tale, folly days, nursery crime. So these are the things that we're dealing with. And all of them
there's a subtle undertone expressed. Now, in the case of Chippendale, and the reason why I would use this as an example, because it's very easy for those who totally, not aware of what I'm talking about, it's easy for them to at least pick up like, oh, okay, I think I get what he's saying. Simple as that. That's how you have to teach it. As King Emmanuel said, you put the food, in the reach of the children. All right. So even big people can pick up this, and children really means in mind too. So what is happening here? So this is the Walt Disney characters, Chip and Dale, brothers, twins, chipmunks. And the acorn and, their lifestyle is very important to this whole analogy here. For Chip and Dale being chipmunks, they live in trees and etc., etc. Now, I am positive, let me find this one. Just give me a second here. I am positive that Chip and Dale is basically a deification of, to some degree, at least to a memorialization, if you want to say, and to concretize the presence forever of this man, which is Thomas Chippendale. So, or immortalize him. Yeah, he dead, but yeah, immortalize would be a better word. Not to just remember him, to somehow keep him alive. And he's been kept alive in the cartoon characters Chip and Dale. Now, when you just watch Chip and Dale, the cartoon characters, and you watch Chip and Dale, the man, and you see the similarities, plus, depending on the individual, for example, Mr. Chippendale was renowned for expressing the Gothic art of building, but he is known for expressing it in furniture, specifically using wood. I want you to hear this good, eh? Remember, when it comes to the Knights of the Temples of Solomon, the term mason really has to do with mason, like building. It really has to do with mason. And the term mason and building itself is seen to be connected to the Gothic style when it comes to the Knights of the Templars, the Knights of the Temples of Solomon. Masonry in general leans a lot to this Gothic style, the Doric and the Corinth, etc. Good. So when you observe the work of Mr. Chippendale, it is said that there are specific signs and symbols that you could clearly see, especially in his ancient work, that has, even passed down to today, and their expression of the secret art, the Gothic art of masonry. So he's someone that is respected in the field. He was born in 1810, if I'm not mistaken, in Otley, in England. Yes, very good. And he obviously rose to some status in the brotherhood, in the fraternity. And I am saying that he is somewhat deified, immortalized for sure. And even remembered, maybe I was still correct with that, and still remembered in the cartoon characters Chip and Dale, because this is how he spells his name too. It's not Chip and Dale, Chip and Dale. And that's his name, Chip and Dale. Now, what is outstanding about Thomas Chippendale? It is that he uses, would use wood, trees, to express that sacred Gothic art. This is important stuff, Maybe not to you, but to them. And this brother here is doing it. Because if you go to some of the
cathedrals across Europe and even in the Caribbean, you would see a lot of the similar designs inside of the cathedrals or even outside, the way that they have been built, you know, because it's not just cabinet, it's chairs, it's beds, it's so many things, so many different designs over the centuries that you can accredit to the Chippendale and his family and his enterprise that still exists up to today. You have a Chippendale in your house? Oh, cha. you people watch you wonder if you're a millionaire. All right. So the Chippendale character or characters, they live in trees. You know, it's just a subtle way of expressing it. They live in trees. They're chipmunks. If you notice here, they are in love with the acorn. Anyone that know anything about masonry, you know acorn is a prime symbol. The pineal gland. You know, you see it on a lot of American flags. And when I say American flags, state flags, the acorn. And you would see it on a lot of the works of Thomas Chippendale. They ate corn. They live in trees. So he is considered a woodsman. Anyone of that level, he's a woodsman. It's a title, a woodsman. And Thomas, if you know, in that occult world too, is considered to be the twin of Christ. That's why in the artwork, you see of the disciples, there's always one that looks just like Christ. That's Thomas. Thomas is considered to be the twin of Christ because Thomas means twin. Thomas Didymus, twin. Twin. If you notice, Chippendale brothers are twins. And Thomas Chippendale has been, again, immortalized in these twins, Thomas, Chip and Dale, Chippendale, chipmunks who live in trees. Same expression of his work, trees. And of course, the acorn, which really kind of put the cherry on top of the cake. So what I'm expressing there to you, family, the same thing they did with Robert the Bruce is that they deify, immortalize, and many different things when it comes to people that they love and revere, and putting them in cartoon characters and superheroes and these different things is something that is right in front of our eyes, but we miss it. Robert the Bruce, why is he so important? He actually preserved the art form. He protected the Knights of the Garters when they were basically running for their life, you know? And of course, this is why his Bruce Cave have become so renowned. He himself hid in his Bruce Cave. And some account says that some of the Knights of the Templars, did I say Knights of the Garters again? I don't know. Okay, I just want to make sure. Right? Some of the
French monks are called the Knights of the Temple of Solomon.
Knights of the Temple of Solomon. Give thanks. Yes, he would have definitely kept some of them and hid them from the forces of the King of France at the time and the Pope Urban. So this cave, Bruce Cave, has become renowned. You can go specifically to Scotland and still visit it here. See there? The Bruce Cave. Many tourists visit it every year. The Bruce Cave, where Robert the Bruce, the hero, not just of Scotland itself, because he had his little tangle with the British really, but of those who revere the secrecy. So he now has been, again, immortalized, memorialized as such, and deified in the character that is known as Batman. That's why you can see the similarities between, I'm talking about Robert the Bruce and the Batman. You know, Batman is Bruce Wayne. If you notice the Batman character, he's not a superhero in the sense of, you know, he can fly away or can look through the wall. He uses his intelligence, and he definitely has that utility belt. And of course, you know, he's a master spy and a martial artist and acrobat and a heap of scenes. So that's Batman himself. And of course, not to go to the depths of it, but again, you know, Batman and Robin and Bruce Wayne, Robin and Bruce, Robert the Bruce, you understand. And of course, I just showed you the whole aspect of Robert the Bruce being the king of Scotland and the Gothic city. So Gotham, although it's pronounced Gotham, it's spelled Gotham, but we know it's Gotham, is the Gothic Scotland, the Gothic city. And Robert the Bruce again, which is the king of Scotland, has his Bruce cave, just like Mr. Bruce Wayne, Batman, has his Bat cave as well. That's why when they figure out things, you would hear Robin say, "Great Scots, Batman, great Scots, great Scots, Batman, They also say, "Holy smokes," too. "Holy smokes, Batman," we figure it out. We figured it out, with the holy smokes. You just listen to them good. So basically that whole science again of deifying and bringing their heroes, people that they look up to, specifically in the craft, those who had the ability to express the craft, like Mr. Chippendale had that ability to show that craft using the wood, the woodsman himself, extraordinaire. We deify him. We remember him as a Chippendale, Thomas Chippendale, I may add, Robert the Bruce. I don't know how deep he was in the craft, but he surely preserved the craft. He saved the craft. He kept them, snug. He even saved himself in his own cave, the Bruce cave, renowned up to this day. People go and pay homage here, because this is where the knights were saved and the order was protected when the King of France and the Pope were trying to run down the knights of the temples of Solomon. So he's deified. I'm sure they remember him in many other ways outside of statues and these different things, but for sure, for the kiddies, calling children kids is bad enough, but kiddies sound like, wow, you're just overdoing now, They bring Batman and Robin. I am telling you. So I'm just putting this down to you so you have an understanding, if this is the first time you're hearing anything like this, of exactly what is going out there in the sublime, or what is going on out there in the sublime, the subliminal messages, the undertone essence that is coming towards you. So as it relates to the marijuana now, the ganja, the tree of life, just to make you understand, this is not something that just came into perspective just the other day. The marijuana can be seen in the oldest medical books in China. The marijuana, the mafazan, as it's referred to as the ancient medical herbal doctors in the same China and Mongolia. You would see them directly dealing and chewing and partaking with the tree of life. It's a medicinal plant, in ancient Kemet. You also see them partaking of it specifically in the incense holders and in the pipes. And I know many ones will say, well, Ras, that doesn't necessarily mean they're smoking it, which really wasn't the point I was making at all. In fact, we just did a program previous evening, what people call last night, where we were talking about the temple in Tel Aviv, where they found the two altars, one for frankincense and one for jar incense, which is the cannabis sativa. In fact, we did a small excerpt, well, not excerpt, but we did a small program dealing with the same subject. It was actually a promotion for that radio program on the YouTube. So the YouTube fans, if you haven't seen that, it's a very short video, about 3 minutes or 4 minutes, right there on the YouTube. I think it's yesterday. Yes, it's yesterday that we did it. So you would see it was a BBC report we were reading, and you would see the article itself on the screen, and you actually see the two temples. One is higher than the other, and they actually burned cannabis on one of them. It didn't say they smoked the cannabis. It just said they burned the cannabis. So we're just showing to you that the utilization of the cannabis is from ancient time. It is not something brand new, as if, well, it's just the Rastaman then bring this in. No, it is definitely from ancient time. Even, as I said, in the oldest medical papyri
in the oldest medical manuscripts, in the oldest medical books, you see the cannabis sativa, the same hemp, the same hemp, the same ganja. You know, the Ganges is the ganja, you know, the Ganges River is all about the ganja too. Yeah, ganja is an ancient god. That is why we see the cannabis even represents the god, which we will get into right now. So you can see it. This is the god Tahuti, you know, also known as thought, the god of wisdom. So he's the god of wisdom, the god of thought, you know. That's where the name thought comes from. Thought, like you have a thought, his name is thought. Tahuti, you understand, not Hermes at all. And if you notice, you see him there with his pen and he's writing. And this is his empress, his beloved one. This is a Shishat. Sometimes she's seen in a tree as she represents the tree. And if you notice here, she has her pen and she's writing as well. And she has above her head the tree, the leaf itself of wisdom. You understand? Now, scientists and archaeologists are saying, we're not too sure what leaf this is. I mean, they just don't want to say the obvious, that it is a cannabis leaf. It is the ganja leaf. And she is the woman of wisdom. You know, wisdom is a woman, according to the Bible. She's not necessarily described as wisdom here. In fact, he's the one that is more given the title of wisdom, but that's her husband. And she is the record keeper of his wisdom. She is the Liberian. You know, she is specifically Shishat. You see it. And look what is above her head, the ganja leaf. So this is very important here, family, because the ganja leaf, the marijuana, is an outstanding plant. And what it is showing you is that from even ancient time, we recognize that and we respected that. And that is why you see us utilizing it here. As I said, sometimes she's seen even in the trees. So she's someone like the Akashic records, as she holds the memory of Mr. Tahuti, Mr. Thought, your thought, the ibis. If you notice, he's an ibis bird, like the cannabis. Yes, you can. The ibis, the cannabis, and we'll get to a bit more that information there. You go into the classics of Confucius, the books of the old of Shi King. You know, inside the book it speaks highly of the cannabis, the mafaizan, you know, and speaks of its potency and how it's used in ritualistic ceremonies. That is the marijuana, the tree of life, the cannabis sativa. And then, of course, you have the great Vishnu, of course, from that tradition, as we were saying in another program, that when Vishnu came out of the Kailash mountains, Vishnu had a whole ganja tree, you know what I mean, in one hand, and also had in the other hand the scroll or the book pertaining to the art of yoga. So you can see, family, that they go together, they balance together, not just yoga as you know it, but just the whole science of Zen and meditation and ritualistic understanding. So you see the partner here laying back with the snake, sipping some of the ganja wine. This may be ganja wine or Bang Lassie or one of them vibration that is made from the marijuana itself. You see him in the lotus position, you know, and fire on the ground like a real Rastaman, and like a chalice there, and look like a skull on the ground there too, a little cup, and red, black, and green or something of the sort, and the Honorable Empress as well, you know, and partaking or imparting the beloved the juice of joy there to the God ritualistically. So yeah, we can see this from the ancient time, and that's what it is, it's marijuana. That's where this picture came from, the understanding of the use of the marijuana in the ancient Hindu tradition, and you see it being used with Vishnu and Shiva and Brahma. And you have here the chalice cup. Now the chalice cup from the ancient church, even the Ethiopian Orthodox chalice cup, represents the wine. The wine is what's put in the chalice cup, which is supposed to be the blood of Christ, you know, but the ancient chalice is this chalice here. I'm telling you straight up, you know, this is why this is very esoteric, family. This is some esoteric stuff. At the Last Supper, the Lamb himself, that's Christ, He's the same lamb that they speak of in the Old Testament that they put on the altar and sacrifice. So he, the lamb, was there tearing the bread. The lamb and the bread is one. It's the lamb's bread. And the lamb's bread now is the marijuana that you put in the cup. Because remember, at the Last Supper, they take the bread and they dip the bread in the wine. Watch any one of these church people doing the communion. They take the bread and dip it in the wine, at least the one that the pastor drink. They dip that in the wine, and he eat that like he soaked the bread in the blood, if you want to call it that. And now, when you partake of the tree of life, when the chalice, I'm talking about the marijuana inside it, goes down into the water, the burning the herb, the smoke go into the water, the lamb's bread get dipped into the water and then come back out, and then you sip it because it's not smoke anymore. It is clouds. That's one of the reasons we don't burn spliff and them things there, because this is the ceremony. This is the Last Supper of Christ, the first supper right now. That's why he told them, anytime you eat and drink, because the two elements must be there. The bread and the wine. The wine is created when you turn water into wine, because remember, the plant specifically represents the tree of life, represents the Christ man. That is why Osiris is seen green, because he represents the Christ man. That's why the Christ in the Bible is described as a tree, from the root of David and the seed of Jesse and the stem of Jacob and all of these different things. And a branch shall come out of David's loin and all of that, because it's like a tree, a literal tree, Even the blind man in the Bible, they say when he started to see, they ask him, what do you see? And he said, I see trees moving around. They say, okay, Christ, touch his eyes again one more time. And they touch it and say, what do you see now? Okay, I see human beings. So he saw people as trees. We are like trees, That's why we have veins running through us, just like how you see the trees and the waters running through the tree. So the tree of life specifically is more than just a tree. It's a tree, but it's not a tree. The tree of life is Christ. Christ is the real and main tree of life. That's why you have the tree of life meditational system. There was a wonderful book written by, what's the name of the man there again, Princess? Ra Amun Nefer Ra Nefer Ra Amun specifically. I'm sure some of you have come to that book, the writer of the Medunete, and also the book, the Tree of Life specifically. And he goes real deep in that book. I had 2 of those books actually, talking about the whole balance of the meditational system specifically. But the Tree of Life is a man, the Christ, and the Christ man has conquered the Tree of Life meditational system too, up to the Amun stage, like Emperor Haile Selassie I. So this is why the symbolic Christ man is seen green, because he represents the tree. The green man is also seen in the same Hulk. Hulk is seen green. And Al-Qaeda, no need to hit the floor, brother. I'm not talking of no terrorism. Al-Qaeda is the ancient green god in ancient Islam. Most Islamic people may not want to admit that, but I'm talking true. Al-Qaeda, the great green, that's what they call him, So the tree of life is the Christ figure, but there is a tree that represents the tree of life. That's it. And this same tree, which is the marijuana that represents the tree of life, is one of those, as we were talking about last night, psychoactive trees, with the THC and how it affects the DMT as well, which we have gone in depths when it comes to expressing how the DMT basically takes you to another plane. The activation of the DMT basically take you to another dimension. If you're dealing with parallel worlds, the DMT will carry to the parallel world too. But you see, we're talking about not magic mushrooms, no disrespect, not even the ayahuasca, no disrespect, but we're talking about the marijuana, the cannabis sativa. We're talking the tree of life. All right. So this is why this is another program that we've covered. A lot of this is revision, and still preparation for Wednesday night. So you see, when you come in Wednesday night, don't look for us to go over all of this stuff here. This is preparation. I know, everyone that, let's just say one of you are not there. Yeah, but for sure, those who are listening, you're coming in Wednesday. This is just the preparation. You understand?
So you shouldn't just be getting the preparation, you should be getting the full course. Now, this is something we have done already. This is a video you could go back on YouTube and check out. Chalice in Wonderland. Yes, Chalice in Wonderland. You should watch it. After this, you should watch it. You see Alice now, her whole cast of characters are smokers. Everybody puffing something, basically. The Warrior's puffing his old cigar there. Mr. Dodo definitely puffing his pipe. Good. Don't talk about the caterpillar. And then the cat himself, not caterpillar, but the cat. He is not seen smoking anything, but he definitely on something. And, you know, even the presence of the mighty mushroom too. And the mushroom, she also became big in a mushroom house. And then she also became big in a tree. Very symbolic. Just like She-Shot is seen in the tree, she was seen in the tree. So she is the living tree. She is the living mushroom. And what I said, don't get me wrong, it's no disrespect to no plant, you know. No mushroom, no, well, it's a fungi really. No other blue lotus or no acacia. They all have their purpose, Rasta. What are you talking about? But when it comes to partaking and so-called smoking, man, the marijuana, the tree of life that represents God Almighty, it's the marijuana specifically and positive. So this movie goes into the psychedelics a lot. That's why there's a lot of mushrooms and getting big and getting small. You know, Alice in Wonderland. How do you get to Wonderland? How it go again? Over the hill and across the land. Something like that.
Or clouds.
Yeah, or just behind the tree. So to get to Wonderland, you could just go behind a specific tree and you get to Wonderland. There's a specific part where she was singing. You could learn a lot of things from the flowers. Just meditate on these lyrics. You can learn a lot of things from the flowers. We've learned a lot of things from the flowers, haven't we? Especially in the month of June. And we remember when she went amongst the flowers, they said, you're not a flower, you're a weed. Yeah, that's what they told her. You're a weed. Bluntly, hear what the old granny flower said. Bluntly speaking, that's what she said. To put it bluntly, the children said. To put it bluntly, you're a weed, or you look like a weed, or something like that.
You're a weed.
You're a weed. Bluntly, eh? Wrap up one. Imagine that. So you know, go and check it out. Just type in Alice in Wonderland, Priest Isaac, and I'm sure the whole thing will come up right there on the YouTube. All right, so the science is in there. That's why I call it Chalice. Chalice in Wonderland. Look at the teacups at the very birthday party there. Everybody burning. It looks like a simple thing, but it's all, all right, the granddaddy here now. Look at the granddaddy here. What's Sweepy burning there? Smoky. Oh, that's his water bottle. Can't fool us, you know. Try something there, yeah. Well, yeah, so I mean, let me just show you something here before. Let me show you the reality, you know. This is from, watch this here. Let me take off the volume. I don't want the volume. Watch this here. Okay. So, spinach, Popeye. You're going to see him pluck out 3 nice buds. 3 buds. 1, 2, 3. Bam. 3 nice buds. I don't know how clear that was on the visual. Let me repeat it again. 3 nice buds. Bam, bam, bam. And he put that in his pipe. That's Popeye. Put that in his pipe. Let's knock that one more time. Spinach, eh? Subliminal message. Bam, bam, bam. And he put that and he chewed that up. All right. And you know the result thereof. Okay. Now, there's another one here, about 5, 10. Now, watch this, family. Again, this is Popeye. Spinach on the top. Watch it here. Suck it through the pipe again. Bam. You know the end result. I don't have to show you all what happens.
Got a healthy draw.
Get a healthy draw with this one. Clean boy. Okay, let's watch a little bit. Watch, you know, earthquake in a room, the one. volcano and thing them all night. All right, take it easy. Yes. So what you're looking there now, and give thanks specifically for those who officiated that for us. Now, what I was showing you there, family, is something that, I mean, they have several parts where you'd see the big man sucking his spinach to his pipe. Now, to some, it may look like, oh man, you're just kind of playing with it. But the reality is, we know the importance, again, of the marijuana. This is what I'm trying to show to you, family. This is not a joke. This is a serious vibes. Now, the Popeye figure is a Christ figure. Just like the Pinocchio figure is a Christ figure. Long time we saying these things. Just like even the Snow White and all of them things is a Christ figure because of the way they have been constructed, and especially when you compare them to the older versions of them, when you compare these stories to who they're coming from and who they are a product of. All right. So if you notice on Mr. Popeye hand, he has this ankh. Sometimes it looks like an anchor, but many times it looks just like an ankh. Popeye, one eye. Very important to understand the science of the Popeye. I know there's a real figure they say Popeye came from it, a man that actually looked like how Popeye looked. You know, but notwithstanding that, I'm not doubting that. Give thanks. But the Popeye himself, you know, a man with a pipe and the whole thing look like Robin Williams. But the Popeye concept is the God with the one eye. That's why you see the pyramid with the one eye. It's for the third eye, represents the same acorn, pineal gland, the one eye. That's why Christ in the Bible says, better that you be one eye. Yes, I know you may say, no, what he was speaking of, that's not what he meant. That's what not he, I never say what he meant. I'm just saying Christ spoke about being one eye. It's better that thou be one eye for whatever he meant. You understand? Because here, Papa is expressing the one eye. The one eye is a science of the God. The one eye God, some say the one eye represents Lucifer, but anyway, one eye. Now, if you notice, other traits of the Christ figure is that Papa is a seaman. He's a sailor man. He's always on the sea. Just like the Christ is with his brethren, the fishermen, them, and they would always be on the sea. You know, what's his name? Popeye's wife is olive oil. You know, as you were saying the other day, King, I mean, you know, some spinach and some olive oil make a nice good dish there, for real. And olive oil, once we understand that olive oil is Popeye's wife, well then I would assume that olive oil would have offered some level of comfort to Popeye. If you notice, when Christ wants comfort, he goes to the Mount of Olive. You understand, as this Christ figure here. If you notice here too, this is an old cartoon, family, one of the old cartoons of Popeye. I don't know if it's before he hit the screen or what. And look at what he's telling. Ahoy, Brutus. I wants me moon plant back. Here we want back? His moon plant. That's a high grade. The man want back his moon. And then Brutus says, oh sure. You check it. So even as I said, and you see have an ankh here on his hand here again. Even as I said, even down to his little youth sweep, you know. It's not sweet P. It's sweep. It spells sweep like a broom, SWEEP, and then EA, sweep E. You know, and remember, we did the program with the ancient saint that carried the broom, Saint Demartins, and we showed you of the King Emmanuel order and the sweeping and the cleaning, sweep E. You know, so there are a lot of connections here, and then to top it off in a man is the man with the chalice, the man burning this hookah here and still have his pipe in the other side of his mouth. So the eating of the spinach through the pipe is highly symbolic of the anciency of the chalice itself, the partaking of the cup in that you see on even the ancient walls, and the use of the marijuana. Not that the spinach that you eat is not good, but as I said, this is not a health class. This is esoteric symbolism that is being portrayed day and night before your face. You understand? Holy Emmanuel, Haile, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. So as I said,
when we got a Wednesday, we'll be putting that on another level. This is the firing squad edition. I'm definitely looking for everyone to come through. Remember, this one is myself, the princess, and the prince will be conducting that rendition here. That is Wednesday, the 22nd day of December. The admission is only $20, family. Remember, this is during the Yule time season, or Yule tide. What they call it? Yule tide? I don't know if it's a tide gonna come and wash away people, but Yule tide season. And then a lot of abracadabra and so, a lot of rushing and buying and jingle bells and what did you get for me and gifts and all of that. But listen, family, what I'm saying, give yourself this gift here. You definitely should sit in with us and partake of an evening of good meditation, good lecturing. And then the next evening we come in again. This one will be hosted by myself with the Santa Claus Massacre. That will be total annihilation. That as well, only $20 family. And then on the 26th, remember that is Haile, Selassie, Rastafari, and Freemasonry. 3 mighty online lectures. Again, if you were to take in all 3 of the lectures, you get them at a discount price of only $50. So we definitely have something in store for you, family, for the fullness of that season, for the fullness of that whole time. And definitely, obviously, you see that is crushed. We're crushing it on the feet as we go through. Give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Remind you once again that you definitely will get a nice brand new delivered to your door Tiger's Nest t-shirt if you definitely order the international homeschool class before my Earth Day, that is. Not on my Earth Day, before my Earth Day. So technically, on the Gregorian calendar or Julian calendar, New Year. That'll be a wonderful blessing to whoever it is that you're ordering the international homeschool for them to get a Tiger's Nest t-shirt. Yes, give thanks, family, for the life giver and the keeper of life. And honestly, man, give thanks for the love. Give thanks for all those who express the love towards I and I, even in the comments, those who show gratitude for the work and those that support and those that patronize and all of these different things. It's just a joy and just a love. Remember, this year, we actually had 3 patrons of the year, you know. We have 2 more patrons that we have to publicly award, Brother David and Brother Mike. So look for that award coming very soon, you know. So love in the house, family, life giver and the keeper of life. It was really a joy, you know. I full enjoyed it. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. That's a love. Thanks. And once again, remember, this is where you get the meditation, taking it to another level. And of course, this evening will be no different. Once again, remember, this is the Tiger's Nest. The Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. And remember, this program comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the hour of 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. Talking about right here in the nation of Antigua and Barbuda, right here on Radio Anu, the international flavor and the universal spice. Yeah, we definitely have a nice program set this evening. A few things that I want to speak of. Definitely the main event of the program, we are going to be talking about the new variant, that new variant strain of COVID and what's the real relationship with that and South Africa. But we're going to speak about that when we get there. And I also want to touch upon in our introduction, I'm going to touch upon that right now. We're going to speak about the aspect of Empress Menen. being crowned by Emperor Haile Selassie I. It's not going to take too long. You know, there are those who wanted a clarity on that, and I thought that it was necessary that we, you know, bring it to the forefront with an understanding, because, you know, one would tell you that Haile Selassie would have placed the crown on Empress Menen's head. And really, that may not be the exact, exact thing that happened as such. But we understand where an individual may be coming from, but we want to balance it out. Let's just put it that way. We don't want anyone to leave the conversation, you know, misunderstanding really what history says, you know, took place. So we're going to get to that right now, even before we go into the main topic. But I'm sure most ones would have heard the news by now of the passing or the transition of one elder, Franklin King Franchi Francis. And this would have taken place sometime in the evening yesterday. And for those who may not know who the elder is, the esteemed elder, he definitely stands out as a patriarch, really, in the faith, internationally, especially at this moment and for a while. And even a person like me, as most of you who follow up close to me, just 2 days ago, before this happened, we were talking about celebrating our 25th anniversary of stepping into this faith, you know, of Rastafari, of accepting the divinity of Emperor Haile Selassie I. And, you know, of course, on a historical note, when those of us of my age then, those of us who were coming in at that time, the people, when I say the people, your parents, your fathers and mothers, the old people, as they would say, oh, you're going to join Franchi them now. That would be the word. I mean, at that time, you know, we never even knew King Franchi. I don't think I personally got that specific word. You know, I don't think that's in my record. But it was something that they would fly around, or fling around, I should say. So many ones who were listening this in Antigua, who would have come into Rastafari during the same time maybe I come in. And even if you had a parent that was lenient and wasn't too harsh on you for taking up Rastafari, they would still even say it maybe in a humorous way. Oh, okay. So you join Franchi, ban them now, eh? Okay. Hope you know what you're doing, you know, in a way like that. And as I said, ones would know of King Franchi because as an intellect, you see, it's not as if King Franchi was the first Rastafari around here. But definitely he stands out in, you know, the first crop of those who went away. Because there's a big story of the history of Rastafari here in Antigua, of those himself and the likes of Bruce Haile Goodwin and other ones. I think Brother Dester John, these ones who would have traveled overseas and gone to the university in Jamaica, and they would have studied and they would have taken up to the concept of Rastafari. I think if I'm not mistaken, Brother Bruce Goodwin would have stood with the brother there from Guyana. What's the brother there from Guyana? Guyana there, man. Oh, it's just kind of the brother from Guyana there. The revolutionary. I don't know how he's evading me now. Walter Rodney. Yes, give thanks, Princess. Walter Rodney, give thanks. What's his name there? Bruce Goodwin, if I'm not mistaken. And Bruce Haile Goodwin, for those who do not know, that's one of another esteemed elder here in Antigua. In fact, many actually credit him
for being the first amongst the elders here in Antigua to have hailed Haile Selassie first. I didn't say that's exactly the case, but that history is still fuzzy. Some say so, some say, not. You have elders amongst us still, King Sagaifu, etc., Elder Kenya, and many other ones. But Elder King Frankai definitely brought a certain level of intellect to this game. So even those of us who, when we came into Rastafari, King Frankai was an individual. He was always on the radio. But it wasn't Rastafari he was preaching on the radio. He was a football announcer, a sports announcer in general. And again, very, 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 very knowledgeable of the sport and the history of the sport. Football, cricket. I mean, he has a master understanding of the game of cricket and the history of the game of cricket. Very intelligent when it comes to geopolitics and Caribbean politics, for sure. So he's definitely an intellect all around. And then when it comes to theological studies and for sure, always leaning towards a very, guru-like sage type of expression of, the truth. Never found him to be what you would consider, harsh against anyone because of the different outlooks, but definitely Naya Bingi. And he recently went to Ghana. I know he was awarded a specific award in Ghana. I cannot give you that off the head. I think he was still the ambassador to Ethiopia here in Antigua at the time of his passing as well. And the first time I personally would have encountered him really on a personal level. I mean, again, you know who King Frankai is, even as a youth, you would see them brethren by the idol shop on Market Street. I clearly have visions in my mind of the elderly at the time. Maybe he was even younger than I am now, but still at that time to us, them was elders. Just like how ones look at us now as elders. And we don't even reach, elder age yet, but give thanks. And it was the same thing because we were looking at them and some of them were in their late 30s and maybe early 40s. And to us, them was the elders. Not knowing that some of them brothers still have to go home and say, yes, mommy, okay, mommy, yeah, real thing, no disrespect to nobody. That's how it is. Even now, big man that is 40 and 45 still saying yes, mommy, and no, mommy. And I'm not saying not to say yes, mommy, and no, mommy, but the point I'm making is that, in many cases, is you're not the patriarch of the family or the matriarch or the oldest around, but yet still the younger ones are seeing you as elders. So we always saw them as elders because they were the elders, They were the ones that went away, got the teachings or got inspired, or even when Ras Bono G's Bongo Watu came around here about 2 times. He was the one that brought that Naya Bingi order that most one here have adapted to. Because even before him, it wasn't as clean cut as Naya Bingi. It was just a kind of just say this and just say that. But when Bongo Watu and I think it's Bongo Time and these ones came around here, they added a different flavor to it. And you see up to today, Naya Bingi, as you know it, is very strong in Antigua as an order. So of course, give thanks again. There's many things that we can say. As I said, the first time I really encountered King Frankai was at the very same ZDK. He was working at ZDK the very same time I started to do my program on ZDK. And I didn't interact with him at first. It took several months because just time in, I didn't live at ZDK. I went there once a week to do my program and maybe passing to do other things. But I would maybe pass him and bless him. And I was just coming into that faith at the same time to a young lad. And, after getting into my program and one started to know and recognize who I was, I could remember sitting with him, pardon me, you know, the first few times, and it was just intellect. That's all I could remember, just intellect and history. And I always, you know, have that strong admiration for him, for that level of intellect that, you know, I cited when I met him personally as it relates to Rastafari, you know, and as I can see, I consider, you know, intellect in Rastafari a very important thing. So we must give thanks. Of course, many more things can be said, and I know many things will be said in the days to come, because we are speaking of a figure that the international community will mourn. It's not a figure that will pass and only the village, no disrespect to anyone, or the island here, this island will mourn, not the Rasta community, the sports community, every sport icon, every sport, I telling you. You see, you could say what you want, because there has passed an elder where people also have what they have to say. That's the truth. But that's how you go. But I'm telling you, kings are going to come out and honor him. And I'm asking you, record breakers are going to come out and honor King Frank. You better believe it. People are going to leave near and far. They say they pass a law here that you have to be vaccinated to come here. I'm sure that they have people that stern that they're not taking no vaccine, and they would take that vaccine to come here for King Frank funeral. Better believe that. So this is the time that we have to give thanks to the King, Frank Dog, and what he has done. The chapter has been written, and in the physical realm, the book has been closed. Give thanks in all respect that even before he made that move, it is obvious that a next generation had already taken the baton, the drop of ground for nobody pick up. Let me speak a bit nicer so everybody can understand. There are people hardly can understand English, much less. The baton, like a relay race, is not as if, you know, the person kept it in his hand too long and it dropped to the floor. But a new generation have picked up the baton long time. And I don't pick up that baton long time. The young generation of Ras Freeman don't pick up the baton long time. Give thanks right here in Anuman like Ras Sila. Pick up the baton long time. Even the esteemed elders still amongst us, Rasta Gaifu. In all humility, I know he have, what should I say? Well, he's still in the race, but as he come to understand, baton must pass on. You check it. It's not who come in, it's not who win the race with the baton, you know, it's about 4 or 5 man run that race. Man start the race and man done the race. So give thanks again for the esteemed elder. All right. I didn't expect to say all that. That's almost like a, I don't even want to say that. I got a eulogy there. But what I want to touch upon before we take the first intermission, before we get to the subject of the evening, Wow. Yeah. Now, in reality, let me say first, when Haile Selassie I was crowned Negus and Negas, and this is something that we harped upon in the previous coronation season there, the 91st season of the coronation of the King of Kings and the Empress Menin. And it is something that you cannot just step over. You cannot just, you know, oh, well, you know, the King of Kings and the Empress crowned together. Yes, that is true. But, you know, it's much deeper than we really, you know, meditate. You know, Empress Menen is not a simple being amongst us. When we highlighted that Empress Menen was the one that officiated the ceremony to consecrate the monastery, what is this, in Jerusalem, that is something. A monastery, you know, the home for monks, men, Ethiopian monks. As I said before in that video when we did it, these brothers, I mean, not even a female donkey and a female pussycat to catch rats, and so they want amongst them. That's how serious they are in their monk tradition, Ethiopians. Those in Waldeburn and the island of Tigray, and the island in Tigray, I should say, not Tigray, pardon me. What's the name of the lake there? Lake Tana. There's an island in Lake Tana. Sounds like Tigray, Turquoise. I can't remember the name of the island. Where the Ark of the Covenant was. These monks, I mean, not even hens and so can come there, you know. If they eat meat, it's cocks they got to bring for them to show you how serious they are about the feminine, the monks, you know. I'm just showing you what they're into. But I'm just highlighting that to put emphasis on just to comprehend that Empress Menen oversaw, she actually officiated, you know, presided over the whole procession when they were consecrating the monastery in Jerusalem. A woman, the Empress, you understand, presiding over the consecration of the house of monks. That's a serious thing to me. And it really shows the divinity of Empress Menen, you know, in her holiness. And yes, what the Emperor Haile Selassie really did at the coronation, it wasn't just because he was emperor now and he made that decision, you know. A lot of the decisions the emperor made, if not all, had a sort of pushback to them. There was a resistance given in many cases. That was one of them. So the decision really was that Empress Menen was to be crowned on the same day, at the same time, in the same way, the same ceremony. Ones wasn't too really happy with that, you know. No, that's not how we do it. That's not the old tradition. Let's keep it the way that we used to do it. The emperor get crowned in about 3 days. The empress will get crowned. She'll get crowned in the palace. It'll be a nice little, you know, get together, really, you know. You know, pastries and cakes will be eaten, but we're gonna do it in the old way. And Haile Selassie said, no. Whatever he had to do to make sure he got it his way, you don't know how the king moved. Very shrewd. Don't play with the god. So it was done. And Empress Menen was crowned for the first time known, the same time with Emperor Haile Selassie I. And if Emperor Haile Selassie I is who we testify him to be, we must admit that the fact that Empress Menen was, you know, bestowed with that glory with him must say something about her. You understand? And then again, you know, she being the person that even officiated over the consecration of the monastery in Jerusalem. Not a man, you know, not the Abuna, not the Archbishop, not Pope Cornelius, or whoever it was there, no disrespect, of Coptic Egypt. Empress Waziri Menen. Give thanks. Selassie, yeah, Rastafari. But what I'm saying now, family, is this. There's this thing about Haile Selassie crowning Empress Menen. I mean, I've been hearing that for a while. I mentioned it before, but I never really highlighted it, you know. Now, from my knowledge, the emperor in his own autobiography explained the coronation. And I'm going to read something here. And specifically, not necessarily from the autobiography, but it's basically exactly what the emperor says. The emperor never made mention of him putting the crown on Empress Menen's head. He blessed the crown. And it is the Abuna that put the crown on her head. Now, an individual may say, well, look, Ras, it's not all of that, you know. We don't have to get it confused. When we say the king crown her, I mean, the same thing you say is he blessed the crown. And I mean is he actually put it on her head? Is he blessed the crown? You love argue too much, you know. You just want to cause confusion. Oh my, take it easy, brother. No, take your time. I don't want to cause nothing. I want to straighten it out. Children want the answer to these questions because brethren clearly say, I can roll the tape. Brethren clearly says, Haile Selassie crown Empress Menen, comma, not the Abuna, full stop. So, I mean, come on. So it needs to be clarified, that's all. I ain't trying to dig up nothing. Come on, man, we're big people here. Anyway, let me read this. It's coming, where is it? Oh my, everything is gone. Here, the coronation of Emperor Haile Selassie I, Empress Menen, and I'm just going to the section here that is saying the coronation of Empress Menen. Okay, it says here, after the ceremony of the emperor, the empress entered with her attendants to take her throne. Perhaps her attendants were her daughters, 17-year-old Tenege Ewek and 13-year-old Zenebe Ewek. The following reading of the Psalms of David, Psalms 45, verse 9 to 11, was made as a prayer. King's daughters were among the honorable women. Upon thy right hand did stand the queen in gold of Ophir. Hearken, O daughter, and consider, and incline thine ear, forget also thine own people and thy father's house. So shall the king greatly desire thy beauty, for he is thy Lord, and worship thou him. The empress was presented with a ring encrusted with diamonds, and then the red and gold coronation robes were placed upon her. The new emperor received the empress's crown from the archbishop and spoke the following words about his empress. As I, with the will of God, have received this crown from his holiness, I request the empress to receive this crown and partake in the honor with me. Therefore, I request your holiness to put the crown on Empress Menen. Abuna Cornelius took the crown from the emperor and placed it on the empress's head as he made a prayer that the crown be one of knowledge and wisdom, sympathy and goodness. So in accordance with this prayer, Empress Menen used her crown to serve the people and to help the poor. After receiving her crown, the empress went to bow before the emperor and returned to sit on her throne. Okay, so just going through that there, it's really nothing, nothing at all with any, pushback whatsoever. It's just an understanding, just for clarity, because the truth is, because we love the emperor so much, sometimes I always say we tend to kind of spice it up, add a little bit to it, which really, kind of spoil the pot. Let's just keep it exactly how it is, because if you change it, it's going to really change the flavor of what is going on. All right, family, definitely give thanks. Okay, as I said, this is the Tiger's Nest. This is a program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this time. If you are not a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest, you know what to do. Just contact us, email us, how it is, priestisaac27@gmail.com. You are already on the website, priestisaac.com, so you don't know what to do. Just go and find the email, press the button, and inquire, and definitely we'll give you more information if you needs be, and you'll definitely get the Tiger's Nest shipped to you each and every day via the email. You'll find it in your inbox at least by the time you wake up. And I'm just reminding you, remember over the so-called Christmas holiday, oh boy, we're coming down heavy. We have 3 dynamic lectures for sure. We definitely have the 22nd day of December, Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes, the Burial, that's what they the Firing Squad edition, the Firing Squad edition, Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes, the Firing Squad edition. That's the 22nd of December. This is our online lectures now, family. And then we have the 23rd day of December. We have the Santa Claus Massacre, another installment. This is a totally different one altogether. This is Total Annihilation. And on the 26th, for sure, the Honorable King Frank I would definitely love this one here. This will be Haile, Selassie, Rastafari, and Freemasonry. And these 3 lectures, as I said, each of them will be at 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, Wednesday the 22nd, Thursday the 23rd, and Sunday the 26th day of December. Each of them just $20 online lectures. The first lecture specifically Fairy Tale, Holidays, Nursery Crimes. That will be with myself, the Honorable Prince Alamasi, and the Honorable Princess Akisha Menin. Of course, remember when you attend these lectures, you end up getting a copy of the online lecture within 7 days when it's published. So there's so many things and great prizes and everything that you get just for being a part of it. In fact, if you want to be at the 3 lectures, you get a special price of only $50 for the 3 lectures. So, hey, give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life. And remember what we say we're reasoning about tonight, We are reasoning about the new variant in South Africa. That's what we're really talking about tonight. I know we don't talk about so many things, because that's what the Tiger's Nest is all about. Information and inspiration. And for sure, we definitely will be talking about that now in a moment. All right, as I said, give thanks again for the life of the Honorable King Franklin Francis, and I'm going to touch down this one here from the Nyabingi Elders for the King. Yeah.
When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black and the green around me, for in the new life I shall rise up with God's grace and blessing to lead the millions of the heights and the triumph that you well know. Look for me in a world when there is storm. Look for me all around you, for in God's grace I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies, and those who have died in Africa, to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life.
Road me here, Angel Strand. Yes, Rastafari is alive. Jah Rastafari is our life. He is the 225th great grandson of King Solomon. Second 19 verse declare, men and brethren, let me freely speak. David, the prophet. God swear unto David, according to the flesh, through his lineage,
Blessed love, my family, salam to one and all. We definitely give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Listen. And Freemasonry. Trust me, this is a must see. That will be Sunday the 26th. Write it down. Get a poster not ready for that yet. Sunday the 26th day of December. What they call Boxing Day. We're going to box the beef out of the wicked that night there, and clearly show you that the King of Kings is the King of Glory. Now remember, we just did a program not too long ago where we're highlighting so many of the titles that the emperor have. They have academics, people, scholars as you call them, that would argue that a lot of those titles are Freemasonic titles. You can't argue with them,
No, you can't argue with them. Them kind of discussion is not just for knowledge. These kind of discussions is for understanding. You understand? You comprehend, you understand. So it's going to be a wonderful sit down. That will be Sunday the 26th. All the evenings are 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. All the evenings. The documentary or the online lecture will be available by 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time each evening. The Wednesday the 22nd, the Thursday the 23rd, and of course, Sunday the 26th. All 3 lectures. And each lecture specifically is only $20. But if you take the 3 lectures, I'm sure that those of you who'd want to come to all 3, so instead of paying $20 for each, you could pay only $50 and you definitely get the whole, package of 3 lectures. It's going to be wonderful, especially during that time of the year specifically. You're going to need your mind to kind of free up on that Boxing Day when everybody running up and down, going crazy and acting mad. You're going to want to be home sipping on a chalice and, taking in the lecture Haile, Selassie and Freemason. I didn't ask the question, is Haile, Selassie a Mason? The last time I did that, some people lose their head. People feel like I'm dissing the king to ask a question. Remember, these are the questions that the young people who are seeking Rastafari ask us. And they're not dumb questions. They have the right to ask that. You see the king in the Night of the Garter celebration, and you know, as a student of history, that the Night of the Garter is one of the chief orders of chivalry. The most outstanding order of chivalry in Freemasonry, and the king is actually at the head of the parade. So you want to know. You don't know, so you want to know. So let's ask Priest Isaac, hey, Haile Selassie is here, Freemason, and that's why we did the video a couple of years ago. It's still on the YouTube. You should check it out. But this is like a continuation of this one now. This is an online lecture of that same lecture, but we're taking it to a heavier level now. In fact, I would encourage you to revisit that one on YouTube and prepare for this one on Sunday, the 26th. Okay, I know I've been saying a lot there, but I'm preparing you, at least even for this presentation here. So you have an idea of why, why I chose this subject. I'm not losing my head. It's not as if I'm just mad and saying, well, Bugs Bunny mash up the drum. No, man. No. It's more than that. Again, when you understand and comprehend who these characters are, the makers of these characters, we've taken the time to break down Walt Disney's Hanna-Barbera and these things and explain to you what their mission is, why they did what they did, the characters that they created, Pinocchio and being swallowed by the whale. All of this is some deep science. The Snow White and the Rose Red, which we have covered, those of you who have been with us for such time. All of this is important stuff when it comes to science. That is why all of these cartoon movies have a tie into theology as well, and into ancient mysticism and the occult. Real thing. So Bugs Funny now, yeah, who's always acting gay and queer and all of that. We're going to deal with him, trust me. So Bugs Funny now, when you really check the vibes with him, as I said, he is literally busting through the drum here. Now, what's the vibes with the drum? And when you look at it, this is something else. This is deep, because remember the drum, the Nyabingi drum. That's a bass drum there. You may say it's a parade drum and blowing the horn kind of drum, but it's a bass drum. Now you have to understand, for those of I and I who are Rastafari, we understand the power of the drum. I mean, this is thunder that you're looking at here. When you see we beat the drum in righteousness of salvation, Daniel #1 band, the wicked quake, the wicked shake, is earthquake, lightning and thunder happening here, Boom, 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 boom. With the bass drum, 7 drums lick at the hour of prayer, 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock, 7 strokes of the drum. You understand? You don't be playing with the bass drum and be beating it up and hit 8 strokes and 6 strokes and you want something happen to you. You have to be careful with the bass drum. This is why Master Porky Pig banned the bass drum during the days of slavery. Not even just slavery. Even after slavery and they went into so-called colonialism and the colonial era. At that time, they still were banning the drum. So you couldn't play the drum nowhere around here in the Caribbean, Nah, man, you couldn't play no drum. They would come for you and lock you up and specifically, kill you just for playing the drums. Because the drums itself specifically called spirit. What do you think the people in Haiti use to move the wicked? They beat the drum. What do you think the wicked them use to definitely cut down the rebellion? They use the band and the drum. So the drum was against the law. I mean, it's still on the books in many places. The drum was against the law. Up to now, in certain places, it's still on the books. So this is what happened now, as I'm saying, that the energy that the drum pulls is the ancestral energy. That's the energy that the people in Haiti used to crush Napoleon and to crush the wicked and to crush France. That's the energy that the people in Haiti use, from Benin, the homie, the voodoo. Voodoo is the sound of the drum. Voodoo is what cracked the earth. So the drum is power. That's why they ban it. The drum is strength. Even the Indian people, they would ban their drums too when they used to because they know the power of the African drums. Remember Mr. Bugs Bunny, They have cartoons with Bugs Bunny, mocking black people, painting his face black and acting in their minstrel ways with the little black boy he have as his little slave and all of that. That's why Bugs Bunny is always talking, give me cotton picking minute. You cotton picking this and cotton picking that. Who's the cotton picking? Who used to pick the cotton? Who you think he talking to when he talking about cotton picking? Bugs Bunny we talking about. So we can go on and on and on and pull out his rap sheet, But the point I'm making here for now is that it's not a mistake. Why they show you this, This is at the end of the cartoons, At the end of the Looney Tune cartoons, Porky Pig and Mr. Bugs Funny come out to the bass drum. They just rip it up. That's all, folks. See you later. We don't really get nothing from it. We don't feel no way. Just like I was mentioning earlier today on the program Kidemi on Radio Anu. Remember we were talking about the genocide in Rwanda. Remember that, those of you who listen to that program. Every Sunday we're on it, family. Every Sunday, Kidemi. Your Sunday morning's cup of tea, Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. The link is in the description below. Just go below and press the link and hear what Radio Anu is saying. And this uprising, we were talking about the genocide when they were destroying the Tutsi people. And we were showing you that during the same time, they had this commercial with an owl and a lollipop. And the question was, how many licks? How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll lollipop? And the owl would lick 1, 2, and then the owl would bite the lollipop. 3 licks, you understand? And the whole symbolism of licks. It wasn't gunshot that they were using to destroy the Tutsi, it was licks. They were using machetes, they were using cutlasses, and beating them and chopping off their heads, according to even what the sister that survived was speaking about this morning. Licks and kicks and boxes, but licks. So 3 licks. So I'm just showing you that the same time that ad was running, I could remember that. I remember that clearly, the same 1994. That was a big commercial when the Tutsi is getting beaten down in Africa, in Rwanda. We're talking about how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll. Imagine that. So I'm just trying to show you. That's how deep the subliminal messages go. From your barbar black sheep, have you any wool? You know what the wool is? The wool is the locks on your head. Barbar black sheep, barbar. You know what a barber is, Barber. Go to the barber. So how barbar black sheep, have you any wool? Oh, I have wool. How many wool? I have 3 bags full. What your wool doing in bags? I mean, the wool get cut off. The barber black sheep. See which sheep, so they shave the black man. Now for them African pictures they show you, with the Africans coming over and all of that and so on. Enough man come over here with locks, Rasta. Enough man that they hold and capture, is dreadlocks they hold and capture, but they're not painting that picture for you. They're giving you Baba, black sheep, and Mary and her little lamb, and Humpty Dumpty, which is not an egg. That's why I tell you, these wicked people talking about, you know, the rockabye baby on treetop and wind blows and baby drop down and die. And we sing that to our children to put them to sleep. We sing that to our young ones to put them to sleep. So I don't think it's no mistake when bugs bust through our bass drum. It's not no mistake, because they understand the science of Emmanuel. You think this joke they're making? They know that the bass drum wake up the earth in 1958 when King Emmanuel Charles Edwards called for the first Nyabingi in history internationally. You know, they know that. They know that. So it's not no joke in their little funny vibes. And I'm going to show you, family, in those 2 lectures, because whatever we don't fulfill in lecture number 1, fairy tale and folly days and nursery crime, we're going to spill it over in the Santa Claus massacre. Yeah, total annihilation. We're not leaving nobody alive. Yeah, man, we don't play when it comes to them cartoons. We have them as if it's real people we're fighting, because that's what it is. And they are responsible for the destruction of the lives of our young ones and some of us with the Transformer and the G.I. Joe and all of these things that they pack in your head, the Roadrunner and their Heckle and Jekyll. I mean, the Huckleberry Hound and Kung Fu, man, they murder you. Not because what do you call it? Not because Sesame Street teach you how to count it. And the count. Imagine the count, the blood drinking Count Dracula teaching you how to count. The count teaching you how to count. You see how they already manipulate the words and be playing with you, teaching you how to count. And the bigger bird there and living in a nest as a male bird. And then his friend Snuffleupagus, which nobody can see but him. Only when the gay rights thing got strong and 500,000 marched on Washington, all of a sudden you can see Snuffleupagus. I'm not making the stuff up. You can't make it up. Wait, what happened to you, Pokey? Wait, watch me suffer. You can't make the stuff up. Yeah, family. So we're gonna roast them, man. When it comes to them subject here, man, I jump into this like a samurai. You know what I mean? I rip up teddy bears and them things. We don't play with them things. No, don't bring no come down no chimney for us. We light the fire in the chimney. Try it, huh? Try it. We make sure logwood burning. Chestnuts roasting on the open fire. Come to the chimney, you know. Yes, family, so I'm definitely looking forward to your presence, man. It's going to be a wonderful session during that so-called Utah season. I'm definitely putting this little package together so, you know, you could definitely feel comforted in all of the evil that will be flying around Christmas Eve when the man coming through looking for the 3 prostitutes talking about ho, ho, ho. We got to make sure we have good vibration for you, good information. I want if that one got you. You missed that one there? Rewind it and listen to it again, man. Trust me. So, as I said, it is Wednesday the 22nd. Wednesday the 22nd, Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes, the Firing Squad edition, only $20, family. And then we're talking about Thursday the 23rd. Thursday the 23rd, everything here is December 2021, the Santa Claus Massacre, total annihilation. We have on the shades there. Boy, vaccine can't even help this time, eh? You better come with your mask. And of course, this one specifically will be done by myself, and that lecture as well is only $20. And then, of course, as I said, the Sunday the 26th. I know you don't want to miss this one. This is highly select. This one is going to be super deep. Eh? No, don't take this nearly for a joke. How wicked can we get? So she shot and thought the ibis, she shot and thought the symbol of wisdom is symbolized by the marijuana, the symbol of wisdom. So the scripture speaks about this tree of life. Revelation talks about on both sides of this crystal stream that flows from the throne of God are the trees of life. And I'm showing to the audience that the tree of life again is the symbol of the Messiah. Point blank. Again, we really began on a level of just acceptance. I'm sure that most of the audience, it's like the preacher to the choir. I am almost sure that most of the audience have no problem whatsoever as it relates to marijuana. You understand? But of course, the message goes far and wide. And as I said, I'm sure most. But just to clarify again, medically, we can balance that off because we've been so trained to look ill on our own selves and what belongs to us. Our culture is the worst. You know? The ancient Bozo people. Can you believe in Africa we have an ancient people called the Bozos? And these criminals come and take Bozo and turn Bozo into a clown. You understand? So this is what they do. They make us hate ourselves. We turn our own culture into buffoonery. So you have to re-educate your own people so they could understand, hey, there ain't nothing wrong with this tree, man. Dandelion. Dandelion, one of the toughest plants out there. Calcium rich, vitamin A and E, dandelion. You watch the Roundup commercial talking about the killing weeds. Watch the weed that they're killing. Good. Dandelion. So what do you think that do to you subliminally? Every time you watch it, oh, let's go to a commercial break. Ding, 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 ding. The Roundup guy is here. Ding, ding, ding. So you constantly see this man killing dandelion since you're knee-high to a grasshopper. And now you're a big person. Somebody throw a little dandelion on your plate. Oh, what's this? Where you got this? This is the stuff in the yard. I'm not eating. Because you were never trained that dandelion is the original lettuce. 10 lettuce. You need about 10 lettuce to compare to the amount of nutrients you get from the dandelion alone. Of the same, mass, weight, whatever, size. I'm just trying to show you how the enemy has worked. It may not sound like the lesson for tonight, but all of this is just additives so we can sail smoothly. This is how they play with the mind. So they know how to make you hate your own self. Because the moment you hate something that belongs to you, you hate your culture, you hate your name, you hate your heritage, you hate yourself. What are you talking about? You hate yourself. So the tree of life again, and the Messiah figure, the green God. You see, ganja or marijuana is not just no good plant. And we as Rastafari, me for sure, I claim in that. I am not rubbing shoulders with nobody when it comes to the tree of life. You're not ranking this with no other herbs. I do not care. Don't tell me about no ayahuasca brew neither, no mushroom, nothing can compare to that God plant. All of them are right there, but there is a specific plant. We ain't playing around. We've been persecuted for this. Nobody gets no lock up, mushroom and stuff. We've been persecuted for this. They know the value of this. And now that the world is pretending like they see, man taking this to the apex. This is the tree of God. This tree was made to, quote unquote, as they call it, smoke. And that's another thing with me. I ain't backing off of that. I'm not pretending that we're trying to, smoke the too good for you long. No, man, them is outside talk. Come and ask us. You don't tell us. Ask us. And we will explain to you exactly what is going on. So, when you read the scripture now, follow me. In the 18th Psalm, Psalms 18, And it's in Samuel too, just can. But in Psalms 18, for sure, it clearly says that the Lord arose and smoke arose out of his nostrils, and the fire out of his mouth devoured it, and the coals were kindled by it. Now that's a very interesting, statement there. That smoke is arising out of the nostrils of the Lord. Now, the dogmatic ones will be quick to say, oh, well, that's symbolic. That's what? Symbolic. Since when? I never knew that you were interested in symbolism. You know what I mean? All right, let's just say it's symbolic. Very good. I'm glad that you could admit that. And listen, when you look at your scripture again, I have an apocrypha in the room here. And when you read the book of Levi and these other stories as it relates to Christ, if you check Christ good, even in the Bible itself, Christ seemed to have a problem with some of the traditions that the Jewish high priests and these ones were keeping up of that day. When you read some of these books that they purposely take out of the Bible, when Christ as a young child and even as a big man would see them sacrificing the sheep and sacrificing the oxen and killing this and killing that, he would want to know, so who is it that taught you this? Where did you get this from? But this is the law of Moses. This is not the law of Moses. Moses never taught you to kill sheep and goats and anything. But then now you could open the scripture. You could open the Bible. You could go to Leviticus and it clearly explained to you how Levi and how Aaron was to take the sheep and how they was supposed to slit it and drain the blood and roast it with the legs and the hoofs. And they're supposed to eat it with their sandals on, and none is supposed to remain until the morning. It is well there set in description or in descriptive fashion, in detail, I should say. Good, fair enough. You can't deny that. You read the Old Testament, it clearly explained to you how you kill sheep and goat and oxen and all these things for the sacrifice unto the Lord. And it clearly says that this sacrifice unto the Lord was a sweet and savory, and the Lord loved to smell it. So how come Jesus Christ come now and he don't love to smell it? And he want to know what you're doing. Did we miss something here? Yes, we did. And because we don't have all day, we're going straight to it. We missed symbolism. So now in the book of Deuteronomy, around chapter 30, 31, you got to do your own research. This is not no sermon here, no preaching. You just got to do your research, somewhere between 30 and 31. It's called the Songs of Moses. And I like to highlight this, because in the Songs of Moses in Deuteronomy, Moses is speaking of the blessings that God has given to Israel. And he would speak about you have given us the bread of the lambs, of the sheep of Bashan, the bread of the sheep of Bashan. He goes on to say, listen to this, you have given Israel the fat of the kidneys of wheat. Now that is interesting. Moses is saying that God has given Israel the fat of the kidneys of wheat. As I said, this is in the book of Deuteronomy. And this is Moses is getting the blessing. In fact, Deuteronomy chapter 32, just to be precise, verse 14, so we can declare, butter of cows, the milk of sheep, the fat of lambs, the rams of the bread of Bashan, and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat. Now, the fat of kidneys of wheat. The fat of kidneys of wheat. Do you know what wheat is? Wheat is a grass. I mean, I know we're going to try to go around this one here now. Wheat is a grass, in a man, a grass. What kind of kidneys, much less fat, does wheat have? But then Moses goes on to say, and you did drink the pure blood. Hear this, the man. Moses said, you drank the pure blood. Now, which animal you think they drank the pure blood of? Take a guess. Sheep? No. Donkey? No. Lion? No. Maasai? Cows? No. They drank the pure blood of grapes. Now, does grapes really have blood? No. But the juice from the grape has always been the symbol of blood. What you call wine has always been, grape wine has always been the symbol of blood. And that is why the first miracle that Christ meted out in the scripture was when he turned water into blood, into wine. It was symbolic of his coming. That alone is a science. It is the water of the earth, the sea water, which has the same salinity as your blood. Remember that when you read the scripture, it speaks about the fire leaving from heaven or the stars falling, and when the stars hit the water becomes red. It's all over Revelation. That is a symbol of souls coming to this plane. The star or the fire represents your spirit coming from the heavenly zone, and the water that you touch is the waters that naturally is within your mother. That's why you're in the water before you come out. I mean, we have touched upon these things and, other programs, so those who are in the executive lounge can definitely put the pieces together without any sort of problem. So the water, that same water that the fire hit becomes red, that becomes you. You become the red man, the Adam, which means red man. That's why Edom or Esau is red as well, because you become the red man. So the red or the wine or the blood, it's all symbolism to an extent. And that is why Christ at the Last Supper had the wine and the bread. The bread was symbolic of his physical self, while the wine was symbolic again of the blood. All this very important. So again, to Moses, the man whose name means to be drawn out of water. Very interesting character, Moses. M-O, you know how it is when you read the Bible and the word cannot fit on one line. You see they break it in two and hyphen it. But you have to hyphen it by the, what do you call it, syllables or Moses. Now Moses, it is Moses. M-O-S-E-S, ses. Moses. More ses. Sensimania. Marijuana is ses. It's not funny. Moses was the individual that spoke to God while the bush was burning. We'll come back to that. So now, you may say, all right, we get the point with the blood of grapes, because you're right, there's no wheat with no kidneys and no fat. It got to be something else. Fat, kidneys, and wheat. These three words are words that you will find in a lot of ancient texts. On the Kemetic hieroglyphs, wheat, kidneys, fat, these are symbols. It says that Ra, as a bull apis, eats the kidneys of the kings. Ra, as a, which bull eat kidneys? I mean, and Ra, as a bull, the apis eats the kidneys of the kings. So this is esoteric language. That's really what it is. So the symbolism now, that's the point I'm making. We cannot turn our back on symbolism. That is our downfall. Me, I'm big on symbolism. I don't care what none of you say. Some of you rasses, you up to now, you don't catch the train. You know what I mean? I don't feel no way by saying what I say, you know, because some of you very disrespectful. If you don't understand, you just don't understand. Just sit down and hush and learn. You just don't understand. With the old little 1, 2 old same old story and this and one little thing and Revelation 5 saying Revelation 5 say you're gonna stick there forever. Even the emperor showed you that you have to specifically speak for what is known as a secular knowledge. Secular knowledge is a knowledge outside of religion. Go beyond that. You know, this is the different zone that we're in now. So I'm saying again, there is a king, the king known as Hezekiah in the Bible. And while he was king, the high priests and some of the noblemen, they found the book of the laws of Moses. Now, this book of the law of Moses, when they found it, they brought it to the king. And the king now himself, he read the book, and according to the scripture, after he read the book of the law of Moses, he rent his clothes and he asked, who is it that will interpret the book for us? Who is it that will come and show us exactly what is written here, you know, to interpret it for us? Now, interestingly, you know, he found the book, they found the book and they read the book. So that means obviously they had an idea of the language of the book. But at the same time, they could not understand the meaning of the book. So he said, we want someone to explain to us what is this that was written here in the law of Moses. And according to the Bible, they went to it's Hezekiah the priest, Hezekiah the priest that found the book and took it to the king. And they said that there is a woman by the name of Huldah, the wife of Shalom. And she was at the university. And I think Shalom was the keeper of the wardrobe. And Huldah was at the university. And she was the one that Hezekiah the priest and the king and all the noble ones had to go to her and give her the book. And she was the one that explained to them what the book was saying. I want you to keep this in mind, please. From the time of Moses to the time of the finding of Moses' law is several thousand years, or a couple thousands of years. Let's see, a good while. At least going in almost 2,000 years. Good. If you understand anything about time and history, if you have children, sometimes you tell your children, I'm going here and come back, make sure when I come back, I don't want no problem, I don't want this, I don't want that. By the time you come back, everything you didn't want is what you get. I'm not saying anything about your children. I'm sure you have wonderful children. The scripture speaks about when the shepherd is smite, the sheep shall scatter. Even during the time of Moses, Moses give them a law and then people break the law right in front of Moses' face. So Moses gone hundreds of years now. I mean, you check any establishment, especially in this time when they were Messiah figures, whether it's the Nation of Islam, whether it's Rastafari, check even the Bobo Shanti Order, whatever institution where there was a strong, robust leader. When the leader leaves, the thing crumble down. What UNIA of Marcus Garvey, any institution where there is a strong leader that set the foundation, when he gone, or when she gone, it dwindle down and dwindle away, because smite the shepherd and the sheep shall scatter. It's just natural. So it's the same thing with Moses. If you're breaking Moses' law in front of Moses' face, what do you think gonna happen? Hundreds of years after Moses gone. So this is why they could have read the law of Moses, understood the language, because that's the language they were speaking, yet still the king had to rip his clothes off because he knew he did not understand what he was reading. He understood the words, but this was not today. This was then, when we had some level of respect for esoteric writings. We understood that all stories belong to a Nancy. That's what it is. And that is what he could not figure out. No, the high priest, no, none of them. And they took it to Huldah. And I'm saying that to say, reading the Bible is much more than meets the eye. If you're not reading between the lines, and what does it mean? What is between the lines? White blank is blank space between the lines, you know. But yet still you are asked to read between the lines, because it's the unseen message in the holy books that you need to discover. So I'm saying again, that when they were sacrificing, I'm not saying that Israel never sacrificed animals, but I'm telling you, when Moses gave the law, and when you read the Old Testament about the sacrificial practices on the animals, I am telling you, me, Priest Isaac, that that was not what was taking place. If you disagree, that is up to you, but I can prove it. That was not what was taking place. You would hear in many circles of God saying that obedience is better than sacrifice. Now listen to me good. I'm not saying that sacrifice is bad. No, he's not saying that. He's saying that obedience is better than sacrifice. Okay. Please, my people, I want you to listen to this very carefully. You have to keep in mind, again, the king of Israel found Moses' law. It's just like you finding the Bible in English. Because that's what happened to us, you know, we kind of find that Bible. It's like you finding the Bible in English. And because you can read English, you feel you understand the Bible. That's my point. When the king and the high priest found the books of Moses, I will repeat, I want you to get me good. It was in a language that they understood, but they were wise enough to know that the meaning thereof was above them. That is the main point. And the reason why I could say that is because they themselves knew that in the midst of them, they were doing things that they were not supposed to do. Maybe they were sacrificing sheep, but that's what Moses' law says. The sacrifice of sheep every 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. Yeah, it does say that. But who said that's what it really means? That may be symbolic writing. What do you mean? Why would they? What you talking about? I'm talking about the fat of the kidneys of wheat. That's what I'm talking about. Did you figure that one out yet? Well, no. Okay. So I'm trying to show you symbolism. That's my point. Symbolism is thick in the scriptures. That's why the king and the high priest did not just take what they read at face value. It needed some level of interpretation. Again, let's go back to Christ in the temple. Why are you killing the sheep? What do you mean? I thought you said you were the Christ. What kind of dumb question is that? We've been doing this for years. Yeah, you've been doing this for years, but you have not been doing it for thousands of years. You just started this practice. Oh no, it's written in the book of Moses. That's not what Moses was talking about. Moses even went on to say, not just St. Paul, Moses went on to say that the circumcision that the Almighty is speaking of is the circumcision of your heart. The circumcision of your heart. So the circumcision of your penis, you go with the scissors and you clip the skin off. So how do you circumcise the heart now? Tell me about that. Not Paul, Moses. How do you circumcise your heart? Symbolism. In the book of Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 20 and 2, it says here, and I'm telling you, is Mary we talking about? I know you may be saying, but wait, I thought we talking about Mary. Keep in mind that we spoke about Mary several programs back, a few programs back in detail. So I am sure once you could encapsulate all of that in your energy, believe me, that's all you need to comprehend where we are going here. Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 22. God speaking here. For I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. What? So what do you mean? That means Moses lied. Moses say, you tell he. This is what it's coming down to, but we ain't gonna do that because we, the Bible is perfect and Jesus is Lord. We don't want to confuse it. The Bible does not contradict itself. And I'm not actually saying the Bible is contradicting itself here. Believe me, that's not what I'm saying. I know people would say that. But you see, there's levels to this. I'm not saying this is actually the Bible is not contradicting itself. It's the people them contradicting themselves. Look, it's so clear here. I don't know what language, it's the Shakespeare language, but it's clear as crystal. For I spake not. That means I'm going to tell you nothing. I said not a word to your fathers. To who? Your great-grandpappy them. Nor commanded them, meaning I didn't give them no instruction. In the day when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. You hear the Red Sea story I always tell you about and tell you write it on the wall and make sure you pick a nigga them, see? When I did that, I had nothing to say to them about killing sheep. I had nothing to say to them about killing oxen. I had nothing to say to them about no he-goat. Nothing at all like that. I do not know why they are doing it. That's why he asked them, read Isaiah. Who is it that taught you to do this? That's interesting, Who is it that taught you to do this? Moses. No, not my servant Moses. No. Moses, come here. Huh? You say Moses, me there. You tell him this, huh? No, my Lord. Apply for Moses. Ra ate the kidneys of the king. They chop Osiris into 14 pieces and put him back together. The fat of the kidneys of wheat. It is not the circumcision of the penis. No? Well, what should we circumcise, Moses? Just tell us and we'll do it. Is the circumcision of the heart. Okay, bring the, Is the circumcision of the heart. And if you can't see symbolism by now, ask the king and the priest Hilkiah, because they find the book and all they had to do was to read it and take notes. And they said, the Bible said the man read the book from cover to cover and then rip his clothes and say, yo, it's a good read, but I don't understand nothing here. We need to figure this out. It's not a language interpreter he needed. He needed someone that understood the hidden codes. The hidden codes in your Bible. The Bible have natural hidden codes from its origin, and even the weasels that took it and ripped it apart, put in their own little witchcraft sorcery tricks. It's right in there. Yeah, so back to the program in progress. For I speak not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings and sacrifice. Can someone explain that to me? How God just said that? God just threw Moses under the bus. Moses say, is he, God tell him to tell us that? And now he say he never tell nobody that. He never tell nobody that. He didn't say obedience is better than sacrifice. That's a different story. He said, I never said that about this. So this is why the Christ would say, why are you doing that? Something wrong here. Something not right. Where we miss this? Where we miss this? Symbolism. And you see, it was very important that we beat this point home. So you could understand the depths of this. I just said Osiris was cut up into 14 pieces. Osiris represents the tree of life, the Christ figure. The lamb represents Christ. Again, the lamb that you sacrifice. Not no catch no animal. The lamb symbol is the sacrificial lamb. It's a human being, the same tree, that shall be sacrificed for the salvation of the people. And the lamb, when the lamb came in flesh, the lamb took the bread and the lamb broke the bread. The lamb and the bread. You check it? The lamb and the bread. The lamb's bread. The lamb's bread represents marijuana. The lamb's bread represents the tree of life. You know they call marijuana lamb's bread. They call marijuana sensi. Sensi, who is the sensi? The sensi is the master. The sensi is the grandmaster, the perfect one, the man in the corner levitating. Yes, sensei. Yes, master. Yes, Rabboni. The tree of life, the God figure, and the tree of life is a meditational system as well. Please follow me. I am saying that the sacrifice that Moses was talking of in the Old Testament, obviously, I think we are clear here. No one can deny that we were not talking about killing no sheep. God himself done explain that. But I'm saying that it is the same marijuana, the ganja, that was spoken of when we talk about the sacrificing of the lamb. Now, let me be clear here. I know after I said all what I said tonight, somebody's still gonna say, oh, how you come with that? Remember, my stance on marijuana is no regular stance. This is God's plan. When the Bible talk about there is a tree of renown that shall feed the world, that's the tree talking about. Not no pomegranate tree, not no apple tree, none of them trees. No disrespect, no moringa tree. The moringa tree is not the tree of life. Disrespect. You see how they say? The moringa I deal with the moringa daily. I love.
First of all, let's compare and contrast marijuana with the other, even more widely smoked substance in our society, tobacco. The tobacco was used more widely than any other smoked substance, and marijuana is second only to tobacco.
Lucy?
Yes, dear?
Give me a cigarette, will you, hon?
Don't say cigarettes, say Philip Morris.
Oh? Is there any other kind?
Not for you, there isn't. Nothing but the best for Mr. Ricardo.
Thank you. Lucy, you're so good to me.
You see how easy it is to keep a man happy? Why not give your husband a carton of Philip Morris cigarettes?
Smart move. He'll love them for their mildness, their smoothness, and their wonderful good taste. And he'll love you, too, for thinking of him.
That's right. Good night, everybody. And don't forget, call for Philip Morris.
We know that if you analyze the contents of tobacco and marijuana, they're quite similar. The major difference is that tobacco contains nicotine, not found in marijuana, and marijuana contains THC and about 60 other THC-like substances called cannabinoids, not found in tobacco. But there are a lot of other particulates that are shared in common, and these include carcinogens, such as benzpyrene, the most potent of the carcinogens and considered to be responsible for a large percentage of human cancers. Benzpyrene is found in 50% higher concentration in marijuana smoke than in the smoke from a comparable quantity of tobacco. This has been shown by 3 separate groups of chemical investigators. So the expectation is that if you smoke marijuana enough and on a regular basis, that you would incur similar risks to smoking tobacco. So what are the major health risks for tobacco? Emphysema, which I prefer to call chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. It's the new term. Consists of chronic bronchitis and emphysema. But you could have significant impairment in lung function without emphysema. It could just be due to airways disease. We call small airways disease. But because we can't separate out the 2 components of COPD, emphysema, and the airways component, we lumped them together. So that's COPD. So now COPD is the 4th leading cause of death in the U.S. and in the world, and will become the 3rd leading cause in 2020. So it's a very important disease. About 120,000 Americans die each year from COPD. Probably the best evidence for separating out, the best method for separating out a COPD patient from someone else is to look at the rate of decline in lung function. I shouldn't say the best. They're probably the most informative. But it's more difficult to do because you have to make measurements every year for a number of years. And so you get a slope of the rate of loss of lung function over time. We did that. We actually measured lung function every year in our marijuana smokers up to 8 years. And we found that the slope of the decline in lung function was almost identical in the marijuana-only smokers compared to the non-smokers, where it was accelerated in the tobacco smokers. So just one other piece of evidence that marijuana is not a risk factor for the development of COPD. I think I'm convinced of that. And the other major health consequence, pulmonary health consequence of tobacco, is lung cancer. Cancer is the second most common cause of death in the U.S., and lung cancer is the most common form of cancer. And the major risk factor for lung cancer is tobacco smoking. About 160,000 Americans die each year of lung cancer. So the question that came to my mind and that of my colleagues was whether or not there was any evidence that marijuana would at least qualitatively share some of these health risks with those of tobacco. And that's was a rationale for initiating our studies back in the 1980s. What is the evidence that marijuana smoking, habitual marijuana smoking, can lead to lung cancer? With respect to the development of lung cancer, we found no evidence of any increased risk of lung cancer occurrence in association with marijuana smoking alone. The marijuana smokers, if anything, had a reduced risk for developing lung cancer. Not a significantly reduced risk, but reduced less than one-fold. So that means reduced. Whereas the tobacco smokers had a markedly increased risk. If those who smoke more than 2 packs a day had a 20-fold increase in the risk. That's 2,000%. Those who smoke from 1 to 2 packs a day had an 8-fold risk. It's 800%. So that contrasts with no risk, no increased risk, or a slightly reduced risk with the marijuana smokers. THC actually has an anti-tumoral effect. And these are studies that were done both in experimental animals and in cell culture systems, and for different kinds of cancer. For lung cancer, breast cancer, thyroid cancer, prostate cancer, gliomas, brain cancer, that the development and growth, or the growth actually of the tumor is suppressed by THC, and metastases are also suppressed. So how can that be? Well, THC impairs protein synthesis, and it's what we call anti-mitogenic or anti-proliferative. You need, so tumor cells don't as readily proliferate in.
And so such information there, we're thankful for that information that came from Stephen Kavanga. And for those who would like to revisit that, you could check that on the internet, Marijuana and the Lungs. As I said, from Stephen Kavanga, specifically. And the doctor there, speaking of first of all, he went into COPD, which is really the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, that would be. And, you know, it's a sort of disease that would obstruct the whole breathing aspect, and, you know, the airflow within the lungs would become very poor. Obviously, shortness of breath and coughing and what they call it, mucus and all of these different things. So it's a real chronic condition. And he was saying that in his studies, when you study individuals that would smoke marijuana alone and compare them to those who wouldn't smoke at all, and then compare them to those who smoke cigarette or tobacco, because to be very honest, in my book, I do not really, I'm not quick to try to compare marijuana to tobacco at all. I don't see the comparison. I have no interest in putting them together. It's not an argument for me at all. You know what I mean? We're talking about the tree of life. We're talking about the tree of life. But anyway, since this is the study that has been done here, he's obviously showing that you find a higher case of COPD in those that obviously would smoke tobacco, and not only a lesser case in those who don't, but those who would smoke marijuana and those who smoke nothing at all, according to the good doctor here, you would actually see basically the same results. So really why we brought that forward even at the beginning of the program, obviously, is to, you know, bring a certain level of medical, please pardon me, a level of medical facts towards the table, so that we could understand how serious this subject area is as it relates to the tree of life. But really, I would really want to go into it on another level, on a spiritual level, an esoteric level, yes. But obviously, again, the medical level, the physical level is very important because it's a physical plant that has some very spiritual potential. And that is the dynamics that we want to get in. Those are the dynamics that we want to get into this evening. Now, one thing with the tree of life, and I will refer to the cannabis sativa as the tree of life, sattva. Even in the Sanskrit, sattva is really a term that stands for the spirit, the sattva, the sativa. And there are many sativa plants, but plants in general are spiritual. The plants are spiritual. The plants have their own energy. The plants can communicate with you. It's maybe you are the one that is not communicating with the plants. So this plant, the marijuana, is a very outstanding plant. Within the Bible, it speaks about this plant of renown. And this plant of renown, the leaves of this plant is said to be for the healing of the nation. And it bore 12 manner of fruits. And interestingly, when you really observe this plant that we call the cannabis plant, not just the hemp now, the cannabis, the ganja, we notice that industrially it has so much to offer. There is even a product that they are delving into right now around here known as hempcrete. You see them put that together, you marvel, where they take the stalk and they grind the stalk up and they mix it with water and somewhat of something like what we call white lime. I don't know what you would call it, but it's another term, that the type of substance it is. But anyway, and you mix that together, you have a substance stronger than concrete. You know, and we all know that the canvas for the ships that sailed over here, even during slavery, were made from cannabis. That's where the term canvas comes from, cannabis. You know, we understand that even the ropes on the ship were cannabis again. In general, before time, that's our terminology, before time, hemp and cannabis was widely used for clothes, for shoes, you know, in all sort of creation as it relates to material, you know, again, for the sale of the ships and ropes and these different things. The cannabis would do that. Even up to today, many individuals have taken the opportunity now, as you could see that we are living in a time when we are now leaning on the medical marijuana, and we want to even disrespect the THC, talking about we don't want the marijuana with the THC. You understand? So now we're picking and choosing. I want to remind you that a few decades ago, the marijuana was Satan's plant. The marijuana was the devil's weed. You better believe that. There was nothing at all good about it. And the same people that were saying that about the plant, now all of a sudden, they like the plant. It has so much potential. It can do this and do that. And they're the same ones that are trying to tell you, but this part of it is not good. Oh, but you can use it, but don't use it this way. Since when you are an authority, even if you're a doctor, it doesn't make any difference, because as a doctor, you were saying that it was the devil's plant.
So where is the true authority here? To me, you should check the Rastaman that has been blazing the herb for how long and still around. So the doctor himself showed you that there's no real proof, and we know that. Hear what the doctor said, man, that the THC has cancer-fighting elements within it. So it fights, and he looked up when he said it, lung cancer. It fights lung cancer. It fights lung cancer. Come on. Breast cancer and other cancers, tumors, all of these different things. And yes, obviously, when you use it in different ways, you know, it could be more effective in the oil fashion, when you ingest it, depending on the level that you ingest it on. But I mean, if you're fighting lung cancer, I don't see no better way to use it, but when you're huffing and puffing. You understand? Yeah, that is why those who suffer from that, you see them using the vaporizer nowadays. That's the steam chalice. But we just don't want to, accept the culture. So we burning fire on the chalice now, the steam chalice. But yet still we're telling you, go to Dr. Frank and get a vaporizer. Why? Because it has a little electronic apparatus on it and a big plastic bag, and it was made by Babylon? No, man. The steam chalice is totally all natural, and it does the same thing. It's vapors. You're getting the real juice from the herb. If you burn the steam pipe, you would notice that the herb itself doesn't even go away because you've sucked out the elements thereof. So stop dissing us, man. You just want to make some excuse to diss us. We are the original, the Rastaman, and we come with the ancient concept, how to eat, how to drink, music. We were the ones for years showing the world, no, do not brutalize this plant. This plant will save you one day. And look what happened now. And everybody wants to run with it too, eh? Presidents talking about, well, we're looking to start the, marijuana industry around here. Yeah. And what about the Rastaman, the who? Oh, these fellows here? Well, we'll give them a little plot of land. They can grow a couple of trees for themselves. We highlight from time to time the character known as Asa, which is Osiris. And Osiris is seen more time green. Oh, blessed love, definitely give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile, Selassie the first. Blessed love to each and every one. We welcome you into the Tiger's Nest. Of course, I am your host, the Honorable Priest Isaac, representing the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, talking about the Priest Isaac Institute.com. And of course, as you already see tonight, we are going to be talking about the dangers of makeup and cosmetics. Definitely, those of you who utilize such, this is a program that you don't want to miss. But before we go there, let me just remind you to join us this evening, every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, as a matter of fact, for the Tiger's Nest radio program. What is that? That's a program that comes to you on Radio Anu. You find Radio Anu at priestisaacinstitute.com. If you have any problem, the link is in the description below this video. And while you're at it, you can be a subscriber to this radio program. You get the radio program every day in your email for sure, just in case you missed the program. Plus, it's worth saving it and keeping it in your archives. I'm talking about the Tiger's Nest. All right. But of course, before we go into the depths of this, we must remind our audience of our upcoming lecture on the 28th day of November 2021. We're talking about Africa's warriors on the front line. This is going to be a marvelous sit down, my family. Of course, by now you know this lecture will be presented not just by myself, but my marvelous daughter, the Honorable Princess Akisha Menon, will also be a part of that presentation team, of course, doing her hefty research even as we speak. So make sure you're in the house Sunday, the 28th day of November, the 2021, 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. We kick it off. Of course, get your e-ticket, you know, to come into the lecture hall. Admission to add to the mission, because it's a mission we're on it. To add to the mission, it's only $15, a 1 and a 5, not a 5 and a 0, although it's worth that and more, but a 1 and a 5. In fact, if you get your e-ticket before the 19th of November, Friday the 19th, which is like now, well, you should get your ticket now if you want to get it for $10, because after Friday the 19th, it's $15 for the ticket itself for sure. And even then, it's still a wonderful and marvelous buy if you ask me. So for you to get your ticket, it's a simple thing. Just email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Priest Isaac, no apostrophe S's now, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, or just check the website, priestisaacinstitute.com. All right, and of course the International Homeschool Program. I hope you are already a part of it, or at least looking into it. But if not, at the completion of this program, I'll be giving you some more information as it relates to the International Homeschool Program. Okay, we are going to be talking about cosmetics and makeup and the dangers of such. Now, before we go too far, you know, because a lot of ones will be saying, well, I know that, you know, the Rasta people don't like the makeup and, you know, they're just old fashioned and all of that. No, you see, when it comes to Rastafari, it's not an old-fashioned thing or you just don't like things. Or Rastafari is something that is aligned with nature. That's all. There's no hatred for no one or anything. It's just that we align with nature. And we don't force nothing on no one, you know. We just tell you how we live. So we're showing to you now that some of the things that Rastafari don't do is actually against nature and even against your well-being. So we're going to look at this website here. This is walana.com. And it says here, the hidden dangers of cosmetics. All right, let us just go into this. It says here, wanting to be beautiful is a strong desire. I agree. So strong that cosmetics manufacturers are hoping that consumers won't look very deeply at the effects of their beauty products. With mercury, not the planet, you know, quicksilver they're talking about. With mercury, phthalates, and formaldehyde, oh my, coal tar, parabens, sodium lauryl sulfate, and tricolsan, common ingredients, family, inside of the makeup. I mean, words that have your tongue tied up are the common ingredients inside of many of the beauty products. It says many beauty products are better suited in the science lab than on your skin. Can you imagine? It says here, to the naked eye, your skin may appear to be an impermeable layer. Give thanks. But science shows that as much as 60% of the chemicals that come into contact with your skin are absorbed. You see that? Now, what I'm trying to say, family, you know, they always taught us when it comes to your natural liberty, you know, that you should not even put something on your skin if you are not in a position to put the same thing in your mouth. You understand? So now, obviously, this is just me, but the natural beauty of a person is their natural beauty. I prefer the natural. I prefer to see you how you really look, you know, but with the extra eyelashes and with the different color eyes and then a whole layer of skin, almost like if you're going to paint a car it really takes away. Now, what I'm saying is we're not even speaking of what Rasta would call the fake up aspect of it. We're looking now at the damages that it can cause. I'm talking about the makeup. And we're just reading here in this article, it is speaking about all the different chemicals that are inside of many of the cosmetics. It says here, ironically, there is little formal oversight of the cosmetic industry, pardon me. The FDA, the Food and Drug people there, is responsible for regulating cosmetics companies, yet it lacks the authority to require companies to prove their products are safe before putting them on the market. The companies are responsible themselves for testing their products for safety, but the tests they perform are focused solely on short-term effects like skin irritation and what you call this, dermatitis. That's dermatitis. Oh, very good. Wow. I have a physician in the house here. Tests on the long-term safety of chemicals found in skin products simply aren't conducted. Here's a sampling of commonly found chemicals in cosmetics and personal care products, along with the risks of using them. And what he's trying to say, according to this article here, when you follow the FDA and their findings, you do not usually get the information that we are dropping to you now. Okay, hormone disruptors. So as I said, we're reading now a sample of commonly found chemicals in cosmetics and personal care products, along with the risk of using them. Hormone disruptors. One class of chemicals that has raised the alarm of researchers in those known as endocrine disruptors are those known as endocrine disruptors. Is those known as endocrine disruptors. These chemicals mimic natural hormones such as estrogen. Hear this now. These chemicals act like natural hormones such as estrogen and are known to rise the risk for certain types of cancers. In February of 2013, the United Nations Environment Program and the World Health Organization released a comprehensive report on endocrine disrupting chemicals. They found that hormone disrupting chemicals are associated with a number of health problems, including breast cancer, non-descendant testes in young males. I guess that's the testicles that don't come down. Breast cancer in women, prostate cancer in men, development disorders in children, and thyroid cancer. Yet, despite the dangers, many cosmetics contains these chemicals. Common hormone disruptors include BPA, perchlorate. Wow, what's that? First, I'm telling the truth. Arsenic, dioxin, flame retardants, perfluorinated chemicals, PFCS. Wow, what's this one? Atrazine. All right. Oh, we know atrazine. That's the one that turned fellas into guys into gals. Atrazine. Oh yeah. Tyrone, the brother Tyrone, I don't remember his name, gave a good interview on that. Then you have organophosphate. Now this is a reading class. Pesticide. Wait, hold on. All of this stuff is inside some of these chemicals. You got to be kidding. No, this is serious. Now, family, what I'm trying to say, you obviously see, and don't run from it, eh? Some of this stuff is in the food we eat too. Yeah, you look at the labels, you can hardly pronounce some of the stuff that you see on the packages of the stuff that we buy. But keep in mind now, because a lot of ones, well, utilize the makeup maybe to hide some of the same disorders that makeup cause. You understand? We just showed you the damaged skin, even pimples, the peeling of the skin, the pots and the cracks. People use makeup to cover it, but yet still the same makeup, especially if the skin is sore, the same makeup will do more damage to the skin in general, even in the long run. So as I said, I'm looking at it from a few different angles, especially as a nature man. A nature man loves to see a nature woman. Well, fellas wear makeup too, but we know the makeup thing is really that of a woman. And, I'm just saying, as a nature man, you would prefer to see a natural human being, a natural woman, whether it be male or female. So from that standpoint, yes, when an individual puts on makeup and everything, whether they look the same or they look different, it may enhance something. But the shame is that when you wash it off, you don't nearly see what you saw when they had it on. Some people clearly tell you, well, I'm going to put on my face. You understand? Again, it may look dazzling and sparkling and pretty, but that's not really you. It's disingenuous somewhat. It's not really you. All right, time is on us. We can't go through all of this. Let's just touch the formaldehyde. So it says now, I'm going to continue to read here. Formaldehyde is a known carcinogen. That means it causes cancer. Yet this potent chemical preservative is found in as many as 20% of the personal care products. Wow. So which one of these products do you use, brothers and sisters? Oh, well, I guess, I don't know who. But which one of these products do you use? You understand? I mean, have you ever tried Victoria's Secrets? Victoria's Secrets? Yeah. What's the secret? What's the secret, Victoria? That's what we're reading here. We're reading the secrets. This is what they don't want to tell you. Even worse, I'm continuing reading here. Even worse, you won't even know it's there because cosmetics companies use a combination of chemicals that will gradually release formaldehyde into your beauty products, so they're not required to list formaldehyde on the ingredients. Can you imagine that? So because it's not really there, it just kind of appears and it seeps in and creates itself or whatever it does, we don't have to list it. Formaldehyde is most dangerous when it's inhaled. And studies have shown that cosmetic products can release formaldehyde fumes when they are applied. I remember, maybe I was 7 or 8, and at that time, the Anglican Church, I was going to the Anglican Church. They ordained a woman bishop. I think she's still around right here in Antigua. I think she was one of the, or if not the first in this region, woman bishop for the Anglican Church. And I always remember when she was giving one of her early sermons in the church, because she would preach from time to time. She wasn't the main preacher. And once she was saying to the women, she said, when you come up for communion, this is a long time ago, and this is like a while back, 30-something years ago. And she was saying, when you come for communion, you should wipe your lipstick off. And I was like, little child, I said, why that? Because the lipstick could cause cancer. This is what she was saying. Yeah, so when you come up now, you wipe the lipstick off, because the person that is coming up behind the view, they might drink and take in some of your lipstick, and that could cause cancer. You see, the thing is, the fake up or the makeup does so much damage. You put lipstick on your mouth, and you and do what you do, and you make sure it sticks in. That's there. And you lick your lips. The same way when you drink from the glass, you see the lipstick, and you drink from the straw, the lipstick is still on the straw. You know what I mean? You kiss a fella on his cheek and he grinning all day, happy for everybody to see the lips on his cheek. cancer. You know, much less for the woman. Sometimes you see the lipstick on her teeth. I wonder if the family is with me here still, eh? And listen to this, eh? It is saying how dangerous the stuff is when you inhale it. When you inhale it, and I can tell you about that. Now, this may not necessarily be makeup, but I remember once when I was in St. Martin, and there was this, what you call it? It's a beauty place where they do nails, specifically nails. They were painting nails. And a little building, eh? It's like a little apartment. This is the first time I'm going into this establishment. I can't even remember why I went there. Either I was dropping off some medicine, something was going on. But anyway, when I went into that place, and I'm a person, I've been around the spraying of cars. When you spray cars, that's another dangerous thing, eh? The spraying of cars, the fumes that come from the car spray. Again, that alone, I mean, anybody that works around that stuff, you got to be very careful. And when I walked into that building, there was a sister doing the nails. They were doing here too. They were doing here, yes. And about 4 other sisters in there. And I'm telling you, it was aircon and small and it wasn't too lit. And the smell, the toxic smell of all of them products came in. When I came in, I inhaled that. And I was blown away, like, wow, smell this. And these sisters live in this, eh? To the point that they're numb to it. And I could relate that to spraying a car with the toxins and the chemicals that you smell when spraying a car. So that is to show you how dangerous these chemicals are. And brothers, don't be getting on the woman because of makeup. You know? It's not just makeup. It's the soap that some of us use. It's the stuff we brush our choppers with, our teeth. You know, nothing. The toilet paper, there is nothing full of chemicals. The stuff we wash our clothes with, dishes. You understand? You get a clean, you know, a clean cup, clean glass. Somebody drink a little water. You get a clean glass. You got to half the glass with some soap powder, dishwasher liquid to wash it out again. You understand? Because we are trained. But still, we got to keep on the topic. We are talking about the faker and the danger that it does and the damage that it does. And still at the same time, it's a level of imagery too. It's psychology. It is psychology. Why would the black woman want her lips ruby red? It's some level of psychology. Why would you want your fingernails red? You know, and this is no offense to no one of no race or ethnicity. You understand? But those who taught you to paint your nails is because that's their foundation where they're coming from. Marcus Messiah Garvey already told us they're coming from the caves. They used to eat their own dead. When you see a predator jumps on an animal to eat it up, when the lion is done, you see his face full of blood. You see its claws red, dripping with blood. So we're dealing with a people who is accustomed to that mentality. So the lip must be red like blood. Purple lipstick and so is a new thing. Eh? Lipstick is red stuff. Fingernail, red like blood. Not blue. Blue fingernails and all of that colorful stuff looks pretty. That's new stuff. When lipstick and fingernail polish came in, they were red because we're dealing with blood. Ketchup is blood. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a culture. More blood on the meat to make it bloody. Whether you like it or not, that's what the reality is. That's the reality. That's what it is. Yeah, to get the grammar, correct. So there's a lot of psychology there. The sister would say, oh, bonfire on the other sister that bleaching her skin. But you straighten out your hair. Maybe you think bleaching the skin is a notch above straightening your hair, but the two of them, is bad. You know, you're literally killing your hair too. But the point is that you are somewhat adapting yourself to look like somebody else. So there's a lot of psychological trauma that's associated with a lot of the things that we as Black people do to ourselves, color ourselves, add to ourselves. You know, I mean, shove all sorts of things in our underwear to make things look bigger than they are. You know, no, I'm just telling you the truth. And that is where we've reached as a people. Hey, family, give thanks for your presence with us. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. I'm going to get ready for the Tiger's Nest program now on Radio Anu. Remember, the link is in the description below. Just go below and you can find the website and find Radio Anu. And remember, when you visit us on the website, just email us and we'll give you some more information if you desire, as it relates to the lecture coming up on Sunday the 28th. If you don't need no more information, you could just pay. Remember the PayPal, the Cash App, all of that is in the description below too. All the information, you email us and let us know what you have done. You get your international e-ticket and everything would be blessed. All right, life giver and the keeper of life, family. I'll leave you with this good sound as it relates to the International Home School.
Blessed love, family. Great news from the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. We are now enrolling new students for our ongoing international